Chapter 1, Rebirth Reverse Izayoi kneeling for flowers. Damn it, if only I had the power. A handsome boy with black hair, 1.8 meters tall, was running in the street. Catch him quickly, this time we must not let it run away. TMD, in order to catch this kid, we killed dozens of brothers in total. I also want to know how this kid is so evil, he can't catch like a fish at all. Bai Yu was hiding in a corner, calmly analyzing the current situation. If I had the strength, I wouldn't be chased to such a degree by hundreds of people. Bai Yu kept his back as close to the wall as possible, and adjusted his breathing to minimize the sound of his own breathing. Bai Yu, recognized as the #1 genius in the world, has overcome many difficult technological problems in the world. Bai Yu also researched it, the world's first Iron Man mecha. But just because he was so talented, even the secretary betrayed him. He was bribed by outsiders, hid his steel mecha and told the enemy. Controlled by the enemy ahead of time, the mecha has no strength to resist these organizations to assassinate him. And the Iron Man he made was enough to destroy half of the Blue Star in an instant. Having mastered the law of energy conservation, the Iron Man it creates has infinite energy, and it specifically absorbs the energy floating in the universe and strengthens its own armor. It can also be said that the Iron Man made by Bai Yu has self-awareness, and it is the last step if it is not perfect. That is to completely personalize it and let him completely own his own consciousness. Now he is like a newborn baby, who only knows how to simply absorb energy to replenish and strengthen himself. But because of this, he was targeted by the world's killer organization. Fortunately, Bai Yu is an orphan with no parents and no relatives, so these people have no way to take Bai Yu. Bai Yu, who was breathing with his back against the wall cloth, had already observed the surrounding terrain, and had already planned an escape route. Bai Yu is used to this kind of life, and the frequency of this kind of assassination is at least 100 times a year. The 2 policemen who had just protected him were also killed by these killers, and now he is the only one left to continue to flee. Others say that being handsome is also wrong, so there are 2 things wrong with Bai Yu. Bai Yu is not only handsome, his IQ is also recognized as the #1 problem child in the world. Because Bai Yu's IQ is too high, but his character is also extremely bad. In order to achieve his goals, he did everything he could and tried every means to achieve his goals. For example, in order to study an experiment, the entire United States was directly blown into fly ash. What Bai Yu didn't notice was that there was a sniper on the roof not far away, who had just loaded a bullet into his gun. Bai Yu just opened his legs and ran towards the escape route he had planned. It was just the next moment that Bai Yu felt a pain in his head, and he fell to the ground. Before Bai Yu was about to lose his memory, the only thing he wanted in his mind was power. Bai Yu's high IQ is recognized by the world, but unfortunately it has no power. Just before Bai Yu's memory completely disappeared, his eyes caught a book falling on the ground. The next moment the ancient book radiated white energy, wrapping Bai Yu's body. Bai Yu's mind escaped from his own body. An endless knowledge and thinking were woven into a giant net that covered the entire world. The sniper who had just shot and killed Bai Yu, the smile on the corner of his mouth had not disappeared but was replaced by horror. Bai Yu turns into a giant net of thinking, wrapping the whole world, instantly absorbing all the thoughts, concepts, and knowledge of people in the whole world. Losing thinking, losing life, and losing the existence of concepts, human beings have disappeared from this planet at this moment, including concepts on these planets. Bai Yu, who devoured the power of thinking and life concept of an entire planet, has infinite possibilities. In an instant, the entire planet seemed to have lost its pigment and turned gray-white, and a layer of white net covered it on the surface of the planet, constantly absorbing the power inside the planet. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the planet and gradually spread to the entire planet. In the blink of an eye, everything on the planet's wall was swallowed up by Bai Yu, turning into a mystery and becoming his power. Bai Yu is this world itself, and it is precisely because it is this world that it is targeted by willpower. Once he dies, he must return to his original self. The original Baiyu was the world, so he devoured himself and now he is complete. The planet itself has infinite possibilities. After being devoured by Baiyu, Baiyu has infinite possibilities. When the entire planet disappeared into the universe, it wasn't that the ancient books that were fleeting in front of Baiyu's eyes reappeared. As if the old book was being flipped, the first page slowly unfolded, and a dazzling white light absorbed Baiyu's entire being. Ask for flowers. It's really interesting. High School Demon World. On a hot summer day, the sun is shining. A blonde boy sitting under a big tree in the park was holding an old book in both hands, and his deep purple eyes seemed to be completely attracted by the contents of the book. The blonde boy raised his head and looked at the fierce sun hanging in the sky. Have been in this world for 5 years, have you finally traveled to the next world? A sigh flashed in the eyes of the golden boy looking at the sky. In the eyes of outsiders, this is a strange language for unknown reasons. This is for Baiyu, but these 5 years have meant different things to him. After crossing over, Baiyu devoured Izayoi's body. When Baiyu crossed over, it happened that the canary created Izayoi. Before he was conscious, Baiyu took the opportunity to devour Izayoi's body and transformed it into his own body. Since then, Baiyu and Izayoi are the same person, and the original Izayoi no longer exists. Only Baiyu exists now. Neither inside nor outside belonged to Izayoi, everything belonged to Baiyu himself. In the past 5 years, Baiyu's name has gradually been replaced by this person's name. The problem child reverse Izayoi is Baiyu's current name. It is also an existence that everyone fears in this era of the world. Baiyu in his previous life was killed by others because he had no power. But now it's different. Baiyu doesn't crush others in terms of intelligence, but also in terms of strength. He is almost invincible. In this era, no matter who it is, seeing reverse Izayoi is like seeing a ghost. The reason is very simple. This blonde boy not only crushed others in terms of IQ, but also reached the top of the world in terms of strength. Once because a country wanted to attack the blonde boy, he was angry and picked up a stone directly on the ground. The country was directly destroyed, and this incident also alarmed people in the whole world. The blonde boy was listed as the most dangerous person in all countries. No country dared to provoke this teenager again, no matter which country the teenager went to, almost no one dared to do anything. They were all worried that they had accidentally angered the blonde boy himself and his country, and disappeared into the long river of history. The blonde boy that everyone fears is called Problem Child Reverse Izayoi. Since Baiyu's personality is almost the same as Izayoi, even the appearance is the same, except that he doesn't have 16's abilities. Chapter 2, The King's Treasure comes to the Devil's High School. The blonde boy opened the ancient creation book in his hand, and a door made of unknown materials appeared in front of the boy. There are countless gem-like things inlaid on the edge of the door, but I can't see what it is. Izayoi narrowed his eyes, and he felt the aura of gods and demons from the door. Since Izayoi came to this world, he has killed countless gods and demons, and he has acquired all kinds of abilities. The door in front of him is not without a name, his name is engraved on the upper edge of the door. Dimensional World Gate. When Reverse 16 recited the 5 words Second Dimension World Gate, a faint blue light emanated from the door, directly sucking him in. He opened his purple eyes again and looked around at Izayoi, but found himself in an inexplicable space. The Genesis book in his hand was gone, but a panel appeared in front of him. Name: Back to the 16th Night. S*X, Male. Chaos Attribute: Evil/Good. Height: 180 centimeters. Power System: Single Universe Structure Supercell. In the 4th year since Izayoi, every day has grown all the time, and now Izayoi's full blow can destroy a universe. But Izayoi is not satisfied with the status quo, he wants to become a higher existence. Izayoi wants to break through the limit of his own single universe structure and become a supercell, and there is a multiverse above the supercell. Izayoi couldn't help thinking of himself. He had just crossed over. In the first month, he could only smash one building with one punch. Skill, smash. Introduction of skills and abilities, the gift of breaking the world and the power of breaking the gift, the situation where the two abilities are established at the same time. Izayoi's fist can shatter mountains and rivers, break the sea and throw objects at the third cosmic speed. Passive skill, negative immunity. Negative immunity introduction, can be immune to petrification, death curse, charm, illusion, and all negative effects are invalid. Passive ability, immortal. Undead ability introduction, in all unknown circumstances, the lethal attack will not die. Passive skill, Aurora Pillar. Izayoi has a blood particle accelerator in his body and can use his right hand to use his right hand to use his right hand to pierce the sky and smash the stars of the night sky. He has a simulated star creation map with Az Dakaha who activated Avesta, another cosmology. Comparable strength. Skill, the body is unknown. The gift he has is unknown, the source is unknown, the name is unknown, and the effect is unknown. This is the biggest feature of this gift. It is a contradictory gift that has miracles in itself but can destroy miracles. Passive skill, the third perpetual motion mechanism. Being able to throw objects at the speed of the third universe, the third perpetual motion mechanism that he hosts endows him with unparalleled energy, that is, he will never tire. Skill, sovereignty of the sun. It can acquire the ability corresponding to the inheritance of the zodiac and equatorial star beasts in the hands. It can also rebound the attacks of all the weapons in the world. Izayoi nodded with satisfaction as he looked at his attributes displayed on the screen in front of him. Izayoi looked at the single universe structure in the power system column and fell into deep thought. In the 5 years since he came to the little garden world, his own strength has been increasing every day, and it is difficult to make progress in a single universe. Izayoi also flew into the universe to try, and like the One Punch Man world, Saitama absorbed power to evolve himself again. But the final attempt failed because he has a third perpetual motion mechanism in his body, and he is absorbing power all the time. When I finally read the Genesis book at Izayoi, the Genesis book gave an explanation that he could absorb the power of the world and improve his own strength by crossing the two-dimensional plane. After hearing this news, Izayoi wanted to go to the next world to find new fun. Izayoi raised his head and looked at the 3 choices given on the panel in the void. Before Izayoi, he learned from the Book of Creation that every time he crossed a world, he would give 3 choices. The first option is to choose to merge with the treasure of the king and travel to the Demon High School. The second option is to conquer the true Red Dragon Emperor after traveling to the Demon High School. The third option is to travel to the Demon High School and kill the original male protagonist to get the protagonist's halo. Interesting. 3 options. The corners of Izayoi's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a happy expression on his face. I will kill the third option whether I choose it or not. If I travel through the past, of course, I will take away the halo of the male protagonist of the original main world. If the third option is eliminated by exclusion, there are only 2 options left. You can either choose the first one to merge with the treasure of the king and travel through the past to subdue Zhen, Scarlet Dragon Emperor, and then take away the protagonist's halo of the original male protagonist. Izayoi looked at the treasure of the king. He knew who it was. King's treasure from Gilgamesh, the oldest king of the moon. But with his current strength, it doesn't matter if there is this thing or not. Since it's a free gift from the system, there's no reason why it's unnecessary. Thinking of this, Izayoi tapped his finger at the king's treasure floating in the void. In the next moment, the treasure of the king turned into a golden streamer, and melted into Izayoi's right hand like a drop of water. Congratulations to Izayoi Fusion King's treasure for successfully preparing to cross. Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in Izayoi's ear. It's so funny that there's still a sound. Izayoi showed a dumb expression when he heard the voice that suddenly sounded. Since he got this book and traveled to the world of Little Garden, he has never thought of a sound for 5 years. On Izayoi's left, a door appeared with the word High School of Demons written on it. The corner of Izayoi's mouth cracked into a smile, and he slowly approached the door of the Devil's High School. The endless darkness swept over, and when he opened his eyes again, Izayoi found himself in a strange world. In Izayoi's induction, this is indeed another world. Chapter 3, Battle of True Red Dragon God Emperor. Izayoi sent out his thoughts, and he immediately sensed that there was a presence in this space. Izayoi is no stranger to this existence, and he knew the identity of the dragon in front of him after watching the anime in his previous life. The Guardian of the Dimensional Crack is one of the strongest in the world of Demon High School that has reached the top. Driven the infinite dragon god Orpheus out of the dimensional gap, monopolized this small space, and maintained continuous flight here, the true red dragon god emperor, the Great Red. When Izayoi sensed her existence, the Great Red True Red Dragon Emperor also sensed Izayoi's aura. True Along Emperor, his eyes were full of doubts, because in his perception, Izayoi seemed to be standing in the void. When he was still a few hundred meters away from Izayoi, the real Scarlet Dragon Emperor saw the figure of Izayoi, but he lost the trace of Izayoi in his perception. Izayoi, who has an unknown body, has an unknown origin, everything is unknown, and his investigation is unknown. Human, no, what the hell are you? The Great Red just spoke, but she felt that the human being in front of her could not feel what he was, and then the Great Red continued. No matter what you are, but you don't belong to this world, leave this world quickly. Izayoi looked at the huge dragon in front of him and the bloodline of the real dragon that he felt from the dragon in front of him, and the corner of his mouth raised a slight smile. Interesting. Then play the boon game with me. What is the gift game? The Great Red Eyes revealed a puzzled look as he looked at Izayoi and asked. The corners of Izayoi's mouth twitched slightly, and a sly look flashed in his eyes as he said. As long as you promise to play the boon game and beat me, I'll leave this world. But if you lose, you will be my mount and my dragon pet. Haha. When the Great Red heard Izayoi's words, he smiled as if he heard the funniest thing in the world and said, the kid is crazy enough, then I will play that gift game with you. Hearing the reply he wanted, the corners of Izayoi's non-nonsense mouth twitched slightly, and a piece of parchment appeared in his right hand. Izayoi's hand drew a few times on the parchment, and then pushed the parchment in front of Great Red. The Great Red Dragon's eyes looked at the content written on the parchment floating in front of him. Boon game name, defeat the True Red Dragon God Emperor. Organizer, reverse Izayoi. Participant, Great Red, Griatred, really. Red Dragon God. Participant victory conditions, defeat the organizer in the boon game and go back to Izayoi to win. Bet, reverse Izayoi takes the treasure of the king as a bet, Maki Dragon God Emperor takes himself as a bet, and if he fails, he becomes reverse Izayoi's mount. Oath, respect the above content, based on the glory, flag, and organizer's authority, to host the gift game. The next moment, before the real Red Dragon God Emperor confirmed that the gift game was directly sucked into the gift game by the parchment in front of him. Standing on Izayoi in the gift game, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. How could Izayoi obediently wait for the Great Red? After confirming to enter the game, he had already made some moves on that contract. As long as the Great Red has read all the content on the parchment, it will be directly pulled into the gift game. Boy, you actually used a conspiracy. It seems that you are not a powerful being, but a despicable villain. I will expel you from this world as if I were expelling infinity. Feeling that the existence in front of him deceived him, the Great Red showed a hint of anger, watching Izayoi as if telling the truth, saying these words. It's really interesting. Hearing the words of the Great Red, Izayoi's mouth smiled and his face was full of joy. For a few years, since the moment when he flew into the universe 3 years ago, no one in that world has allowed him to experience this happy feeling again. Now there is finally another person, no, it is the dragon who challenges himself. This long-lost feeling made Izayoi feel a sense of relief from the inside out. Traveling to the world of Little Garden, at the beginning, a full blow could only smash the building, until 3 years later, a full blow directly shattered the stars in the sky. With this increase in strength, Izayoi could no longer find an opponent in that world. Not to mention that after 2 years of traveling in the universe to absorb energy, there is no existence that can fight. Izayoi raised his purple eyes and looked at the true Along God Emperor in front of him. "Come on, fight, bring me some joy." Speaking of the next moment, a circle of golden ripples appeared behind Izayoi, all kinds of knives, spears, swords, and axes. Nearly 100 noble phantasms with dragon-slaying attributes, regardless of their level, swept towards the Along God Emperor. The moment Izayoi unfolded the king's treasure, the true Red Dragon God Emperor felt the dragon-slaying attribute from those noble phantasms. Really, the Along God Emperor was also horrified, although he said that there were not many noble phantasms in front of him that could cause damage to him. But if any weapon is taken out, it is a treasure that can shake the earth. And these weapons are all in the hands of this man, which is simply incredible. Although I thought about it so much, it was only a fleeting second for the real Along Emperor. The scorching red airflow began to gather in the opened mouth of the true Along God Emperor. Countless fire elements converged in the mouth of the true Along God, converging into a dragon breath. Seemingly affected by the scorching dragon's breath, the surrounding space began to distort, and the scales on the real Along Emperor's body also lit up with a dazzling crimson light. Dash boom! Immediately, along with the roaring scorching dragon breath of the true Along God Emperor, a beam of light was formed towards the noble phantasm projected by Izayoi, and swept away. Boom 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 boom! The noble phantasms that were swept away by the true Red God Emperor exploded one after another, dissipating into light and shadows and returned to the treasure house of the 16 Night Kings. P.S. New book for collection, subscription, reward, and evaluation ticket. Asterisk. Chapter 4, Real Name Liberation. After the scorching dragon breath swept away all the noble phantasms shot out by Izayoi, it swept towards Izayoi unabated. Seeing the approaching dragon breath, Izayoi did not panic. With a happy smile on his face, he took out a noble phantasm from the king's treasure house. It was a noble phantasm held by a man named Matthew Kirilet, who came from the descendants of the Moon world. Izayoi held a shield-like noble phantasm in his hand, and immediately his real name and spell came into his mind. This is the distant ideal city, Camelot. It is our hometown that heals all wounds and all resentment. Show up. The ideal city of Camelot is already far away. In an instant, the city walls of Camelot in front of Izayoi appeared one by one. This skill is strong or weak. It depends on how difficult the hearts of the people who release this noble phantasm are, and how strong the defense of the city wall is. Boom! The Chi Dragon Emperor's breath hit the city wall of Camelot and was directly offset by it. Chi Dragon Emperor is a dragon, and the means of attack are his own skills. If he were a human, he would use a weapon to attack, which would have no effect at all. Izayoi, blessed with the power of the sun's constellation Leo, deflects all weapon attacks. After a burst of dragon breath was completed, the dragon's eyes of the true Along Emperor flashed with a strange brilliance, staring at the front. Looking at Izayoi, who was protected by a huge city wall in front of her, Shin Along's eyes were full of surprise, but she didn't stop her attack. Really? The Emperor Along opened his huge mouth again, and the scorching fire element breath gathered in his mouth. This time the dragon's breath is 5 times more powerful than the last dragon's breath attack. Izayoi's battle experience, who has experienced countless fights and battles in Hakoniwa world, is extremely rich. His favorite fighting method is to fight and kill each other in close combat. But after obtaining the king's treasure, I traveled to Izayoi where resources were intertwined, and when he saw the true Red Dragon God Emperor, he had already decided to use the king's treasure to fight the opponent. Izayoi is extremely confident in his own strength. And the real Along God Emperor did not know that he had been used as a tool for training skills by Izayoi. After blocking the first dragon breath attack of the true Along God Emperor, next to Izayoi, a golden ripple swayed and a sword appeared. Izayoi held the noble phantasm shield in his left hand, and in his right hand, he took out Siegfried's noble phantasm, the great sword of illusion, the fallen demon from the king's treasure house. Any noble phantasm taken from the king's treasure is the original text of the noble phantasm, just like the Izayoi great sword's original text is the sword of twilight. Seeing the shining dragon god emperor, who was condensing the dragon's breath again, eager to erupt, Izayoi also released the real name of the noble phantasm in his hand without hesitation. Real name Liberation. In an instant, the imagination great sword held in Izayoi's hand shot a purple magic beam of light that shot straight into the sky. The shield noble phantasm in Izayoi's hand also dissipated immediately, and he held the imaginary great sword, heavenly demon lost with both hands, and raised his head high. Izayoi opened his mouth and sang the liberation spell of the noble phantasm, the dragon of evil has fallen. The world is approaching dusk. Shoot it down. The great sword of fantasy, the demon has fallen. The space around Izayoi seemed to be unable to withstand such a huge release of magic power. There were cracks in the space, and the wind spread out, and the ground made of rocks also cracked. Really, the space around the Scarlet God Emperor seemed to be unable to withstand the burning of the dragon's breath gathered in her mouth, as if every inch of it melted. Boom! Two loud bangs rang out in this space at the same time, and the scorching fiery dragon breath of the true Along Emperor collided with the purple magic beam of Izayoi. Where the dragon's breath and the magic beam of light collided, the space shattered every inch, and the powerful impact spread out, burning and destroying the surrounding space. The ground of the battlefield of gifts could not stand the destruction of such a powerful force, and it began to collapse inch by inch. At the end of Izayoi Kazuma Along God Emperor's feet, there was no ground at all, and the two stood directly in the void to fight. After spitting out the second dragon breath attack, the true Along God Emperor looked at Izayoi with a horrified look in his eyes. But the next moment, her eyes returned to normal. After all, a person who dared to challenge himself has a certain strength no matter what. Human, I agree with your strength, but this is not my limit. If you want to defeat me with these weapons in your hands, it is impossible. Show your real strength. Hearing the words of the true Along Shendi, Izayoi said with a hint of joy on his face. Comfortable. Since you said so, then I'll be a little more serious. It's just that Izayoi's expression changed slightly in the next moment, and he felt a thought, as if he wanted to get into his mind. Dream power. Izayoi immediately understood the system of this power. As the Demon High School, the true Red Dragon God Emperor is one of the two dragon gods. And the unique ability of the true Along God Emperor is the power of fantasy. This power can easily shatter the boundaries between fantasy and reality, ignoring all substance. Her ability is not only this, she can also sneak into the dream of any creature at will. If any creature has no defensive measures in the concept of dreamland, it will be invaded by the true Red Dragon God Emperor, who will see through all the thoughts in your heart. Back then, the infinite dragon god Orpheus was expelled from this space gap by the true Red Dragon God Emperor with the power of fantasy. And the infinite dragon god is not incapable of defeating the true Red Dragon Emperor, it is only the difference between the strength and weakness caused by the difference between the two people's understanding of the power system. But if the infinite dragon god Orpheus really used all his strength to fight the true Red Dragon God Emperor, it would be really difficult to tell the outcome. With a slight smile on the corner of Izayoi's mouth, he didn't do anything to resist, letting the power of the real Along Divine Emperor enter into his mind. The Emperor Along felt that Izayoi was sneaked into his mind without any resistance. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and the next moment her expression changed dramatically. That is. Chapter 5, Wind of Decadence. Fierce battle with the true Red Dragon God Emperor. After activating the skill, the Emperor of the Red Dragon looked at the world in Izayoi's mind in horror. In front of the real Along God Emperor, all he saw was nothingness, and there was nothing but nothingness. The endless nothingness was like a sharp sword, smashing the skills that the true Along God Emperor launched. The real Along God Emperor Long Cow spit out a large mouthful, and looked at the human in front of him in surprise. Puff! Scarlet blood fell in the void, as coquettish as a blooming flower. What kind of existence are you? Are you the world itself? No, you are not this world, you are the master of other worlds. Really? The Scarlet Dragon God Emperor just stared in the dragon eyes, the human boy with golden hair and purple eyes and a wicked smile on his face. Why do you still call him a human being? Because the Emperor Along felt the aura of human beings in him. But the person in front of him has completely transcended the concept of human beings. Izayoi was a world in itself before crossing, so Izayoi's mind was full of nothingness. From a conceptual point of view, Izayoi's whole person is a single universe structure, and even the sea of thoughts in his mind is as vast as a universe. And the real Along God Emperor, even the boundary of the single universe structure, has not touched how to beat Izayoi. Haha. Interesting, it's my turn to attack next. Izayoi activated his another cosmology, raised the weapon level in the king's treasure by a large level and added some attributes. It has powerful lethality to dragons, gods, demons, and vampires. Since he transformed his planet into a simulated innovation map before Izayoi crossed, he has had infinite possibilities. The Lock of Heaven. In Hakoniwa world, there is also a nickname called the Fourth Calamity. The Wind of Decadence slumbered within Izayoi, who had the final trial of human beings. When Izayoi reached the single universe structure, he entered the world of Little Garden to find the Wind of Decadence, and devoured the Wind of Decadence into his body. Izayoi itself has a style of manifestation and decadence for thinking, and it is the same existence in terms of certain images. When Izayoi devoured the Wind of Decadence, the Wind of Decadence did not struggle too much, and he, who had no thinking, was like a gust of wind blowing past. No one dared to approach the decadent wind in the Hakoniwa world, but only Izayoi could touch or even devour it. Therefore, the gods of the Hakoniwa world identified Izayoi as the fourth natural disaster, Eternal Night Demon King, the final trial of mankind. Izayoi spread out most of his aura, and a terrifying aura swept through the entire dimensional gap. Under the impact of Izayoi's momentum, the entire dimensional gap began to tremble violently. The surrounding space began to appear cracks like leaves. From Izayoi's feet, countless golden-colored iron chains appeared and attacked the true Red Dragon God Emperor. And Izayoi's body was also wrapped in a black whirlwind. Cracks appeared in the space blown by the whirlwind, and Izayoi's body followed closely behind the lock of the sky, like a whirlwind, flying towards the true Along God Emperor. That is. For the first time, a look of horror appeared in the eyes of the true Along God Emperor. Not only the terrifying pressure brought by the lock of the sky at Izayoi's feet, but also the destruction and the power of the end brought about by the black wind entwined around Izayoi's body. I felt the terrifying pressure emanating from Izayoi, who showed his true strength. Really? The Along God Emperor's body began to tremble. That is not an existence that she can contend with. Despite this, the Emperor Along calmed down her terrified heart and roared at Izayoi. She knew that she had made a stupid move just now. To underestimate the existence in front of you, the existence in front of you has exceeded the scope of this world level. Therefore, the Emperor Along took out all his strength, and fought a fight because of the enemy in front of him. It is not without reason that it sleeps in the interdimensional gap, and she is guarding this world from outsiders. And now is the time for her to do her duty. Ow! The real Along God Emperor let out a huge dragon roar, and the crimson scales all over his body lit up with dazzling light. The power of fantasy shining with colorful rays of light is wrapped around the huge dragon body. The real Along God Emperor was enveloped in terrifying energy, swooping towards Izayoi like a cannonball. In the process of diving, the huge dragon mouth opened to gather the scorching energy aura and condensed into a dragon breath cannonball. When the real Along God Emperor was about to rush in front of Izayoi, he directly fired the dragon breath cannonball condensed in his mouth. Looking at the oncoming dragon's breath cannonball, Izayoi didn't mean to dodge, but instead accelerated the speed and slammed into the dragon's breath cannonball directly. Chapter 6, Training the Maid. Really? God Emperor Along. Looking at the oncoming dragon's breath cannonball, Izayoi didn't mean to dodge, but instead accelerated the speed and slammed into the dragon's breath cannonball directly. The dragon's breath cannonball was wrapped in the power that could pierce through space and the universe, enough to destroy a star, and directly slammed into the decadent wind around Shishi. The real Along God Emperor looked at the human beings in front of him making such a stupid move, and his eyes were full of shock. Even the infinite dragon god Orpheus did not dare to attack the dragon breath shells that he had condensed with all his strength. The humans in front of them don't take it seriously at all, and usually bump into it directly. But the next moment, I saw Izayoi's body pierced through the dragon breath cannonball abruptly, without the slightest scar on his body. The dragon's breath cannonball was completely torn, swallowed, and drowned into nothingness by the decadent wind entangling around Izayoi. The dragon's eyes of the true Along God Emperor shrunk into needle-like shapes. Looking at the 16th night that had come to him, his eyes were full of horror. The wind around you. Is that the wind that represents the end and destruction? Hee. Are you surprised? That's right. The wind around me represents the ultimate destruction, because I'm the devil. The real Along God Emperor looked at the evil smile that slowly appeared on the face of the blonde boy who came to him, and his body trembled violently for some reason, as if she had predicted her own destiny. Kakaka. Immediately arrived at the lock of the sky, the body of the true red dragon god emperor was wrapped like a zongzi. Really, the Along God Emperor let out a loud roar and struggled violently. But what shocked her was that no matter how hard she tried to break free from the golden chains on her body, she didn't move at all. It's useless. This is the chain I specially prepared for you. As long as you are still a dragon, as long as you have divinity, you will not be able to break free from the shackles of the heavenly lock. Really? Along Shentian listened to the words of the young man in front of him and felt the golden chains wrapped around his body, and a sense of despair hit his heart. Really, the Emperor Along never imagined that he would have such a day when he was bound in the void by a human boy with chains and would be powerless to fight back. But the next moment, the eyes of Alongshan were filled with madness and destruction. I will never give in to you, you can't think of taking me back so easily. The body of the true Along God Emperor, who was imprisoned in the void by the heaven's chain, violently turned around and threw his tail out towards Izayoi. Hey. It's useless to give up struggling, no matter how unwilling you are, you can't change your destiny to be my pet. Standing in the same place, Izayoi was no more than no less, and watched the tail of the true Along God Emperor hit his face. The tail, which is 10 times thicker than a bucket, has the power to tear the void, enough to shatter a star. But Izayoi was easily grabbed with one hand. Izayoi was like having a shoulder throw with the real Dragon God Emperor, holding the real Dragon God Emperor's tail in the void, and violently slammed it from the left to the right. What? The eyes of the true Along God Emperor were full of horror, and the human being in front of him could easily lift his body. The body of the real Along God Emperor was smashed by Izayoi on the barrier of the gift game space. Because of the severe pain, the real Along God Emperor let out a scream. Hey. Give you 2 choices to surrender or be beaten by me to surrender. Hearing Izayoi's words, a hint of helpless pain flashed in the eyes of the true Along God Emperor. What is the difference between these 2 choices and one choice? One has to give in after being beaten a little more, and the other is to give in directly and be beaten less. Now she is like a fish on a chopping board who recognizes Izayoi butchers it, and fights whatever she wants. No matter how angry and crazy, the true Along God Emperor, and knowing her current situation, she had no choice but to give in. I surrender. The Emperor Along reluctantly chose to surrender. When the real Along God Emperor chose to surrender himself, the surrounding gift game space began to slowly dissipate. In the end, it turned into 2 rings, which were placed on Izayoi's right finger and the dragon claw of the true red dragon god emperor. And Maki Dragon God Emperor's body was also slowly shrinking, and finally turned into a Oni-san wearing a black gothic dress. A head of jet black hair is draped over his shoulders, his black eyes are full of wisdom that can see through people's hearts, and there is a delicate and pretty face with the innate coercion of a strong man, which makes people feel a sense of adoration. Really, the Emperor Ilong has seen his master here. The Emperor Ilong stretched out his two little hands as white as jade, lifted the skirt and made a gesture of bending over to meet the master. Yes, you know the etiquette. I thought you didn't even know these basic common sense and was planning to teach you. Seeing the happy expression on Izayoi's face, the whip suddenly appeared in his hand, and a cold sweat fell on the forehead of the true Ilong God Emperor. P.S. I beg for subscription, I beg for flowers, I beg for evaluation votes, I beg for rewards. Asterisk. Chapter 7, Gyulaphia. The Emperor Ilong looked at the little leather whip that Izayoi was holding in his hand, and there was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. If you look closely, you will find that the real Ilong God Emperor is wearing a ring on his right finger. Contract ring. As long as the Emperor Scarlet Dragon wore this ring all day, she would not be able to disobey any orders given by Izayoi. The truth that clearly understands this. In order to avoid the pain of flesh and blood, the Emperor Ilong can only compromise and be the servant of the man in front of him. My master, who will guard the space gap after I leave. If there is another strong person like you, then the world will really collapse. The Emperor Ilong raised his delicate and pretty face, looked at Izayoi and asked in a tone of pleading with doubts. You don't have to worry about this, people from the outside world can no longer come to this world because when I defeated you, I had already filled up the space gap here. Those whose fighting skills are above the level of the cosmos structure will not be able to come to this world through the prohibition of my subordinates. Hearing the answer he wanted, the Emperor Ilong felt like he had put down a huge stone in his heart. He breathed a sigh of relief, then lifted his skirt again, looked at Izayoi and said in an extremely sincere tone. Since this is the case, then I can rest assured. From now on, I am really the Ilong God Emperor, and I am willing to follow the master of the 16th night for the rest of his life. Okay, I accept your loyalty, I want to see how much pleasure you can bring me. Hearing the true oath of the Ilong God Emperor, the corners of Izayoi's mouth twitched slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. There is nothing to do next, I hate being bored. May I ask if the master likes pretty girls very much? Oh. Suddenly hearing Ilongdi's question, Izayoi turned his head to look at Ilongdi with a puzzled look on his face, and then Izayoi put on a happy smile as if thinking of something again and asked. My little maid, do you know that something interesting is going to happen? Being stared at by Izayoi's undisguised eyes, the face of the true Red Dragon God Emperor turned slightly red. I do know that a wedding is going to be held in the underworld recently, and a girl named Gyulaphia is going to marry the Lusazex family. Hearing the words of Shin, Red Dragon Emperor, Izayoi also remembered the plot of Demon High School in his mind. The eldest sister-in-law of the original male protagonist of Gyulaphia, Lucifer's family has served the old devil Lucifer's confidant for generations. She is known for her strength, and she is known as the strongest queen among all the servants in the underworld. Gyulaphia? Then we'll go grab her, it just so happens that it's not enough for you to be my maid alone. Really, the Emperor Ilong breathed a sigh of relief. Because when Izayoi said that he was bored just now, his eyes were full of fire. Especially the lightly shaking leather whip in his hand made Zhen Emperor Ilong feel a shudder. She didn't want to be taught by the man in front of her with a whip, even though she couldn't resist if the man in front of her ordered to do this to her. The clever Chi Dragon God Emperor led this mess to other people. Come out, Vimana. A sailboat made of gold and emerald gemstones, Hui's Hu. The throne of the king of Tianxiang, one of the noble phantasms commonly used by Gilgamesh in the moon world. A flying tool recorded in the two epic poems of Vedic mythology, Ramayana and Mahabharata. This is an air-mobile weapon that can roam the sky. Using mercury as fuel, the solar energy generated by the sun crystal is driven, and it can fly at high speed in defiance of the laws of physics. Equipped with excellent weapons from ancient machine guns to ancient nuclear warheads, it is like a hero, the king's exclusive fortress. The Emperor Ilong looked at the golden flying boat that appeared in front of him with a look of surprise. Shining with a gorgeous golden appearance, it gives people a feeling of grandeur, and the cannons and attack magic on it give people a feeling of invincibility. Izayoi jumped lightly and jumped to the golden throne on the golden flying boat. And the true Ilong God Emperor also jumped on the golden flying boat behind Izayoi. Izayoi sat on the throne of the king with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and used his magic power to fly towards the underworld as Vimana. And the body of the true Ilong God Emperor kept shrinking, and shrinking into a small puppet. This is Izayoi's ability to attach to the real Dragon God Emperor, and the size can be changed at will. The Emperor Ilong turned into a small doll and jumped to Izayoi's shoulder and sat down. You give me direction, I will control. Okay, there is a space exit over there, from there, you can enter the underworld, and then... Under the guidance of the true Ilong God Emperor, Izayoi drove the golden flying boat towards the underworld. Really? Why did the Emperor Ilong say that? It was because when he invaded Izayoi's mind, he inadvertently spied some information. She knew that Izayoi wanted to get this girl, so she said it accordingly. P.S. The opening of a new book requires data support. Readers and fans, please vote for more monthly tickets for Flowers, and support them with evaluation votes. Asterisk. Chapter 8, Gurfia kneeling for subscription, kneeling for reward, monthly ticket, kneeling for flowers. Gurfia Lucifer, known as the Queen of Annihilation, is the queen of the Lucifer family. The surname Sifgus is also well known in the underworld, and has always served the Lucifer family, the old Demon King's family. Because the 4 Demon Kings of the underworld all died in battle, the entire underworld was in turmoil and fell into the chaos of war. There are constant disputes between the Demon Lord of the old faction and the Demon Lord of the new faction. As long as there is a conflict, no matter which side comes into conflict first, the other side will directly challenge it and never die. As a member of the core family of the old Demon Lord Lucifer family, Gurfia's Sifgus is also well known among demons for his fighting abilities. Among the younger generation of demons in the underworld, Gurfia was vaguely called the title of the strongest woman by the demons. Of course, only the old Demon Lord faction and the new Demon Lord faction called Gurfia that way. There are also many female demons comparable to Gurfia. The reason for the turmoil in the underworld was because of the positions of the 4 great demon kings. Because the underworld cannot be without its ruler, the fallen angels and the angels, the 2 major forces have been keeping an eye on the underworld. The underworld must quickly select the new 4 major demon kings to fight against the 2 major forces that have been peeping at the underworld. However, the Gremory family, with the support of many demon kings, stood up. Only the strong can get everything, the demons suggest. Sazakes Gremory, a man with scarlet long hair and the youngest head of the Gremory family, made such a declaration at the negotiation meeting. Wanting to become the 4 demon kings, without any cover-up, this is the support from many demons and his own strength. But the rest of the clans, including the old-school affiliated families, held strong objections. In order to fulfill his dream, Sazakes implemented a bloody ruling method and killed several superior demons who resisted his demands. Completely ended this long war between the reformists and the old demon lord. Many demons maintained a state of support for Sazakes' move, and even Gurfia had a favorable impression of Sazakes. Those rotten and fallen families can no longer support the development forces of the underworld and the angels against the fallen angels. If the underworld is really handed over to these people, the underworld will be finished sooner or later. 7 demons were standing in front of Gurfia in the conference room. The 5 men and 2 women are all superior demons. Such a lineup can be said to be very terrifying. The Queen of Annihilation, your strength is well known to the old Demon King faction. I also hope you will consider joining us. A wretched-looking man who looked like a leader looked at Gurfia with a cold look and said. The menace of the man's words meant that the individual could hear it. Grafia is so powerful that she is praised as the most powerful female demon even among the old demon lords. But at this moment, she was facing 7 demons of the highest level comparable to her. Just guessing, she knew that she couldn't beat the 7 people in front of her. Gurfia, looking at the 7 demons in front of her, shook her head helplessly and said with a smile. I really underestimated those old guys. I didn't expect to hide so many superior demons. The old Demon King faction is not as simple as it seems on the surface, and we still have more ways to hide. Sooner or later, the new reformers will suffer some pain. The demon man who looked like a leader looked at Gurfia in a playful tone and said. But the old Demon King faction is hiding so deeply, so why do you need the power of me, Gurfia? The leading man frowned when he heard Gurfia's words. He didn't expect the woman in front of him to be so difficult to deal with, and he has not been persuaded yet. A female demon next to him saw the frowning frown of the leading man, and came to Gurfia with a smile and said. Gurfia, you have to think carefully. We are all from the old demon lord faction, and you should have a good idea of which side you want to help. The charming female demon who came over looked at Gurfia with a smile on her face. He stretched out a hand and wanted to touch Gurfia's face, but Gurfia dodged it. Grafia looked at the female demon who came before her with disgust. We heard that you have a relationship with Sazakes of the new Demon Lord faction. P.S. Kneeling for flowers, kneeling for monthly pass, kneeling for evaluation ticket, kneeling for reward, kneeling for subscription. Asterisk. Chapter 9, Opening a Harem is a Man's Romance, 1, New Book for Collection and Reward. Do you think you can leave this time? I'll put my words here today. If you don't join us, you must. The leading man at the head looked at Gurfia with naked greed in his eyes. And the female demon who just came next to Gurfia is an existence that he has long been tired of, and now he takes a fancy to Gurfia. Although he also knew that Gurfia and Sazakes had a marriage contract, he didn't care at all. Gurfia understood, this time, her presence was directly jumping into the trap of this group of people. If he really agreed to join this man's marriage, then he would definitely lose everything. Gurfia raised her delicate and pretty face, with a faint smile on her face, looked at the leading man and said. If the 4 of you die like this, then this war doesn't seem to need to be fought. Not good. Hurry away, this guy is going to blow himself up. The leading man didn't realize anything at first, but when he noticed the abnormal fluctuations in Gurfia's body, he knew that Gurfia was going to self-explode to kill them. Countless demons scattered like ants on a hot pan. The self-destruction of a superior demon was enough to blow this area into ashes. Although it is said that these 7 superior demons can survive, they are also seriously injured. Looking at the higher-level demons and lower-level demons fleeing in all directions, a smile appeared on the corner of Gurfia's mouth, and she said an idiot. Then he swept towards the outside of the demon conference room at a high speed. Boom! With a loud bang, the demon's conference room exploded directly. With the help of thrust, Gurfia quickly fled into the distance. The 7 superior demons walked out from the center of the explosion, coughing while sweeping the smoke and dust in front of them with their hands. Cough. Damn it, don't let her run away, chase after me, I want to live, after I catch it, I'll be cool first and then you. The leading man stared at Gurfia viciously, and the fleeing direction was ordered by a group of still alive demons. Hey hey! Long live the boss, let's go get him back and give it to the boss. Hundreds of surviving high-level demons and intermediate-level demons heard the words of the leading man. Greed flashed in his eyes, excitedly chasing in the direction of Gurfia's escape. The demons spread out their back, like bat-like wings. Their wings are not the same as those of the fallen angels that grow on oracle bones, but grow on their waists. Gurfia turned her head to look at the demons who were chasing after her, and a cold sweat fell on her forehead. When her power had just detonated the demon meeting, 8/10 of her power had been used, and another 10th of her power had been used to escape, and now she only had 1/10 of her power. Just when her physical strength was about to be exhausted, the arrogant laughter of the demon slowly approached from a distance. In despair, she closed her eyes and waited for the tragedy that would happen to her next. The sound of shelling sounded in the sky. Looking up, both the devil and Gurfiya were surprised to see the golden flying boat that appeared in the sky. What it is? It looks so big, so scary. Dodge the idiot, the shells shot from the spaceship are coming towards us. An intermediate demon saw the situation on the battlefield clearly. Unless the shells shot from the car were all flying towards him. Quickly reminded his subordinates. But still too late. The king's horn. I saw that the golden flying boat continued to flash like a cannonball-like light. A cannonball penetrated at an extremely high speed, and it was about to approach the head of the demon of Gurfiya. Boom! After a loud bang, a deep pit appeared on the ground behind Gurfiya, and the 3 demons that chased after them vanished on the spot as if they did not exist. Most of the demons who came to chase after Gurfiya were covered by the cannon fire of the flying boat and turned into fly ashes. P.S. I beg for a reward, I beg for flowers, I beg for an evaluation ticket, I beg for a monthly pass. Asterisk. Chapter 10, Go to the Human World New Book for Data. At this moment, a purple-eyed boy wearing a high school uniform with blonde hair and earphones jumped off the golden flying boat. The blonde boy fell beside Gurfiya and supported the crumbling girl with one hand. Gurfiya raised her eyes to see who was coming to save her. With an impeccably handsome face, strong and powerful arms, hair like gold, and eyes like amethyst, at this moment, Gurfiya felt that her heart was intoxicated. Gurfiya's eyes began to appear multiple shadows, and she needed a good night's sleep to replenish her power consumption. Izayoi sensed Gurfiya's situation, and it was a little bad. Gurfiya, who was originally a demon lord, shouldn't be like this. But those few demons should have obtained some kind of sinister means aimed at Demon King level strength. Gurfiya was originally a demon king, but she was only able to use 1/3 of her strength. The remaining 2/3 seemed to be sealed by something, but this seal didn't last long, and it only took an hour to recover. It seems that the old demon lord faction really has no need to get Gurfiya's help. Izayoi used his own power to infuse Gurfiya's body, helping her to remove the abnormal energy fluctuations in her body. But despite this, after the recovery of strength, the mental state of Gurfiya is still a little sluggish. Looking at the shaky body of the girl who was being supported by him, it seemed like she was about to faint in the next moment. Indeed, in the next second, the girl's body fell into Izayoi's arms as if it had lost its backbone. It's okay, there is no danger to life, take it back first. The remaining 20 or so demons who were not covered by artillery fire all looked at Izayoi, who jumped from the golden flying boat with a look of horror. The 7 high-level demons who flew from a distance also looked at Izayoi with a look of horror, and they felt the devil-like aura from Izayoi's body. We finally deceived Gurfiya and buried the magic circle that had been prepared in the conference room, just to target her. The leading demon man stared at Izayoi with an embarrassed expression. Not long ago, they found a magic circle that was specifically aimed at Demon King level strength, although it was not a complete version. With the help of hundreds of demons and 7 superior demons, a magic circle was set up for Gurfiya specifically to interfere with the flow of magic in Gurfiya's body. But now the 7 demons watched helplessly as the man on the opposite side lifted the abnormal flow of magic in Bravil. There is no one else but the Demon King who can do this. Izayoi glanced at the 7 superior demons and a bunch of younger brothers who flew over from a distance. He grabbed a small stone on the ground and threw it at the 7 superior demons who could come. Whoosh! Boom! The male demon and the enchanting female demon who had once threatened Gurfiya exploded directly. The stone fell on the ground, as if a meteorite hit the ground and a pit appeared directly. Of course, the aura of the Demon King was radiated by Izayoi on his own initiative, otherwise, how could it be possible to tell just by their few superior demons? Izayoi didn't care what they were thinking about and what they wanted to do, and held Grafia and flickered back to the Vimana one by one. Izayoi drove Vimana with Grafia in his arms and flew towards the human world. Since Izayoi's move, a terrifying rumor has been left in the underworld. In the underworld, there are not only the 4 major demon kings, but the 5 major demon kings, a demon king without a name. The time point when Izayoi traveled between the underworld and the human world was not relative but contradictory. It was 100 years later when he traveled to the human world. Traversing back to the underworld, that was 100 years before the time point in the human world. P.S. Kneeling for flowers, kneeling for evaluation tickets, kneeling for reward, kneeling for monthly pass, kneeling for subscription *. Chapter 11, Grafia who gave welfare new book for data. Jingle bell. In a room full of ancient style, with countless wall hangings on the surrounding walls, 2 people were lying on the bed. I saw a strong hand stretched out from the quilt and crushed the alarm clock that was ringing in bursts. Looking carefully, there were 3 pillows on the bed. Izayoi was lying in the middle, and the real Ilong God Emperor was lying on the left. The pillow on the right seemed to be neatly arranged. Grafia opened the door and walked in, lifted the quilt, and pulled Izayoi out of the bed. Master Izayoi should have breakfast. After saying that, Grafia turned around and brought the clothes that were on the side to Izayoi. Zhen. Scarlet Dragon God Emperor, who was sleeping beside him, heard the movement slowly, opened his eyes and woke up from his sleep. Sister Crimson, we are all the young master's maids. If you wake up later than the young master every day, how can you take care of the young master? Grafia looked at Zhen. Scarlet Dragon God Emperor, who had just woken up now, and said in a reproachful tone. Do you think I want to sleep so late? If someone has to watch some luminous watch at night. Grafia also remembered what happened last night, so she boiled 20 eggs for Izayoi this morning. Although Izayoi had endless physical strength and would not get tired at all, it was no match for Izayoi's laziness. Izayoi stretched out his arms and grabbed it forward, holding a wren-like object into his arms, burying his head directly into the bottomless career line. After about 3 minutes, Grafia sighed helplessly and said, It's almost time, hurry up and get ready to go to school after breakfast, or you will be late. An interesting day begins with Grafia. Izayoi said, and then stretched out his arms, letting Grafia dress on purpose. Grafia seemed to be used to the actions of Izayoi just now. Crimson, you are still staying at home with Grafia today. If you are bored, you can play games or something. Note, I don't know how to name Zhen. Ilong God Emperor, so I use red. Please post the name in the comment area, I will check it out then. Master, you have been worrying too much, I will wait for you to come back obediently at home. The Emperor Ilong also got up from the bed, put on his clothes, got out of bed and stood beside him waiting. Wearing a black gothic outfit and wearing black lace socks on her beautiful legs, she was as tall as Grafia standing together. 2. Oni-san type maids stand together and serve themselves to get up, living like an emperor. Don't worry, young master, with me at home, you don't have to worry about the safety of Chi-hong and me. While talking, Grafia helped Izayoi get dressed in Kuo Academy's school uniform. I have to say that the school uniform of Kawang Academy is really ugly, not as good looking as my original clothes. Izayoi looked at the clothes that Grafia helped put on for him, and complained helplessly. As far as I know, Kawang Academy was only a girls' academy a few years ago. Only in recent years have some boys been added, so it's a bit inferior in terms of school uniforms. If you are really dissatisfied, why don't I make a school uniform for you? Dressed in a blue and white maid outfit, with silver hair tied at the temples with 2 braids. Grafia looked at Izayoi with a gentle smile and said, Since I was rescued from the underworld by Izayoi and then returned to rule the underworld, I have lived in the human world and Izayoi Shinji. Due to the conspiracy of the old Demon King faction, Grafia didn't have any good feelings for the old King faction, and finally decided to follow Izayoi wholeheartedly. He dedicated his entire body and mind to Izayoi, signed a master-servant contract, and lived for Izayoi alone in his life. As for the engagement with Sazakes, it was long forgotten by Grafia. Right now, what Grafia has in mind is to accompany Izayoi to take care of him and bring him joyful things. By the way, a girl named Jichu Kana came to you this morning. Is she here again? She is really persistent. In order to let me join her students, she will ask me about my situation for 2 consecutive weeks. Izayoi sorted out his clothes. What do you think of your clothes? Why do you feel dazzling? I wanted to take it off and change into my old school uniform, but Grafia stopped her. Master, you should dress like this. After all, you are going to this school. When you come back tonight, I will change your clothes with my own hands. Izayoi looked at Grafia's pleading gaze, and finally put on Kuo Academy's school uniform. Maybe that girl will fall in love with you, or you will join her student union. I think she is also a devil. Izayoi sat at the dining table, looked at Grafia next to him doubtfully, and said, I don't know who it is. When I saw the girl and I came back from school together, I was so angry that I blew up the kitchen. As soon as Izayoi's voice fell, Grafia, who was standing beside her, quickly turned red in embarrassment and pretended to cough twice. Cough, that's because I heard that you had a girlfriend on campus, so I thought that girl was your girlfriend. And standing next to Izayoi, Shinji Alongshendi looked at Grafia with a look of wanting to laugh but not daring to laugh. Are you so jealous when you hear that I have a girlfriend, and just blow up the kitchen? Izayoi teased Grafia with a happy face and started to enjoy breakfast. P.S. Kneeling for flowers, kneeling for monthly pass, kneeling for recommendation ticket, kneeling for reward, 40 update today. Chapter 12, Go to Kawang College New Book for Data. Master, please stop teasing me. Grafia looked at the happy smile on Izayoi's face, and there was a begging look in her eyes. Seeing Grafia's shy expression, Izayoi smiled and stopped teasing her. Then Izayoi thought about the taste of last night, which was really wonderful. By the way, are there any drinks I want to drink for me? Izayoi looked at the Nayaka in his hand. Of course he knew what Nayaka was made of, it was made with strawberries from France. And New Zealand cows are brewed by the special method of Grafia. So Izayoi liked this kind of milk tea very much, and often asked Grafia and Shinji Dragon God Emperor to learn how to make it. In this way, you only need to find someone from France and New Zealand to buy the materials you need and make them at home, which is very convenient. Izayoi stretched out his hand and took the milk tea that Grafia brought to him. Izayoi put the empty cup back on the tray, nodded at Grafia, packed up his things and walked towards Kuo Academy. Then, I'm going out. Izayoi said, then turned and walked towards Kawang Academy. While walking, Izayoi opened the Genesis book and began to read the contents that emerged from the Genesis book today. It was the magic of the Moon world. I saw that the magic that appeared on the first page of the Genesis book had transfer, manufacture, defense, and reconnaissance. After reading these magic tricks, Izayoi immediately started simulating them in his mind, planning the magic circuit, and then improving them and converting them into his own magic. Don't underestimate the short few seconds. In just a few seconds, these magic tricks have been experimented by him back and forth thousands of times in Izayoi's mind. In the end, it was improved to Izayoi, and the magic that was quite satisfactory was engraved in his mind. As long as Izayoi wants to use these magics, he only needs to mobilize the magic circuit that can be used in his mind, and directly touch the object with his hands to add defense, attack, and reconnaissance and other 3 kinds of magic. Seeking flowers. A few glances with the Along God Emperor intentionally or unintentionally, Grafia. Milk tea? Next time I have to learn how to make milk tea. The Emperor Along secretly made up his mind in his heart that he would definitely make a milk tea that would satisfy Izayoi next time. These 2 maids are not ordinary maids. One is in the underworld, but is a well-known Grafia, who has the title of the Queen of Annihilation. On the surface, he doesn't care about Izayoi's movements, but in fact, he quietly follows Izayoi every day and hides in the dark. Like Izayoi's shadow, Izayoi also knew about Graphia's existence, but she didn't point it out. It was because of Graphia's small movements that Izayoi felt a little joy. The real Along God Emperor can be regarded as the top two powerhouses, and now he is compromising. The duty of being a maid is to warm the 16th night, cook and clean every day. Grifia Lucifer, in the underworld, is a demon king who claims to annihilate the queen. Although it is said that he has served the demon king family since he was a child, he is not a maid who can only serve the master, and will also help the master to clean up some unnecessary troubles. The two girls came to Izayoi's room and made the bed in Izayoi's room. Put all the magic research materials Izayoi wrote down, put them on the table one by one, and wait for Izayoi to read them after returning home. Gyulafie suddenly remembered that Izayoi was very dissatisfied with her Kuo Academy's clothes, so she began to pick up some very good silk and satin, and began to sew a dress for Izayoi. And the real Red Dragon God Emperor went out to buy the ingredients for dinner at night. It also depends on the truth. The Along God Emperor is petite, but in this hell, no one knows, no one knows. There was once a peddler who wanted to trap the real Along, and the money in the hands of the God Emperor was severely beaten by her. From then on, no matter what the peddler is, I heard that after the real Along God Emperor came over, he would sell it to her at the original price. Don't dare to ask for more, or even less. P.S. This chapter is a modified chapter, and it may be a little confusing in some places, please forgive me. P.S. Unfortunately, I have been working on this chapter for nearly 3 days. P.S. Kneeling for flowers, kneeling for monthly passes, kneeling for evaluation tickets, kneeling for rewards. Asterisk. Chapter 13, The Changed Hyudoise New Book for Data. Holding the Genesis book in one hand, he turned his head and looked down, then walked towards Kawang Academy. The Book of Creation can not only be used to traverse, but every day, magic, skills, and knowledge of various worlds will emerge. For example, the first page of the Book of Creation today is Xingyu. The magic of the world. Good morning, Izayoi-kun. Suddenly a familiar voice came from behind. Izayoi turned his head and looked back. It was a man with brown hair tied into double ponytails, with a pair of pink eyes on his delicate face, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, giving a feeling of astringency. Izayoi recognized at a glance who the girl who greeted him was, Kiryu Lanhua. What a coincidence, Izayoi-kun didn't expect to meet you here. Kiryu Lanhua looked at Izayoi with a sweet smile on the corner of his mouth. What a coincidence, how do I feel that you are waiting for me on purpose? Looking at Izayoi, with a look that saw through his own small movements, Kiryu Lanhua felt a little embarrassed and coughed twice. It's still been seen by you, I'm waiting for you here. Oh. Izayoi snorted, seemingly interested in Kiryu Lanhua waiting for him here. Then why are you waiting for me here? Hearing Izayoi's inquiry, Kiryu Lanhua said angrily. Look at what you've been like since you went to school, as if you're not interested in anything, but you're interested in everything, and you look like an outsider. Having said that, Kiryu Lanhua paused for a while, then looked at Izayoi and continued. But just like you are all round in sports, first in learning, and handsome in appearance. You are the dream lover of all the girls in the school, but why don't you talk to people? Hearing Kiryu Lanhua's words, Izayoi didn't care that there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. What does the life and death of others have to do with me? I was originally an outsider, laughing at disputes. Since Izayoi joined Kawang Academy for a month, he has said no more than 100 words in total, and most of them are to a few familiar people, and the rest have not spoken at all. At the Kuo Academy, I met the hero of the Demon High School Bing Teng Yuchen. Izayoi used his ability to change his interest. The current soldier Teng Yuchen is only interested in men, and he is all men except Izayoi. Izayoi recently heard that Bingtoiki Castle was entangled with Yuto Kaiba. Moreover, Kiryu Lanhua is a younger brother of Yuchin, who was introduced to Izayoi, in order to thank Izayoi for waking up his real interest. In return, he introduced his best female friend to Izayoi. Thinking of this, Izayoi's face couldn't help showing a happy expression again. I don't know which girl Bingtang Yuchin will introduce to him next. Izayoi's mouth was slightly raised, with a look of anticipation. In the eyes of others, Izayoi was holding an ordinary book in his hand. But it is this impression that left a good impression on all the female students in the school. You and Izayoi's classmates are the favorites of the whole school. They study with a book every day. Anything to be happy about, Izayoi-kun. Looking at the object of his crush, Izayoi's mouth was slightly raised with a smile on his face, and Kiryu Lanhua asked with a blushing face. That's right, it's a secret love. Ever since Bingtang Yuchin introduced herself to Nihoi Izayoi, she was tempted the moment she saw Nihoi Izayoi for the first time. She had never seen such a perfect man, too good in every way, not like a human being. It is an existence that Teng Izatsu can't compare with. I don't know why Bingtang Ichijo has become a special girl now, and he often haunts Kaiba Yuto, which seems to have a taste of. Kiryu Lanhua also once asked Ise what was going on with him now. But Hyoto Ise's reply surprised her because Ise told her that he only likes men now, so let Kiryu Lanhua stay away from him. When she heard the news, Kiryu Lanhua was also stunned. She didn't know what happened in Yuchin. But really, just like what Ise said, from that day on, he had no interest in women at all, because every day Ise's school bag contained pictures of beautiful men instead of pictures of beautiful men. This is also the time when Kiryu Lanhua passed the table and chairs made by Bingtang Ise, and accidentally saw the beautiful man painting in the drawer, only to confirm that Bingtang Ise really changed his interest. P.S. Kneeling for flowers, kneeling for rewards, kneeling for evaluation tickets, kneeling for monthly passes. Asterisk. Chapter 14, Rias Grammari New Book for Data. Izayoi, guess what color I'm wearing today? Kiryu Lanhua asked Izayoi with a look of anticipation on his face. Hearing this, Izayoi turned his head to look at Kiryu Lanhua. His purple eyes seemed to see through things themselves. The purple lace is the same as yesterday. Sure enough, do you have superpowers? Hearing the answer that he had expected in his heart, Kiryu Lanhua asked with a look of surprise. No, it was just a gust of wind. Hearing Izayoi's answer, the spectacled woman with glasses froze for a while, which was too perfunctory. Can't you change the reason? Don't you think this is very perfunctory? In this way, Izayoi was nagged by Kiryu Lanhua all the way to the school. Time passed quickly, and it didn't take long for it to come to noon. In the idle and boring Izayoi, I found a place where a big tree could enjoy the shade and sit down. Continue to take out your own creation book and look at the magic from the moon world. A figure stood in the window of the old school building. Hey! Izayoi felt a look from above his head and looked up, seeing a familiar person. Rias Grammari, the #1 idol of Kuo Academy, has countless fans of boys and girls, and is the head of the Supernatural Research Department. Izayoi's purple eyes and Rias Grammari's red eyes met in the air. Rias Grammari's eyes flashed with joy, surprise, and even a hint of exclusivity. It's a surprise to meet this girl here, Izayoi said with a sigh, and then ignored Rias's gaze and began to study his own magic. Junai, who is the boy reading downstairs? Rias played with a chess piece in her hand and sat on the sofa and asked the black-haired girl standing behind her. Hearing this, Hajime Akeno also turned to look at the blonde boy sitting under the tree and reading a book seriously under the window. Do you mean him, Lord Minister? Hearing Hajime Akeno's inquiry, Rias Grammari frowned and said. For some reason, he gave me a very dangerous feeling, and he gave me a human-like and human feeling. Hearing the answer from his head, Hajime Akeno began to narrate the information of Izayoi one by one. Back to 16 nights, a first-year student of Kawang Academy, who joined Kawang Academy a month ago. Excellent in performance, versatile in sports, and has a face that fascinates all beings. He is called a female killer among girls, and is regarded as a dream lover by many girls, a person like a Prince Charming. It's just that his character is relatively indifferent and rarely has contact with people. He is full of curiosity about all unknown things. He often sits next to him with a book by himself, and seems to be very fond of learning. Since he came to the school for a month, only Kiryu Lanhua and the student council president Shidori Sana have had a good relationship with her. After Rias heard the information she wanted, the corners of her mouth curved slightly, and her face was full of curiosity. What a strange person, who is obviously excellent in all aspects, but has a sense of reducing his sense of existence. Rias turned her head to look again, and Izayoi's eyes were full of interest in the eyes of Izayoi, who was sitting below and reading a book intently. I didn't expect that he would actually know Ji Kui Kang, this is not easy to handle. P.S. Kneeling for flowers, kneeling for monthly passes, kneeling for evaluation tickets, kneeling for data. Asterisk. Chapter 15, Heroic Spirit Summoning New Book for Data. Underworld, an unknown place. A girl of 11 or 12 years old, wearing a cute dress in pure black tones, with long straight and moist black hair, was walking in the forest. The sun shines on the girl's face through the gaps in the leaves, like a perfectly crafted face without any emotional color. A pair of pointy ears and dark gray pupils looked at a part of the world, as if there was something she cared about most. Why can't I sense her presence? Someone beat the Great Red. Since he can defeat the Great Red, he should also be able to send me back to that place. The infinite dragon god Orpheus began to walk in the direction as if he had located the direction of Izayoi. I don't know if he agrees to send me back to that place. When the girl left the forest, such a voice spread. Ask for a monthly pass. Time at school is always boring, but Izayoi, who has the Genesis book in his hand, doesn't think so. After a day at school, Izayoi finally learned how to summon a heroic spirit. As soon as Izayoi walked out of the classroom, a girl stopped him at the door. Izayoi-kun, are you really not considering joining my student council? Ji Kwangna stretched out his hands to block Izayoi, as if you must join the student council today or you won't give up. Izayoi looked at the eyes of the girl standing in front of him with a playful look, full of jokes. If you promise me one condition, I will join your student union. You can tell me what conditions, as long as it's not serious, I can agree. G.K. Kana's eyes suddenly lit up, and a happy smile appeared on his face when he heard Izayoi's compromised words. I want the position of vice president of the student council. This. Seeing the hesitant look on Ji Kwokang's face, Izayoi said with some dissatisfaction. Hesitating, since you want me to join your student union, you won't even give me the position of vice president of the student union. It seems that your sincerity is not enough. Hearing Izayoi's words, Ji Kwokang Na seemed to have made up his mind, nodded and agreed to Izayoi's request. I agree to your request and give you the position of the vice president of the student union, then you promise me to join the student union. Wearing glasses with short black hair and wearing a student uniform can't hide her proud figure. Izayoi looked at the girl in front of him expectantly. He was looking forward to joining the student council and becoming the vice president of the student council. What would happen? Then we agreed that you will report to the student union tomorrow. Seemingly afraid that Izayoi would regret it, Ji Kwokang stretched out his arms and put his arms around Izayoi, and began to send benefits. Izayoi also felt a surprise, but he quickly calmed down. After all, Izayoi is not that kind of innocent little virgin, 2 girls in the family, but he is used to giving himself welfare like this often. I still have some things to leave today. I will definitely report to the student union tomorrow, don't worry. Looking at the girl's expectant eyes, Izayoi said with a helpless sigh. He does have something to do. He plans to go back to summon the heroic spirits of the Xingye world. He has the characteristics of the original treasures of Xingyu World, and now he has obtained the summoning magic of Xingyu World. It is easy to summon anyone. P.S. Who do you want me to call? We'll soon enter the underworld again. P.S. Kneeling for flowers, kneeling for monthly passes, kneeling for evaluation tickets, kneeling for rewards. Asterisk. Chapter 16, Gaia and Alea new book for support. I'm back. Izayoi had just opened the door, and the habit he developed in Jidong made him shout into the house, but the scene in front of him made his words pause for a while. Welcome back, Master. Do you want to eat first? Or do you eat first? I saw Gurfia and Shin. Ilong God Emperor, the two of them knelt on both sides of the entrance, like well-behaved maids waiting for their master to come home. Not bad. I didn't expect that what I could only watch on TV before is now happening in front of my eyes. Izayoi pretended to cough twice, and said with an undisguised joy on his face, forget it, you two come with me to the underworld. Go to the underworld? Didn't we just come back? Are you ready to rob someone again? The two girls looked at Izayoi with puzzled eyes, not knowing what he was going to do. I'm going to cast a large-scale magic, but casting this magic in the human world may cause unnecessary trouble. Izayoi looked at the two girls with a serious face and said that he had no intention of hiding his next actions. Izayoi turned around and walked towards the door, and the moment he turned around, a door leading to the underworld appeared behind him. The two girls glanced at each other and followed 16 Leaf before heading to the underworld again. Inside a forest in the underworld, the two girls watched Izayoi cut their hands and carved a huge circle on the ground. Before the magic circle was completed, Izayoi had already started chanting a spell. Now the spell he sings is not to summon heroic spirits, but to reinforce the magic circle and add incantations that can summon heroic spirits. These incantations came from other worlds and were also learned by Izayoi in the Book of Creation. 5 minutes later, a huge magic circle with a radius of 20 meters was formed. Master, are you all right? Graphia hurried to Izayoi's side to check on Izayoi's situation. I'm fine, this blood is just trivial to me. You really don't feel bad for such a huge circle, how much blood does it consume? The real Ilong God Emperor also came to the home page with a worried look, and looked at the crimson red light on the ground, a circle of nearly 20 meters. My body is a star-shaped structure, and there is no concept of death at all. The blood that flows will breed in me the next moment. So what are you going to summon? I can see that this is a summoning circle, but I don't know what it is for. Graphia looked at Izayoi with a puzzled expression. This magic circle gives me a feeling of being connected to another time and space, but I don't know where the opposite is. The level of the real Ilong God Emperor is higher than that of Graphia, so there are more things that can be seen. Haha. This magic circle is connected to a world called Xingyu, and I can summon the heroic spirit of my choice from there. A look of joy appeared on Izayoi's face as he looked at the two girls in front of him. The two girls who signed a contract with him are equivalent to his own people and follow him all his life, so it doesn't hurt to tell them some secrets. Izayoi walked to the center of the circle, and just as he opened his mouth to sing a spell, the ground shook with a dazzling red light. On the surface of the underworld, a red light flashed straight to the sky. Master! Owner! Two voices mixed with anxiety and confusion rang in Izayoi's ears. Don't worry, I'm fine, you guys wait here, I'll be back soon. Izayoi passed the magic circle and saw that two people were destroying his summons in the world of Xingyu. Alea, Gaia, you. Before Izayoi's words, he disappeared into the underworld, and he completely left this world and appeared in another space. Izayoi looked at the two little lowly standing a few hundred meters in front of him, the anger on his face did not hide at all. P.S. Your support for me is the biggest motivation for my code words. Thank you readers for your rewards, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, flowers, and reminders. Asterisk. Chapter 17, Devouring Moon World New Book for Data. Izayoi looked at the two lowly who appeared in front of him, and information about them kept flashing in his mind. Alea, Gaia, why are you blocking me from summoning heroic spirits? You strange number that shouldn't exist, are you summoning the heroic spirit? You are summoning the heroic spirit together with the body. As the restraining force of the moon world, how could we just watch you summon our people to other worlds under our noses, and even never return? Gaia and Alea looked at Izayoi with indignant expressions, and the two of them hadn't attacked Izayoi yet. Izayoi blamed the two of them first, which made their already angry mood even more angry. Hearing the angry roars of the two girls, the expression on Izayoi's face gradually changed to a playful look. Since you don't agree, I will call them over, then I can grab them. Izayoi's character is pessimistic about life and death, and he does what he wants. No one can stop him from what he wants. Heroic spirits are things that become heroes who made great achievements in life and became the object of faith after death. As a protective human power is the highest existence, and its classification is not the undead but the close spirits. Spirits are powers that materialize using the box of people's impressions, but even the contents of heroic spirits are made up of people's ideals. Among the heroic spirits, there are legendary people, people who actually existed, and people who have not been observed. People with shallow beliefs are included in the big category of guardians and exercised as restraining power without will. The other heroic spirits, because of their high divinity and the like, turned into beings that were not on the human side but leaned toward the planet, and they were Gaia. Therefore, he was exempted from being included in the list of guardians, and most of the heroic spirits under Alea were the heroic spirits who worked for him and forcibly signed contracts. Gaia, the willpower of the planet Alea, the willpower of mankind. The specific modes of existence of Gaia and Alea both manifest as inhibitions. Once there is a threat to the existence of Gaia and Alea at a certain time and place in the world, then Gaia and Alea will suppress this threat. This being that is responsible for suppressing threats is called suppression. And now in the eyes of Gaia and Alea, Izayoi is an existence that poses a threat to the moon world. The willpower and Gaia who are the world of the moon have long sensed the summoning circle that appears in the throne of heroes. If it is an ordinary magic circle, they will not interfere too much. But the summoning circle that appears in the Hall of Valor this time is different from the ordinary circle. It can be directly connected to the heroic spirit body and summon the former circle together. Izayoi is not human through Gaia's observation, because he feels the same breath from Izayoi's body. Inhibition from other planes? Why do you want to summon the heroic spirits of our world? This is a given destiny. Since I learned how to summon the magic circle of heroic spirits, this is the cause, and my summoning of heroic spirits is the effect. Causality. Gaia frowned. If you're just summoning an ordinary heroic spirit, we won't obstruct it, but why do you want to take your main body with you? Gaia looked at Izayoi suspiciously. That's because I know that the heroic spirit that I summoned in the past is not the real body and will disappear after death, and what I want is to be loyal to the heroic spirit that I surrender to me. Izayoi looked at the two girls with a happy smile on his face, and he didn't want to hide his identity as willpower. Going back to the 16th night, the past life was Blue Star's body and restraint. Note, please refer to Chapter 1 for details. Before going through the time travel, Izayoi had reached a perfect level. In retrospect, Izayoi is both a human being and a star spirit. Reverse Izayoi and the Dragon Lord of the Little Garden World also have the third perpetual motion mechanism. It's just that the third perpetual motion mechanism of the two people is contradictory. The third movement mechanism that Longye walked was ultimate evil, but Izayoi's reversal was ultimate hope, and it was sure to overcome the ultimate evil. And only after defeating the Dragon Lord, can I go back to Izayoi to complete his perpetual motion mechanism Eternal Night. Do you think we will allow you to summon our heroic spirits to other worlds? Gaia said angrily, and with a wave of her little hand, the restraining force of the collapsed space attacked Izayoi. Boom! Izayoi looked at the restraining force that was swept in like a wave, but it did not move at all. Gaia and Alea are actually not very powerful. They are powerful because they are the willpower of the world of pleasure and can manipulate the world. And Izayoi also knew that the easiest way to deal with Gaia Alea was to destroy the moon world. Gaia and Alea, who coexist with the moon world, are attacked when the world is attacked. Simulation of creating a star map, eternal night. In an instant, another night sky appeared behind Izayoi. Izayoi's inhibitory power radiated from his body, entered the real world through the imaginary space, and devoured the parallel universe of hundreds of moon worlds in an instant. It was just that Gaia's face turned pale in an instant. Humans were undoubtedly Aleas of aggregates, and there were very few facial expressions that fluctuated for the first time. Stop, UBD, what are you doing? If you continue to devour like this, our world will become your world. Gaia's heart was full of fear, because he found that under the eternal night of 16 nights, countless parallel universes survived and peeled off their bodies. Their power is waning little by little. This feeling scared them even more than killing them, because Izayoi devoured their bodies, the two of them. Hehe, no one knows your willpower as a world better than me. I am more effective in attacking this world than you are. Hearing Izayoi's words, Gaia's face became even paler and there was a hint of despair in his eyes. Gaia raised his hand to summon the heroic spirits sleeping in the Hall of Valor and the Walker world to fight. Seeing Gaia's actions, Izayoi shook his head with a faint smile on his face and said, "It's useless, the world devoured by my eternal night will become my world." Waves of despair flooded Gaia and Alea, because they couldn't stop the man in front of them from swallowing the moon world. We promise your terms, please stop." Who would have thought that the strongest existence in the Xingye world would actually be begging for a young man? P.S. Kneeling for flowers, kneeling for monthly passes, kneeling for evaluation tickets, kneeling for rewards. P.S. Thank you to the unknown big guy for giving 40,000 flowers, and the reader's comments on the January ticket evaluation form to support the 40-character update today. Asterisk. Chapter 18, Hundreds of Heroic Spirits Come New Book for Support. Both Gaia and Ale fought against the invasion from Izayoi with all their might. It's useless, in front of me, all resistance is ineffective. In the 16th night after launching the simulated star creation map, I felt more and more worlds assimilated by myself. Under the swallowing of Yanjai, 1/5 of Xingye has been swallowed up by Izayoi. Ale and Gaia found that no matter how much they resisted with willpower, they were like eggs hitting a stone, and they had no resistance at all. It seems that we can only summon them all. Gaia looked at the front with a solemn face, and Izayoi, who was constantly eroding the world of the moon with his thoughts, said to a next to him. The point is that it's up to them to help, and we can't order them. Ale frowned slightly, she knew who Gaia was talking about. Now is the most critical moment in the moon world. When will they wait until they don't take action? Gaia doesn't care so much, and communicates his thoughts to the four corners of the universe to call. Izayoi looked at Gaia, who was exuding thoughts, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his face was full of anticipation. Are you ready to call someone? What kind of existence can you call, and what kind of pleasure will it give me? Izayoi, who was muttering to himself with a look of excitement, just finished speaking. The void next to it gradually cracked open, as if someone kept it inside and tore it open by hand. A man with double ponytails and a black dress with two swords hanging from his waist walked out on the road. Outlander, I, Ishtar, will never leave you alone. I had already noticed that Izayoi appeared in this starry sky with a happy smile on the corner of his mouth. Universe Rin, I didn't expect you to appear too. Alien, I don't know how you know my name, but if you invade our world, we will drive you away. When Ishtar heard Izayoi's words, his brows raised slightly with a look of displeasure. The appearance of Cosmic Rin seems to be a fuse, and the void is shattered one after another, and many powerhouses emerge from it. Interesting. Izayoi looked at the hundreds of powerful heroic spirits, awakened ones, appearing in front of him. At a glance, all the powerful people I know are in front of me. The most eye-catching is a huge statue of Tathagata in the void. The most eye-catching is a small roulette around its body. Wang Ha, Slaughterhouse, Attila, Merlin, Tiamat, Gashia. The 7 great evils. Roaming Star Soldier, Yuo, Chaos, 7 Crowns, Law 2, Twinkle, Awakening, Santiao Love Song, Magician, etc. The famous Magic King, Solomon King of Fighters, has reached the level of supplementary title. The Magic King, who is shining with dazzling light all over his body, shows that he is the only king in the world when he comes out. But when he looked around for a week, he found that the breaths of the people around him were on par with him, and even stronger than him. A sharp look flashed in his eyes. And the old Gilgamesh, who was almost unrecognizable by Izayoi, was also a magician who had reached the candidate for office. Especially the huge giant axe of the system in Gilgamesh's right hand, people are frightened when they see it. Hundreds of heroic spirits descended from this universe holding various noble phantasms in their hands. The breath emanating from his body will even shatter the space. Gaia and Alea also summoned their holy swordsman, a girl who holds a holy sword in her hand, but a sword that can split reality and fantasy. Not only that, there is another girl with blonde hair and golden hair, wearing a crown on her head and riding a giant horse that roams the stars under her crotch, holding a long spear in her hand, which is also a holy spear that can penetrate reality and fantasy. All the heroic spirits who have descended and the magicians who have reached the crown. Everyone knows the purpose and mission of appearing here this time, to destroy the aliens from Otherworld. Gaia and Ale looked at the powerhouses they had summoned. These powerhouses couldn't even compete with the two of them, and they believed that the man on the opposite side couldn't compete either. Gaia's winning streak, with a smile that could not be concealed, looked at the powerhouses born in his world, and then raised a pair of sharp eyes to stare at Izayoi. Shouldn't you be afraid? With so many strong men, I don't think you can face them, right? Why should I be afraid? It's better to say that this is the scene I'm looking forward to. Looking at Izayoi's fearless face, and even a little excited, Gaia's face revealed a look of doubt. Oh, I know that there are hundreds of people in front of me, but in this time and space, people who are close to gods can't even beat me. Of course, Gaia will not admit that he is very weak. Although Izayoi is powerful within the scope of Gaia's discussion, it cannot withstand the attack of such a large number of people. And Gaia could not find a trace of cowardice in Izayoi, not even fear. Looking at the huge figure floating beside him, a firm look flashed in Gaia's eyes. Don't pretend, I know you must be scared to death, so you put on a calm expression. Pfft. Hearing Izayoi's laughter, Gaia couldn't help but ask, what are you laughing at? Do I need to be afraid? You really don't know my strength. Do you think that there are hundreds of people in front of you who can beat me? Don't be arrogant outsiders, I'll teach you how to behave in minutes. Hearing Izayoi's disdainful sneer, the Magic King Solomon clenched his right fist and looked at Izayoi eagerly. Although Gilgamesh has entered old age, his spirit and strength are at his strongest. The BD from another world, if you don't stay in your world and invade our world, is really courting death. The Magic King Solomon, who was standing beside Gilgamesh, heard his words and raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to be fortunate enough to go to the battlefield together in this life. It's really worth it. The person in front of me is very strong, and I can feel that he has a certain resistance to illusion. Merlin, who had reached the crown level, frowned as he watched Izayoi, and he could feel that his illusion was ineffective against the opponent. I want visitors from another world to try the bow and arrow of the goddess of love. Kama, who was floating in the void, held a bow made of sugarcane in his hand, and his eyes flashed with hope as he looked at Izayoi floating in the distance. And the powerhouse of the coming moon world has only one goal, that is, the reverse 16 who floats in the void ahead and holds the book of creation. Seeing the smile on Gaia's face, who had summoned the heroic spirit's helper since then, Izayoi shook his head helplessly. Do you think you are the only ones who can summon helpers and heroic spirits? Hearing Izayoi's words, Gaia, who had a smile on her face, suddenly stiffened, and she suddenly thought that the other party was holding 1/5 of the Xingyi world in her hand. All the powerhouses who descended looked at Izayoi with astonishment, and watched Izayoi's next move. Almost half of the powerhouses in the whole world are watching Izayoi with their eyes, but they are not afraid. Izayoi gently slit his thumb, and a drop of blood fell into the void to quickly hide the spell of the heroic spirit. Seeing Izayoi's actions, Gaia's face was extremely gloomy. He attacked me, don't let him successfully summon the heroic spirit. Gaia anxiously gave orders to the rescue soldiers and heroic spirits who had called out to him. But only 2 people acted, and the others did not move at all. The current Izayoi is also equivalent to mastering a part of the moon world. It can directly connect to the Hall of Valor to summon the heroic spirits who have invaded the world. From the red magic circle floating above the void, a black light slowly emerged from it. Several heroic spirits with different histories emerged from it. The ones who were going to launch a magic attack were Merlin and Eros. Their magic has not yet been issued, the bow and arrow have just been pulled on the bowstring, and the heroic spirit of the other party has been summoned. So fast! Hundreds of powerful beings all looked surprised. They had never seen heroic spirits summoned so quickly, not even in the blink of an eye. It can only be described as a moment. He was dressed in a black knight costume, with golden hair draped behind his shoulders, with a crown made of black whales on his head, and his golden eyes flashed with ruthless light. The Lord of Camelot ruled King Arthur of the Northern Hemisphere, Artoria Black Spear. The other girl was also wearing dark armor and a mask on her face, so she couldn't see the color of her eyes. The short pale white hair gave people the feeling of a witch, a black flag was held in his left hand, and a cross sword was inserted into his waist. Even though she was a saint, she was dubbed the title of the Witch of the Dragon. P.S. Kneeling for flowers, kneeling for monthly passes, kneeling for evaluation tickets, kneeling for rewards. The biggest encouragement you give to the author is the biggest motivation for me to update. Thank you readers for your support. Dear readers and friends, you can go to the top of the comment area, where I have specially placed the discussion information that is rich and profitable. If you can't find it, please pay attention to the homophonic words to enter. Asterisk. Chapter 19, Shining in the Spear of the End. New book for data. After the 2 girls first appeared, another girl slowly emerged from the magic. A long purple hair draped to the heels, dressed like a pair of show at the moment, with black buds and socks on her legs. The 2 jade arms are also covered with black handmade yarn, the business line is very deep and large, and the purple eyes are flashing with a scarlet color. Heroic Spirit Medusa. A woman appeared again behind Medusa, also with purple hair, but her purple eyes were a head taller than Medusa, at 1.8 meters. A head of hair is like a living snake, dancing non-stop, with a pair of golden wings on the back, and the scarlet eyes flashing with hatred. Heroic Spirit Urieli. A young girl appeared behind Urieli again, with the same hair color and the same eyes, but her hair was tied into 2 ponytails. Sixina, the heroic spirit. Sisina held a purple longbow in her hand, and carried a quiver made of elf bark behind her back. Compared to the nearly 200 heroic spirits on the opposite side and the enlightened magician Izayoi, this side looks a bit shabby, and Izayoi is only 6 people. But compared to the powerhouses in the entire world on the opposite side, Lot's side is all-powerful. The heroic spirit summoned by Izayoi is not just a clone, but the main body. Moreover, he also moved some hands and feet in the summoning circle, and the heroic spirits summoned were almost all of blackened attributes. They are all infected by his power, and they all possess the attributes of slaughtering dragons, slaying gods, slaughtering demons, slaughtering Buddhas, and cursing. And not only that, Izayoi unfolded the treasure of the king, and took out the original text of the weapons in the hands of the 6 heroic spirits from the treasure of the king and gave them to them. Not only that, Izayoi also used the gift of the Demon King to give 6 girls immortal bodies and inexhaustible power. In addition to the few girls who were summoned, the magic circle transformed by Izayoi was almost all-powerful. Coupled with Izayoi's blessing, it has exceeded the limit of his original strength. Watching the 6 girls summoned by Izayoi, Gaia's face gradually turned gloomy. She sensed that the 6 heroic spirits who disappeared from the Hall of Valor had completely become the property of the man opposite. And she didn't know why. The history of those heroic spirits seemed to be tampered with, and there was a name of Izayoi in each historical bridge. Gaia felt that the next 16th night was still eroding Xingyi world, and said anxiously. Now, without Gaia's reminder, the faces of the 200 heroic spirits who were called by her had solemn expressions on their faces. They also felt the powerful aura emanating from the 6 girls in front of them. Crown Killer Hassan Sanbak stared at Medusa with cold eyes. Their strength has reached the crown, or even surpassed it. After saying that, Hassan Bak stretched out his hand and grabbed his own noble phantasm Angel of Death. Standing next to Hassan Bak, there is the crown bow Superman Orion, with long white hair, a white gauze skirt, and white eyes, giving people the feeling of a goddess. The heresy should be eliminated. You must stop him, let him swallow it again, and it is about to swallow up 2/5 of the world of Xingyi world. Hearing Gaia's words, everyone did not hesitate anymore this time, but took out their weapons or started to activate magic, and started to attack Izayoi. Crown Gun Romulus Quirinus, a great hero from Roman mythology. His arms stretched out like guns, staring at the enemy in front of him. Solomon/Merlin, Crown Rider, Official Art, Crown Maniac Smoke Mirror, and the 7 crowned knights each took out their noble phantasms and swept towards Izayoi. The BD of the other world, today I will show you the strength of this king. Behind Gilgamesh, bursts of golden ripples appeared, and countless noble phantasms shot towards Izayoi. Hassan Sangbaka's original Hassan looked at Izayoi, with a cold purple light flashing in his masked cheeks and eyes. Guest from Otherworld, no matter what your name is, I'll pay my respects here first. It's the first time I've seen someone who has the courage to devour the moon world, so let me, Hassan Sanbak, send you to the underworld. As soon as the words fell, Wang Ha's body disappeared in place like a streamer of light that shot directly at Izayoi. Wang Ha's body was like the speed of light, but he came to lot in the blink of an eye, and the Angel of Death in his hand flashed a cold light. You should listen carefully, because the evening bell has already indicated your name for me, and the feather that tells you to die is the bell that cut off your head. Death to the angel? Shining in the spear of the end. Dash boom! Black magic photons erupted from Artoria, and the holy spear in his hand slashed horizontally, forcibly blocking Wang Ha's attack. Medusa next to her was like a nimble fish. She took out her unmarked short sword and leaped behind Wang Ha in the air. She turned around and was about to insert the dagger into the back of Wang Ha's neck. Whoosh! The target of an arrow flying from a distance was Medusa's heart. Medusa had to change her body shape again in the air, converting the stab at Wang Ha into a missed arrow. Chong! Wang Ha also took advantage of the place where he quickly moved away in these few seconds to avoid the second shot that Arteria slashed again. Gorgon also took out 2 daggers, and the figure appeared like a phantom, slashing at Wang Ha's neck. Chong! Dash puff! Wang Ha waved the Angel of Death to block a deadly attack from Gorgon, but he didn't expect Arteria to suddenly stab a shot from behind. Artoria, who was blessed by Izayoi, has the ability to kill everything. Wang Ha turned his head to meet a pair of golden eyes without any emotion. Arteria Pendragon, although it is the soul of the King of the Hairy, but the two have embarked on different paths, equivalent to the parallel world of King Arthur. Lionheart is different from my King Arthur. Lionheart is a king who understands the heart and the holy spear completely integrated, and his feelings are extremely weak. The moment I was only summoned by Izayoi, Izayoi's mark had already been left in his soul. I don't like your method very much, so go to hell. I was originally an assassin, and all my attack methods were trained to kill the enemy. Puff. Arteria was not in the mood to listen to Wang Ha's nonsense here, and directly pulled out the holy spear inserted in Wang Ha's body, turned and flew towards the heroic spirit attacking from the other side. Wang Ha spat out a mouthful of blood, put one hand on his chest and looked at Arteria and sighed helplessly. I still didn't take that step in the end. It would be better if my strength could be improved. Wang Ha, who was stabbed by Arteria, was unable to use the magic power in his body and could not move due to the curse, and his body fell from the sky in a free fall. During the fall, Wang Ha's body began to fade, as if it would disappear in the next moment, and bursts of blue magic fragments emanated from Wang Ha's body. It didn't take long for Wang Ha's body to dissipate into the void. P.S. Kneeling for flowers, kneeling for monthly passes, kneeling for evaluation tickets, kneeling for rewards. Asterisk. Chapter 20, The Black Gun is Dumb, liberates the 13 bondage new book for data. Wearing the scarlet spirit clothes, Cosmic Rin, when he stepped forward, he came to a space only 200 meters away from Izayoi. Rin stretched out her left hand and snapped her fingers in the air. In an instant, the splendid vortex of the galaxy was agitated, and it gathered together. Go to hell! The sky above Izayoi's head split open, and the sky of 6 dazzling stars smashed down. Looking at Cosmic Rin attacking from afar, not only cosmic thunders sound, but at least dozens of heroes with powerful breaths attacked from afar. The black spear stayed in the holy spear in her raised hand and began to sing the incantation. She planned to destroy the enemy in front of her together and clear a path for her master. Old mystery, disappear. O innocent puzzle, let it all be reduced to nothingness. Holy spear, pull the anchor. The crimson magic photons surrounded Arteria's body, but for a moment, the high-strength magic photons filled the body of the holy spear. Arteria raised the black spear in her hand, and read out the true name of the noble phantasm in her hand, shining in the spear of the end. Boom 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 boom. The magic beam in the middle shattered the 6 stars that were about to land, and also killed more than 20 heroic spirits who had just arrived. The splendid magic photons flickered in the void, defending and attacking, all of which were swept away by Arteria. So strong, that's... Merlin looked at Arteria, who had released the noble phantasm, in surprise, and his eyes were full of surprise. That's the holy spear, and this is the holy spear that has liberated 13 restraints. Not only that, but now her strength has broken through her own limit, it is the domain of God. After getting Gaia's explanation, all the heroic spirits frowned and stared at the front, standing in front of Izayoi, holding a black holy spear and riding a black horse under the crotch. Too strong, but that's what I wanted. With a happy look on La Er's face, he looked at the strikers Arteria. It's so sad that 2 of the 7 knights died before they played together. Seeing Arteria, who wiped out all the noble phantasms that he shot with this blow, a look of interest appeared on Gilgamesh's old face. When he came to a distance of 100 meters from Izayoi, La Er began to chant the true name of his noble phantasm. Magical photons gathered around, turning La Er's body Zhao Yao into a little golden man. Creeping on the ground. The brilliance of the sun you look up at is the brilliance of the sun by you. Burn you all to pieces. Now, here it is. Witness the power of the Pharaoh. Ha 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 ha. Not only did La Er come to Izayoi and dozens of heroic spirits hid their noble phantasms' real names at the same time. The crown that shines in the primordial universe. The noble phantasm attack launched together by dozens of heroic spirits unfolded a beautiful picture in the void. Star of Tears, Sword of War God. The awakened Buddha, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, also stretched out a palm, slapping Izayoi as if he was about to kill an ant. The palm of the shot has the meaning of splitting the void, and although it is only 200 meters away from Izayoi, it seems that the next moment his palm will be able to shoot Izayoi. The light from the noble phantasm continued to emerge from the void, surrounding Izayoi. The three Pandora sisters and Arteria, Joan of Arc, did not shoot, but jumped away from a distance to let them hit Izayoi. However, they didn't pretend to jump away and let them hit, but they really jumped off and let them hit Izayoi. And the three sisters, Arteria, Joan of Arc, and Pandora, who avoided all heroic spirit attacks, sneered at the corners of their mouths. P.S. Kneeling for flowers, kneeling for rewards, kneeling for monthly passes, kneeling for evaluation tickets, kneeling for support for new books. Asterisk. Chapter 21, The Milky Scent of Medusa New Book for Data. Izayoi looked up at the noble phantasm light coming from the sky and attacking him from all directions. In the sky, there is an opposite world treasure as big as a star, and it falls from the sky with the momentum of crushing Izayoi into flying ashes. Gilgamesh stood in the void with the deviant's sword in his hand, staring at Izayoi with cold eyes. He should be dead now, right? Gaia looked excitedly at Izayoi, who was shrouded in the light of countless noble phantasms. In her opinion, Izayoi was finished. Especially looking at Buddha, one of the strongest people in his world, who could kill Izayoi with just one slap. Gaia looked at the opposite Izayoi with a happy smile on her face, her eyes full of provocation. It's not just Gaia who thinks that the other surviving heroic spirits think so. In fact, it is normal for them to think so. After all, no one can survive under the attack of so many heroic spirits, and there has never been such a large-scale heroic spirit war before the 16th night. But what happened next shocked everyone. What is that? Boom! Aside from the palm of Buddha awakened, it competed with the palm of Izayoi. The two palms collided with a huge forbidden wind, sweeping the entire universe, and the surrounding space was directly shattered, and the heroic spirits standing within the attack range of the two were directly smashed into pieces. Just one blow, the dreaded awakened Buddha started to crack from the arm to the body. You. The awakening revealed in his eyes that he was just about to say something, but he only spit out one word, and the whole body began to shatter into dust and dissipate in the void. The awakened one's noble phantasm was directly sucked by Izayoi and put into the king's treasure. A group of heroic spirits stared at the figure of the awakened who disappeared after shaking Izayoi's hand. They couldn't believe what they saw, but the awakened disappeared in front of their eyes in a blink of an eye. It was so fast that I thought it had never appeared at all. Okay. It's such a terrifying strength, and it instantly kills the enlightened person with a single blow. Solomon looked at the figure of the awakened who disappeared into the void with a look of surprise. If there are powerful people in the Xingyi world, no one has never heard the name of the enlightened one. That is the code name that symbolizes the strong, and it is slapped into ashes by the enemy's palm in front of his eyes. This made the willpower and will of a group of heroic spirits in the moon world unacceptable. Gaia felt even more deeply because he could not perceive the existence of the enlightened being, which proved that the enlightened person disappeared completely and even rebirth was impossible. Gaia, who was still smiling at first, twitched and stared at Izayoi in front of her with a stiff face. She no longer knew how many times she had been happy and how many times she had been uncomfortable. Now she is almost broken. Originally full of confidence, Gaia watched as he summoned incomparably powerful helpers and heroic spirits, but in the blink of an eye, most of the casualties and even one of his favorite people died only after being supported by the opponent's hands. Sister, I said that I can't beat the opponent at all, so let's surrender. Alea shook her head helplessly. She really couldn't understand what her sister was thinking. Even if she couldn't beat the opponent, she still had to call all the powerhouses in her world to fight. If you really can't beat the opponent at that time, and you are completely destroyed by the opponent to the end, you can only listen to the guy on the opposite side and do whatever he wants. She remembered the way Izayoi looked at her, and Alea had already made up her mind what to do. The moment the noble phantasm's attack light touched Izayoi's body, it bounced back like a rebound. It seemed that the dazzling noble phantasm light was not sent to Izayoi by their attack at all, but instead, it was sent to them as if Izayoi attacked. No matter how powerful, or even a noble phantasm attack that shatters a star, the attack on Izayoi's body directly returns to attack them. Under the attack of so many noble phantasms, Izayoi had no reason to dodge. Mastering the power of the sun bestows Leo, all weapon attacks would bounce back without digestion. Damn! How could he have this ability? How can he fight? The complexion of Gilgamesh, who had just recovered from the death of the awakened, changed dramatically, and he did not expect such a development. This is terrible, run away. Merlin, who also recovered, looked at the dozens of heroic spirits who launched the noble phantasm attack and were tracked by his own noble phantasm attack. Boom 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 boom. Some heroic spirits who had no time to escape were concentrated and disappeared in place by the light of their own noble phantasm, which was like shooting themselves in the foot, and it was still a boulder. Seeing the nearly 30 heroic spirits who disappeared in an instant, Merlin frowned, and the battle strength on this side was constantly being consumed, and the other party had not lost even a single heroic spirit, and even the marks of injury could not be seen. What a troublesome guy! Rin watched the noble phantasm attack he launched, and bounced back twice as fast as he launched it. Angered, he directly activated the noble phantasm again, offsetting his own noble phantasm attack. The crown that shines in the primordial universe. Dash boom! The violent explosion caused by the collision of two star-like planets collided, directly blowing up some surrounding heroic spirits who had just escaped their moves and survived. What? No. Those heroic spirits who were killed had only one thought in their hearts before they died, and they wished to scold the universe 108 times. It was hard to dodge the deadly attack of the enemy, but in the end he died at the hands of his own people. This really is one of the saddest things in the world. Interesting. Being killed by my own noble phantasm and being killed by my own people is really interesting. To thank you for making me feel so happy, then I will launch an attack. As soon as the words fell, Medusa came to Izayoi and knelt down and offered the milk tea she just made. Izayoi took Medusa and drank the milk tea that she offered. 2 seconds later, Izayoi raised his eyes, and an inexplicable brilliance flashed in the purple eyes, and they inherited their skills from heroic spirits by supplementing their magic power. P.S. I beg for flowers, I beg for tickets, I beg for cheap tickets, I beg for rewards, I beg for support. Asterisk. Chapter 22, The Submissive Gaia Alea. One of Medusa's skills, Petrified Eye. It is not too strong in the original book, but it was summoned by Izayoi to be the main body, and many attributes were added to improve its own ability. Just like the god Petrified Demon Eye that Izayoi is using now, Izayoi's eyes can see whether it is the space or the heroic spirit that is using the noble phantasm. In an instant, as if it lost its pigment, it turned into a stone statue and merged with the void that turned into a stone statue. Solomon, who was a candidate for the crown, turned into a stone statue in an instant when his eyes met Izayoi's. His mouth was slightly open, as if he was about to say something, but it was too late. Don't look at his eyes. His petrified demon eyes have reached the realm of God. Even if you have this curse resistance, it is useless. His eyes can even petrify the void. Rin, who was floating in the void, was the first to notice Izayoi's strangeness and shouted to remind everyone. But she herself was flying towards Izayoi, and she planned to attack Izayoi with taijutsu. In her opinion, since the opponent could use a weapon to attack, it would definitely not be possible to use taijutsu to attack. Gaia watched as nearly 40 heroic spirits were directly petrified in the void after Izayoi launched the attack. Her eyes were dull and her lips trembled. Izayoi's gaze met Gaia and Alea. Although their bodies were not petrified, the space around them had been petrified and it was extremely difficult for them to move. As long as there is no problem with the root cause, let's surrender. It's better than the two of us being completely swallowed up by him. It's better to take a step back and surrender to him, and we can take a breath. Alea looked at Gaia and suggested. Hearing Alea's proposal, Gaia was also a little moved, but Gaia, who lacked a muscle, was not as much as her sister Alea thought, and she felt that she was still sure to win Izayoi. But let him sweep the heroic spirit that he summoned for a week, half of which has been turned into a stone statue and stands still in the void. The scene is shocking and chilling. In particular, some heroic spirits are using noble phantasms, and the magic photons wrapped around the noble phantasms are also petrified. One can see at a glance that this heroic spirit is using a noble phantasm. His petrified magic eye has reached the realm of God, not to mention the direct helper we called. It is even difficult for us to earn. Before Alea's voice could fall, Izayoi's right hand in the distance smashed the void and retracted his hand again, and there was an extra beam of light in his hand. Alea stopped halfway through his words for no other reason, because he felt a strong threat from that beam of light. Gaia's body also trembled, and she looked at the aurora pillar in Izayoi's hand with horror. That is. Izayoi looked at the moving faces of Gaia and Alea, and a wicked smile slowly emerged from the corner of his mouth. I gave you so many moves, now it's my turn to attack. The three sisters Arteria, Joan of Arc, and Medusa killed all the enemies in front of them. Yes. As soon as Izayoi's voice fell, the 6 heroic spirits summoned by Izayoi each activated their own skills and rushed forward. Medusa stretched out her hands, and the scarlet magic words spread under her feet, wrapping her entire body. And her long purple hair danced behind her. Medusa opened her labia and chanted the true name of her noble phantasm. Reigns of Riding British, Bellerophon. In an instant, a white light circle appeared under Medusa's feet, and a white Pegasus emerged from it. The reins on the neck of the white Pegasus were just caught by Medusa. Hiss. Pegasus is recorded in the Pegasus epic. Pegasus is a fantasy species born from Medusa's blood, so Medusa can easily control him. Boom. Just blinking, Medusa rode the Pegasus across the sky like a meteor, rushing into the opponent's camp and starting to fight. Black Joan of Arc with a mask on his face raised the flag of curse in his right hand, and his figure crossed the sky like a streamer and descended on the battlefield. Joan of Arc slammed the cursed flag in her right hand into the void and said the true name of the noble phantasm in her hand. Roar. My anger, le grandement, du, haine. The crimson magic power erupted from Joan of Arc's body, and the flag held in his hand rattled in the air. A jet-black magic light wave spread from Joan of Arc's feet, with the curse and resentment that filled the void everywhere, converted into burning magic power and set the bodies of the 2 heroic spirits on fire. The slaughterhouse watched in horror as the flame on his body could not be extinguished, and the curse that burned through his bones spread on his body. The Killing Institute wants to use its own noble phantasm, the crazy Killing Institute. Puff. As if knowing the next moment of Shoiwen's actions, Joan of Arc pulled out the cursed cross sword from her waist, and a sword pierced through the heart of Shoiwen. The levels of Joan of Arc and the Slaughter Institute are not at the same level at all, and it will take time for her to make a move. I didn't even have time to shoot, so of course I could only watch my body being penetrated. P.S. I beg for collection, I beg for flowers, I beg for evaluation votes, I beg for rewards. Asterisk. Chapter 23, Return to the Demon High School. Riding the king's horse and holding the holy spear Lungaminiad, the black spear that landed from the sky also launched a fierce attack. A few girls with infinite magic power can use their true names of noble phantasm at will to attack indiscriminately. It was the aged Gilgash who faced Arteria. BD, you will die here today. Gilgamesh swung the huge golden axe in his right hand and slashed down Arteria. Chong. The axe and the holy spear collided with a deafening symphony, and sparks flew everywhere. Similar scenes were staged everywhere on the battlefield, and even Medusa dealt with 6 heroic spirits alone. It's just that the next moment everyone stopped the attacking weapons in their hands and looked at a beam of light across the sky with astonishment. The aurora pillar seems to have a target, and it goes straight towards the name you see standing in the group of heroic spirits. Boom! It was like a nuclear bomb exploded and set off a huge shock wave among the heroic spirits. All the heroic spirits standing there died, and none of them survived. Simulated Star Creation Chart, Aurora Lives. There are only a few heroic spirits alive now, only 3, and Medusa's 6 people deal with 1. Izayoi's figure also disappeared. This was the first time he had acted on the battlefield for so long. In an instant, Izayoi's figure appeared in front of Gaia and Alea. Haha! Do you still want to resist? Izayoi quietly floated in front of Gaia and Alea, looking at the two little lowly with a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. Hearing Izayoi's provocative voice, Alea closed his eyes tightly and sighed helplessly. Sister, let's surrender. Alea looked at Gaia, who was standing at the center of the battlefield with a dull expression. Gaia, who was awakened by her own sister but had a muscle, also recovered, and looked at the man in front of her with some despair. I surrender. Gaia's tone revealed helplessness, sadness, and a hint of daze. As the willpower of the planet, she never thought that she would surrender to others one day. Haha! Izayoi laughed twice. He looked at the 2 girls in front of him. He changed his mind. He wanted to turn them into his own shape. Sign a contract with me, and from now on, the moon world will be divided into 3 parts of the world. 3 parts of the world means that the entire type month is divided into 3 parts, which are the inhibition power Alea, the planetary willpower Gaia, and the night demon king reverses the 16-night jurisdiction. 2 pieces of parchment appeared in Izayoi's right hand and handed it to the 2 girls. Signing this contract from today onwards, the world of the moon will be connected to my eternal night community in the world of Hakoniwa. The 2 girls read the parchment that Izayoi handed over, and they read it carefully and found that there was no problem, so they signed a contract and became Izayoi's slave forever. Watching the 2 young girls ask about their fingerprints on the parchment, Izayoi's mouth curled into a wicked smile. Izayoi, who signed the contract at the next moment, felt that he had a connection with the roots of the moon world. Izayoi couldn't help but turn his head to look into the depths of the world, and in his eyes, the sky and the source came into his eyes. Izayoi's mind seemed to be immersed in the root world and began to be washed. Alea turned his head to look at Gilgamesh and Tiamat who were still fighting, and said with complicated eyes. Stop, we have surrendered. Hearing Alea's voice, Gilgamesh suddenly became angry. You just surrendered like this, bastards, so I hate gods the most. I would rather die than say the word surrender. Seeing Gilgamesh Alea, who was still stubbornly resisting, he sighed helplessly, and then waved his hand and recalled him to the Temple of Valor. Before being sent away, Gilgamesh was still scolding Alea. He did not expect that he had exhausted so much effort and finally surrendered. An angry Gilgamesh can only vent by yelling, because he is suppressed by the will of the world. On the other side of the battlefield, Tiamat, who was fighting with the 3 Medusa sisters, stopped when he heard Alea's words. When Tiamat stopped, the 3 Medusa sisters also stopped because they also received Izayoi's order. Looking at Tiamat, Rin, and Alea who stopped their hands, they shook their heads helplessly and waved their right hand again to send them back to the world of servants. Before leaving, Rin turned her head and said something to the 3 Medusa sisters. You are very strong. You are the strongest enemy I have encountered so far. If I have a chance to see you next time, I hope we can fight again. P.S. I beg for collection, I beg for reward, I beg for subscription, I beg for monthly pass. The biggest support you have given me is the biggest motivation for my update. Thank you readers for your support. Thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 24, The Heroic Spirit Ontology descends on the Devil's High School new book for data. Why don't you say the young master has come back yet? In a corner of the underworld, Gurfia scrambled on the ground anxiously. Hearing Gurfia's anxious voice, although the real Scarlet God Emperor was also a little worried, but the real Scarlet Dragon God Emperor, who knew the strength of Izayoi, would definitely not be a match for Izayoi. Normally, Gurfia is very calm, but Izayoi has been away for a day and she is starting to get a little anxious. Griefia also knew about Izayoi's strength, but she was confused now that she cared about it. The scarlet magic circle Izayoi left on the underworld ground lit up with dazzling light. The pitch-black magic power poured out from the magic circle, and the flood that opened like a gate shot straight into the sky. About 5 seconds passed. The pitch-black magic power formed a thick fog, blocking the sight of Griefia and True Crimson. Note: True. The Emperor Ilong will be called True Red from now on. 2 seconds later, the thick fog dissipated, and in front of Griefia and Zhenhong were 5 women and 1 man. The man was naturally the one who was all too familiar with Reverse Izayoi, while the remaining 5 women did not know any of them. But the real Ilong God Emperor looked at the 5 women and felt that he could match several figures in history. The dresses on the 5 women are also extremely special, with 2 girls wearing short skirts similar to knight armor. The remaining 3 girls are dressed in purple short skirts, and the 5 women have one thing in common, and that is beauty. Each one is an alluring country, and in an era, it is a rare beauty. And now that there are 5 at a time, Griefia and Mahong know why Izayoi takes so much trouble to summon these 5 girls. Immediately, the 2 girls stared at Izayoi standing behind the 5 girls in the center of the circle with dead fish eyes. It made me so worried. I didn't expect this guy to go to other worlds to find girls. Griefia said in a sour tone. Oh. My little mate is jealous. The 5 girls separated so that Izayoi, who was standing behind him, could walk in front of Griefia. Izayoi walked in front of Griefia with a playful face, stretched out his hand and touched Griefia's face. Griefia blushed a little, but she didn't dodge. Because Izayoi once promised her to help her suppress the unrest in the underworld. Griefia surrendered to Izayoi for 2 reasons: the 16th saved him, and the 26th promised to help her quell the ongoing war in the underworld. These 2 reasons are the reason why Griefia really surrendered. Otherwise, no one can make Griefia, who has the title of Queen of Annihilation, bow her head and surrender. Griefia, who was touched by Izayoi's cheek with one hand, tilted her head slightly, and a look of shock flashed in the eyes of the 5 girls standing neatly behind Izayoi. What shocked her was not only the terrifying magic power emanating from the 5 girls, but also the terrifying deterrence emanating from the divine tools they wore. The girl who was standing slightly ahead behind Izayoi held a holy sword in her hand and hung a holy sword around her waist. She was carrying a shield-like divine tool on her back, which only showed a little bit. The girl standing beside her wore a mask on her face, so she couldn't see her face at all. But she was sure that she was also a beautiful woman. Not because of anything else, but because he knew Izayoi too well. The average woman Izayoi didn't even look at. He who is a little more beautiful will not look at him. Only he who is truly beautiful will look at him. The girl on the right was wearing a black short-skirt knight uniform, black SI socks on her legs, and holding a black flag in her hand. A jet black sword and a pure white sword were hung on his left and right waists. The noble phantasms on the other 3 girls were all the same. Such a lineup is enough to destroy the strength of all demon kings in the underworld, so Griefia is not shocked. Izayoi also saw the shocked look in Grifia's eyes, and he also understood what Griefia was shocked by. After signing a contract with Griefia and True Crimson, the 3 shared knowledge. That's why Griefia recognized in an instant that what the 3 girls were wearing were divine tools. Because the heroic spirits summoned by Izayoi can no longer be called heroic spirits because they come directly from the main body. As the main body, they can use their weapons or noble phantasms to go out of history by themselves or by themselves in other parallel universes. Just like the holy sword hanging from Artoria's waist, it is Artoria's noble phantasm Golden Sword of Victory who chose the sword without drawing the spear. Therefore, the heroic spirit summoned by Izayoi is equivalent to an entire Knights of the Round Table. The holy spear and holy sword that were originally summoned in their hands were only noble phantasms. However, Izayoi took out the treasures that had been upgraded to the level of sacred artifacts in his king's treasure, and gave them their personal epics. Therefore, the current state of the 5 Artorias is not only that the body is close to perfect, but the divine tools on their bodies correspond to almost everything summoned in various epics. Not only that, they can also summon mounts from their various myths, such as Medusa's Mount Pegasus, and one of Joan of Arc is the mythical Mount Demon Dragon. These mounts can be summoned from epic mythology for their own use as long as they want. Looking at such a lineup, Gurfia was filled with joy. He had worried before whether Izayoi alone could suppress all the strength of the underworld. Izayoi's strength is indeed strong, but he is only one person, and the underworld has 7 demons under the devil, and there are countless more. Therefore, Gurfia was worried that Izayoi might be at a loss when fighting. The above ideas are all speculations based on Gurfia's ignorance of Izayoi's strength. P.S. The new book is begging for data. I recommend that the old book has already written about the world of Ghost Slayer. The male protagonist is called Lot and travels to the world of ghost destruction. The beautiful girl and her mother are brought under his command together, and they accidentally turn them into his own shape. Lot said that he was also helpless. Comprehensive manga begins with Lodi as a star god *. Chapter 25, Taste the Milk Again. New book kneeling for data. Graphia thinks of her father, Duke Lucy Fergus, who died due to the battle between the superiors, and since then Graphia has hated the struggle for power. She doesn't know that she hates those who are vying for power because of power, and she also hates the demon king Lucifer and his heirs that the members of her Lucy Fergus family are going to serve. She hated the son of Lucifer who did nothing, was arrogant and ignored anyone. However, since she was a child, Gurfia, who had accepted Xiang Lu's idea of loyalty to the Lord of Westfa, couldn't do anything. She felt helpless and sad. So she needed power that could destroy all the demons in the underworld, and now she finally found it. She was very fortunate that she had chosen to become Izayoi's servant. He not only possessed great strength, but was also very gentle to her. It's just that some personality aspects are more prominent, such as lust, which has made Gurfia tangled for a long time. Seeing Izayoi's sunny smile, Graphia's face gradually turned red. Feeling the warmth of 16 Leaf's palm coming from her cheek, she felt relieved for a while. 16 Leaves took in all the expressions of Gurfia just now. He knew what Gurfia wanted to do most, and he came here for this purpose. Izayoi turned his head to the side and stood quietly, looking at Zhenhong with a smile. Come on, conquer the underworld with me. Seeing the gentle smile on 16 Leaf's face, Zhenhong's cheeks flushed slightly. She nodded and followed. Izayoi stretched out his left hand and summoned the golden flying boat Vimana from the treasure of the king. Izayoi took 7 girls on his own journey. On the boat, Izayoi explained to the girls the chaos of the major forces in the underworld and the character of the devil. Whether it is the older generation or the new generation who inherit the bloodline of the 4 demons, the demons have fully brought out the arrogance and brutality engraved in their bones. It is impossible for the forces to change the entire underworld with a war. Resolve these issues. Since the 3 clan wars, the angels and the fallen angel clan have carried out internal reforms, but the demon side has not changed in any way. It is still the same bloodthirsty, warlike, and greedy as before. There is simply no underworld where a leader has come out to unify, and sooner or later it will perish in this endless battle, which means that the race of demons is about to disappear from the underworld. Although the appearance of Sazakes has made the underworld a little more settled, he has not yet been completely unified. I just met Grifia once and had some affection, but Izayoi had already cut him off. Now Gurfi has only Izayoi in her heart. If you ask her who Sazakes is, she probably won't be able to tell. Then the first person we want to see is Lucifer's son, Lizavim. Master, you don't have to take action. With a few of us, everything can be swept away. Artoria, who was leaning against the wall, didn't take the demons Izayoi said seriously at all. The real and interesting existence of the devil, I have never heard of it before and I have seen it now. As Jean said that, she turned her head and looked at Grifia who was standing next to 16 Leaf. Actually, when I actually saw that you looked similar to humans, I thought that the demons were not as scary as the legends. And some people were even scarier than the demons. A gust of breeze blew, and ruffled the hair and clothes of the girls standing on the deck. I really had to raise my head and look at the sky in the underworld, recalling the grievances and pains I suffered in my previous life. Joan of Arc, who was ridiculed by people and ridiculed by people, looked at people's disgust to survive, and was full of hatred for human beings. But when she really has to let go of all hatred, she will turn into a kind Joan of Arc, and the clothes on her body will turn pure black into holy white. Because Joan of Arc is also the main body, so there are two spiritual figures sleeping in her body, one is called the Witch of the Dragon and the other is called the Saint. If there is going to be a demon battle, please give me the first place to play. Medusa, who was sitting on the deck next to her and felt the breeze, turned her head and said to the girls, "Sister, are you going to take credit?" The two little lowly who were wearing the same clothes and a head shorter than Medusa came to Medusa's side and said maliciously, "Sister, what are you talking about? I just want to see how strong the devil is." Medusa reluctantly looked at the two little lowly who came to her eyes. These were her two sisters Cicina and Uriel. Her two older sisters have long stopped growing, but as a younger sister, she is taller than her two older sisters, and her figure is even better than her two older sisters, even to the point of being hot. Medusa recalled her previous self, and was often bullied by the two sisters in front of her. The two sisters often asked her to do laundry and even steal her blood. Sitting on the golden flying boat throne, Izayoi looked at the beauties in front of Ying Ying Yanyan with a happy smile on the corner of his mouth. "Master, the milk tea you asked for is out of stock today. If you want to say it, you can only wait for tomorrow." Gurfia blushed and handed a cup of milk tea to Izayoi who was waiting. Izayoi stretched out his left hand to take the milk tea that Gurfia handed over, swaying his eyes in his hand, but looked into the distance, as if caught in a memory. Bai-yu remembered the milk tea he drank on Blue Star in his previous life, the milk tea with watermelon flavor, strawberry flavor, and mango. For those who make milk tea, there are only things you can't think of, nothing they can't make. Izayoi finished drinking the milk tea and put the cup back on the original tray. "Pure, although I drank it many times, I still can't forget it." Hearing Izayoi's comment, Lefia blushed and quickly walked away. "Master, do you like drinking strawberry-flavored milk tea so much? Or is Gulfia's technique unique?" Really red, with a slightly red face, he came to the side of Izayoi and said in a low voice, "You." Izayoi turned his head, it turned red, looked up and down carefully, and finally shook his head. "Your technique is not as good as Gurfia, the milk tea you made doesn't have the taste I want." Hearing Izayoi's answer, Zhenhong's face immediately turned red, and he yelled at Izayoi idiot and ran away. Izayoi-kun is an idiot, a big idiot. Seeing the real red blushing and running away, Izayoi's mouth showed a happy expression, and he ordered Medusa's name to offer her milk tea. Medusa blushed and came to Izayoi's side and offered a cup of milk tea. "Master, I don't have much, why don't I change someone else?" Hearing Medusa's suggestion Izayoi, he refuted her proposal after a little thought. "I can only drink the milk tea that someone brought me until I finish drinking the milk tea that you brought over, otherwise it will be a waste of today's amount." Hearing the words of wolf and tiger spit out from Izayoi's mouth, Medusa also sighed helplessly, and had to continue serving milk tea according to Izayoi's instructions. And the few girls standing on the deck were either blushing or muttering something, looking at Izayoi. Because milk tea is also one of the rules of the contract, it was forced on them by Izayoi. "P.S. I beg for flowers, I beg for monthly tickets, I beg for evaluation tickets, I beg for data, my readers and fans." The male protagonist is called Lot and travels to the world of ghost destruction. The beautiful girl and her mother are brought under his command together, and they accidentally turn them into his own shape. Lot said that he was also helpless. Comprehensive manga begins with Lodi as a star god *. Chapter 26, Lucifer Lizavim. In the capital of the underworld, there is a man inside the hall of the Lucifer family. A man with long silver hair wearing a luxurious robe, with a small beard on his chin and a proud face. And the man sitting on the throne is none other than Lucifer Lizavim. In a residential area in the underworld city where only the blood of the 4 major demon kings can live, except those who are related to the blood of the 4 major demon kings, no one else is allowed to enter. And Lizavim is sitting in the castle named Dawnstar where the Lucifer family resides. It's so funny that the lovely Gurfiya was robbed. Lizavim sat on the throne, looking at the distant sky, as if he was contemplating or recalling. For some reason, he felt like he wanted to go out for a spin. It doesn't feel like he has already stood up and walked towards the door, intending to go out to breathe and have nothing to do in the family all day long, boring to death. Walking in the family castle named Lucifer, countless demons will bow 90 degrees to pay tribute to Lizuaim when they see him. Lizavim enjoys the adoration of demons with a cheerful look. When he saw Luaim coming over, the demons had happy faces, like dogs wanting to please their masters. But when Lizavim walked past them, the lingering smile on his face instantly subsided, and his eyes were full of contempt and helplessness. The Great Red was defeated, but I didn't know who it was. It would be nice if I could meet him. Lizavim walked inside Lucifer's castle with an interested face, looking at the surrounding gold-like luxurious castle. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he continued. I wonder what kind of interesting person he is. Inadvertently looking up at the scene, I noticed that a golden flying boat was slowly approaching in the distant sky of the underworld. What is that? It looks so pretty. Lizavim was first shocked and then ecstatic, and asked the demon who was passing by and noticed that the skyship outside was stunned. The body of the demon who was questioned by Lizavim trembled, his eyes were full of fear. He looked at Lizavim and replied. Sir, the villain, I don't know what that is. Hearing the demon's unsatisfactory answer, a displeased look appeared on Lizavim's face. However, he immediately thought that he didn't know, let alone these servants who had never seen the world. How would they know? What a waste, nothing to do with you. Hearing Lizavim's impatient words, the demon seemed to have received an amnesty, his face full of joy, and he quickly left. Yes, I am a waste, thank the adults for sparing the villain's life. The demon bowed his head and bowed humbly, admitting that he was a waste, and stepped back. When the demon turned around, nodded and bowed, the expression disappeared immediately, and his mouth curled with contempt. Lizavim found his confidant demon and began to ask what was the golden flying boat flying in the sky outside the underworld city. Lizavim doesn't know much information. Lizavim's henchmen, the demons, fell into thinking, as if they were organizing language and began to speak. According to rumors, a demon king drove a golden flying boat to the underworld, killed 4 high-level demons, and nearly 100 middle and low-level demons robbed Gulacia. Lizavim heard the answer of his confidant demon, his eyes lit up suddenly. And an interesting expression slowly hung on his face. Why didn't you tell me such an interesting thing earlier, and let me stay in this damn castle every day bored? Lizavim pointed at his confidant demon in a reproachful tone and began to curse. The confidant demon of Lizavim lowered his head and said nothing, accepting Lizavim's scolding. He was used to Lizavim's scolding. Since he came to the underworld Lucifer family and began to serve, the only son of the dawn star Lucifer and the original mother of the devil Lilith, Lizuaim Luen Lucifer. He lived like this almost every day, but he had a good education before coming, and he always believed in the principle of loyalty to the Lucifer family. At this time, in his heart, he couldn't help but start to envy that the girl named Gurfia was rescued from the underworld by others, and left this disgusting family of superiors and inferiors. He also knew that this was impossible, so he could only listen to the reprimand named Lizavim like a fate. Luaim felt tired after scolding for half an hour, so he ordered him to prepare for himself. He wanted to go out of the city to see what the golden flying boat was flying in the sky. P.S. I beg for flowers, I beg for subscription, I beg for evaluation votes, I beg for rewards. Your biggest support for me is the biggest motivation for my update. Today, the 4D update, please support me more. PS, everyone can go to the comment sticker, there are good things in books, welfare, and everyone can enter the discussion. The male protagonist is called Lot and travels to the world of ghost destruction. The beautiful girl and her mother are brought under his command together, and they accidentally turn them into his own shape. Lot said that he was also helpless. Comprehensive manga begins with Lodi as a star god *. Chapter 27, Angry Medusa. Izayoi drove the golden flying boat to a stop in a forest that was very far from the underworld city. Arturia jumped off the golden boat and used her perception to sense the surroundings and found that there was nothing unusual. She nodded and said, "Medusa above. Safe with no one here." Medusa, who received the message, also nodded, then turned around and looked at Izayoi, who was sitting on the throne and staring at her with a happy expression. Especially seeing Izayoi's movement of licking the corner of his mouth, his face turned even redder. "The master has made arrangements, and this is a very suitable place for us to descend." Medusa bowed 90 degrees and her deep career line was directly exposed, and said to Izayoi in a clear voice. Izayoi's eyes flashed a gleam of golden light, and he looked at Medusa for a while, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. "I said that you don't need to pay attention to the safety of the surroundings at all, and you don't need to care about those things at all." Izayoi shook his head helplessly as he spoke. He didn't intend to hide himself. Any one of Arturia and his party can directly destroy the existence of the city, hiding a little bit of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Master is in front of the demon city of the underworld. Don't you plan to go and have a look? After all, you have the strength of a demon king. Graphia came to Izayoi's side and asked with a puzzled look. "Let's rest here for a while, there are guests here." As if responding to Izayoi's words, a man with silver hair in a luxurious robe walked over from the periphery of the forest with a smile on his face. "Ha ha ha ha, it seems that the rumor is true, Graphia, you were kidnapped by someone else." Although a group of girls did not see the appearance of the person who came, they already sensed that someone was coming. About half a minute later, a man walked out of the forest and exposed to everyone's eyes. Lizavim. Graphia heard a very familiar voice in her ears, frowned tightly and looked towards the direction of the voice. Under her gaze, Lizavim walked out of the forest and came into her field of vision, and immediately Graphia's eyes were filled with hatred. She remembered that her father died for the infighting of the man in front of her, but the man in front of her didn't say anything. Arturia and the others looked at the man who appeared, and the tone of his demeanor and speech was full of arrogance. Especially the way the man in front of them looked at them made Arturia and the others very disliked by the possessiveness in it. "Who are you? We'll kill you if you dare to take a step closer." Medusa looked at Lizavim with cold eyes. Medusa subconsciously pulled out her divine tool, the unmarked short sword. Since she didn't release any power from the divine drama, the opponent couldn't detect it at all. Lizavim didn't give Graphia the ability to see through the artifacts they were wearing. In Lizavim's eyes, the girl in front of him pointed at an ordinary weapon in her hand, which made him feel amused and angry. "This beautiful lady, do you think the weapon in your hand can kill me? That's so funny. Why don't you follow me?" Hearing Lizavim's words, Medusa's brows furrowed tightly, her purple hair was constantly swaying in the air, and a pair of purple eyes flashed with murderous light. "Looking for death? Everything I own will always belong to the master alone." Looking more arrogant than himself, but not as handsome and disgusting as Lizavim when Lucifer, he molested his servants as soon as he appeared. A displeased look appeared on Izayoi's face. Lizavim is the only bloodline descended from the original demon king Lucifer and the demon mother Lilith. This demon king is different from other demon kings, he is not interested in the throne of the demon king. In the eyes of Izayoi, he is a fool-like character, who gave most of his possessions to other heirs of the demon king. Even if the underworld has reached the point of life and death, this guy still looks like he is hanging up high. And the original book also stated that this guy would only sit on the sofa and drink wine leisurely all day long, bullying his son to get rid of boredom. And Lizavim is obviously a tyrant-like figure, more brutal than his own demon father, Lucifer. Gurfia looked at Lizavim, who was standing under the golden flying boat, and looked up at him. His eyes were full of anger and hatred. Since becoming a servant of Izayoi, Grafia's mind has also begun to change, and now she looks at Lizavim, who has the power of transcendence at the peak of the demons, without a trace of fear. A middle-aged boy who just sat in the castle and bullied his son all day, drinking wine, and completely ignorant of the world. His father took care of the family business for him, fought for his territory and handled the funeral for him, and he died in battle in the end, but he didn't say anything at all. Such a person should not live in this world. Izayoi tilted her head to look at Gurfia, seeing Gurfia's eyes full of hatred, and a trace of pity appeared on her face. Izayoi walked up to Gurfia, stretched out an arm to wrap her in his arms, and comforted her in a wordless way. Feeling Izayoi's warm embrace, Gurfia's hatred eyes gradually faded, and she turned her head to look at Izayoi suspiciously. But what Gurfia met was a pair of eyes full of tenderness. In an instant, Gurfia was lost in those gentle eyes, and most of the hostility in her body dissipated. Seeing that Gurfia Izayoi, who was not overwhelmed by hatred for the time being, nodded with satisfaction, then turned to look at Lizavim. In the original book, Lizuimud knew that there was an outside world, so he resurrected the evil dragon to attack the Great Red, and wanted to go to the outside world to take a look. But only he who surpassed his strength, how could he beat the Great Red, and finally be beaten to death by the Great Red? Unwilling, Lizavim sacrificed his soul to the seal of the Beast of the Apocalypse 666, causing 666 to bring a disaster to the Devil's High School. And Izayoi knew so much for a purpose. Izayoi's body was the will and restraint of the planet. In order not to waste another clone of himself, Izayoi intends to give a clone to his will and let him walk out of a different power system. It just so happened that the Bible god of Demon High School died because he sealed the Beast of Apocalypse 666. Izayoi intends to replace the Bible god of this world with his own will and become the new Bible god. Izayoi looked at the woman who dared to empty his servants in front of him. He has already decided the fate of the man's death in front of him. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation, ask for collection, ask for support, ask for everything. There are good things on the top of the comments, readers can go there, there is a book, welfare, you want. The writing of comprehensive manga begins from Luodai begins to be a star god is a little immature, and there are some problems in the first two worlds. You can read The Blade of Ghost Slayer directly. Thank you readers and fans for your support, thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 29, Angry Izayoi New Book for Data. I didn't expect that someone really defeated the real Ilong God Emperor, you are really strong. With a frivolous smile on Lizuim's face, he looked at Izayoi who was standing on the boat and said, "But I observed you for a long time and found that you are not from this world, including these girls around you, right? You are really observing carefully, you are indeed the transcendence among the demons." Izayoi put an arm around Gurfia and looked at Lizavim standing under the boat with a look of contempt. "Hehe, a visitor from another world, let's make a deal." Hearing Lizavim's words, Lot suddenly became interested, not knowing what deal this guy was going to do with him. "Tell me what kind of deal to watch, and if I like it, I'll do it with you." Hearing Izayoi's questioning question, Lizuim put on a happy smile on his face, raised one hand and pointed at Medusa. "Haha! You must like it, that is, how about I use Gurfia to exchange one of your servants with you?" Hearing Lizavim's words, Izayoi's originally smiling face gradually turned cold and said, "I have something I want to exchange with you. I wonder if you would like it." Hearing this, Lizavim was also curious about what Izayoi wanted, but no matter what Izayoi wanted, he would agree. "May I ask what you want? As long as I can give it, I will promise." Hearing Mother Lizui's answer, Pomegranate Leaf still had a cold smile on her face and said, "Your life, the life of your entire clan, is to cast a stepping stone for Griffia to step onto the position of the Lord of the Underworld. Hearing Izayoi's answer, Lizavim was stunned for a while, and then laughed. I have never seen anyone who can take my life away. If you have the skills, try it, guest from another world. Griffia was shocked when she heard Lizavim's words. Although he had long known that the man in front of him was a scum, he did not expect that his father, who struggled so hard, would sacrifice his life for him. As a result, he sold his daughter to the enemy in exchange for a woman. Immediately, Grifia's face turned dark black as if stained with ink. Medusa, who was already very angry, heard that the man in front of him actually used Griffia as a bargaining chip and wanted to exchange herself. Immediately, the purple magic power swam around Medusa's body, and the thunder appeared on her body. Order, Master, let me kill him. Hearing Medusa's words, Lizavim laughed, and said, Don't be angry, beauty, I will take good care of you later. Immediately, Lizavim's eyes turned, and he looked at the eyes of the other women standing on the deck with dazzling golden light. Beautiful, so beautiful, I've never seen so many beauties. Seeing so many beauties around Izayoi, Liziram's saliva was almost drooling. How about this, not just Griffia, Neberos, Sagtanas, Agaliripet, Satanasia, as long as they belong to me, I can use them and make them. Exchange. Looking at Lot's side, there are a total of 7 girls, and there are 5 that he likes. The other 2 left the scene for a while, and Lizavim didn't notice it for a while, otherwise he would go crazy. Haha. Are you crazy? Lizavim Lucifer, you are not the first person in the universe who dares to speak to me like this. Izayoi's face was extremely gloomy, but the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. Lizavim, looks like I misjudged you. Not only I misjudged you, but even my father misjudged you. You are a scum, an out-and-out scum. Griffia gritted her teeth, looked at Lizavim and said, Daughter of a mere retainer, how dare you say your master? Griffia Lucy Fergus. Presumptuous, Griffia is now my person, how can you teach her? Faced with the anger of Griffia and Izayoi, Lizavim didn't care, but said with his eyes fixed on Medusa. P.S. I beg for flowers, I beg for data, I beg for evaluation tickets, I beg for rewards. Asterisk. Chapter 30, The Golden Sword for Victory. A good boy is arrogant enough. The next moment, the expression on 16's face was like magic, and changed into an amiable smile. You don't have enough of these things in exchange, I want your life. My life is still useful, I can't give it to you now, and I have to see the world of another world. Lizavim had a happy look on his face, and his eyes narrowed into crescents with a smile. Hehe, you can't beat anyone in my city, you can try it. The corners of Izayoi's mouth were slightly raised, and he sat on the throne with a happy face. He wanted to see who Lizavim could beat. No matter what the 7 girls are wearing or holding in their hands, they are all divine weapons, and they won't work if the Demon King comes. Lizavim alone is the weakest being among the Demon Kings, even though he has the power beyond that. Hearing Izayoi's words, Lizavim's face suddenly showed a happy look, and he looked at Arteria, who was standing under the boat holding the golden sword of victory. Altoria doesn't need to keep her hands, just do it. Yes. My master. Artoria, who received the order, put her right hand on the hilt of the sword, raised her foot, and walked towards Lizavim. Crash, crash. In an instant, a purple magic circle emerged from around Artoria's body and on the ground, and from it stretched out countless ominous purple chains that bound Artoria's whole body. Lizavim stretched out his left hand, and there was a huge blue circle forming in front of his palm. Aldoria's eyes were calm, staring at Lizavim, who was casting a magic circle in front of her. Do you want to subdue me with this little trick? It's too small. The corners of Arteria's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a sneering look. The magic circle that blends with the iron chain, combined with the high-level sealing technique, is really not easy. Izayoi, who was sitting on the throne of the king, explained while watching the battle under the ship. This beautiful lady, just follow me obediently, you can't break free from being locked by my sealing technique. Looking at Arteria, who was bound into a zongzi, Li Zuame's mouth showed a wicked smile of successful strategy. Do you think I came here unprepared like this? Before I set off, I asked my servants to prepare a lot of tools to deal with you. Li Zuame raised his head and looked at Izayoi sitting on the throne of the king with a playful face, as if showing off his smart mind. But Li Zuame looked at Izayoi's smile without any change, and he was startled, feeling that something was wrong. In the next moment, the bad idea in my mind became a reality. I saw Artoria, who was tied into a zongzi in front of him, with dazzling crimson magic photons all over his body. This is impossible. Li Zuame looked at Arteria, who had taken off the shackles and walked towards him, with a shocked expression, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes for the first time. This black gold chain can even trap the devil for half an hour, how did you break free so easily? Arteria had a smile on her face, and some of her eyes flashed with icy colors, and she drew out the golden sword of victory hanging from her waist with her right hand. P.S. I beg for collection, I beg for reward, I beg for flowers, I beg for monthly pass, I beg for evaluation ticket. Asterisk. Chapter 31, The Sword of Oath Victory. I didn't expect to look so cute, and the strength is so terrifying, it's really scary. Li Zuame hugged his body with both hands and looked extremely scared, but his face did not show any expression of fear or even full of joy. It's really interesting, I haven't done it for a long time. With an expression of excitement and fanaticism on Li Zuame's face, a black laser beam suddenly shot out of the magic circle condensed in his right hand. The black laser beam was like the speed of light, arriving in front of Artoria in an instant. But the next moment... Dash brush! Arteria lightly waved the golden sword of victory in his hand, and directly split the laser beam shot by Li Zuame in half. The laser beam that was split in half slid across the sides of Arteria's body, and fell into the ground behind it, creating two small mushroom clouds like a nuclear bomb exploded. Dash boom! It's just some indiscriminate means, and it can't be brought to the table at all. Arteria spoke to Li Zuame for the first time. Girls, don't look down on people, do you think my strength is just that little? I'll show you my true strength. As soon as the words fell, 12 dark rays of light shot towards the sky from behind Li Zuame. In just an instant, 12 pairs of jet-black wings spread out behind Li Zuame. I am the bloodline of the Demon King Lucifer and Lilith. In terms of strength, there is no one who is my opponent among the demons. I am the Demon King. As Li Zuame spoke, his body rose toward the sky. Do you think I'm one of those soft persimmons that can be kneaded by anyone? Li Zuame, who fluttered the 12 pairs of Demon King wings behind his back to the sky, looked at Arteria below with a cold expression. The monstrous Demon King aura spread out, trying to frighten Arteria. Arteria raised her head slightly, and looked directly at the Demon King Rizevim flying in the sky. Arteria raised her right foot and stomped on the ground suddenly, and a crimson magic circle suddenly appeared on the right side. A group of tall horses wearing black armor and flashing scarlet eyes came out of the magic circle. Dash hiss! From the epic mythology, the Lionheart's mount, the king's horse, has the power of a bear and a dragon, and it can fly and run on the water. Wang's Haima's front kick lifted high and slammed on the ground, causing a crack of nearly 100 meters to appear on the ground. The forest not far away was also attacked, and countless trees fell and the mountains were shaken. Arteria rolled over and mounted the king's horse, and the king's horse suddenly stomped the ground with its front and rear hooves, and ran in the void like a stream of light that shot directly into the sky. It's a really good horse. It can actually run in the void. I want that mighty figure and that fit figure. Li Zuame's eyes flashed with excitement as he looked at the steed riding under Arteria's crotch. In the underworld city, Li Zuame has seen many famous horses, but he has never seen a horse so intimidating. The king's horse under my crotch cannot be tamed by anyone. If you want to tame him, you must have the strength to tame giant dragons." Hearing Lizavim's extremely arrogant speech, a look of disdain appeared on Arteria's face. Hearing the girl's words, there was no other expression on Lizavim's face, and he looked coldly at Arteria, who was running towards him. Lizavim stretched out the 12 dark demon kings behind him and began to extract the magic factor flowing in the air. To laugh at others, first of all, you must have the strength to laugh at others. Let me see how strong you are, girl. 12 black magic light balls appeared behind Lizavim, and shot towards Arteria like a cannonball. Arteria felt the huge power contained in each magic light ball, which was a terrible power that could destroy a city. "Let me punish you a little, beat you seriously, take it back and punish you well." With a happy look on Lizavim's face, he controlled 12 magic light balls to smash them towards Arteria. The Sword of Oath of Victory. Arteria, who was riding on the king's horse, flipped the golden sword in his right hand, and activated magic release to strengthen himself and strengthen the divine tool in his hand. The crimson magic photons wrapped around the golden sword of victory, and the magic photons spewed out were 50 meters long. Arteria, who read out the true name of the noble phantasm in her hand, slashed out the golden sword in her hand. Dash boom! The crimson magic light beam cut 12 black magic light spheres in half into 24 small magic light spheres and exploded directly in the air. The aftermath of the explosion spread, and the black and crimson light reflected the entire sky, and both the sky and the earth were completely destroyed by this powerful shock wave. The forest trees that were 200 meters away fell one by one, and there were regular patterns on the ground, and a 200-meter deep pit appeared directly on the ground. At the critical moment, Lizavim managed to avoid the light slash granted by Arteria. Turning his head, he looked at the underworld land that was nearly 2,000 meters in damage caused by the light slash approved by Arteria, as if more than half of it had been slashed with a knife, and a 200-meter deep pit appeared until it spread to the end. Lizavim swallowed dryly, and for the first time a cold sweat fell on his forehead. "What are you holding in your hand is a divine tool." "That's right, if human power alone can't cause such a huge destructive power, it must be a divine tool." Lizavim put a cynical smile on my face again, as if seeing through all the eyes of Arteria, staring at the golden sword in Arteria's hand. "Choose, you commit suicide, or I will kill you." Arteria rode the king's horse, floating in the void and looking into Lizavim's eyes. "Haha! I'm so big, you're the first one who dares to tell me to commit suicide. I like it. I'll see how I torture you later." Hearing Arteria's words, Lizavim seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed and then a gloomy look appeared on his face. Looking at Lizavim, who had dodged his own blow, Arteria raised the holy sword in her hand and slashed down. This time, the speed of the power was several times that of the previous one, and it only slashed Lizavim in half in an instant. "How is it possible? I am beyond. The Transcendent is an existence stronger than the Demon King." After Lizavim's lips trembled and said this sentence, a silver line appeared from the center of his forehead to the bottom, and his entire body fell directly into two halves and fell to the ground. Originally, Lizavim couldn't have died like this, but all the divine tools of Arteria and others have two attributes, demon and curse. Therefore, after Lizavim was beheaded by Arteria's divine tool, he was directly cursed and powerfully killed by demons. The two halves of the corpses that fell to the ground burned with black flames. P.S. Begging for flowers, begging for data, begging for collection, begging for evaluation tickets, begging for everything. Asterisk. Chapter 32, Destroy the Lucifer Family, 1, New Book for Data. Izayoi stretched out his right hand and split Lizavim's body in half, and took off his head. "Master, if you want a complete head, you should have reminded me just now." Arteria, who descended from the void on the king's horse, said expressionlessly. "It doesn't matter, I thought you would directly beat him to ashes, but it's almost there. Izayoi turned his head to look at the corpse of Lizuame, which had been completely burned on the ground, and shook his head. Although I have a certain understanding of some cases in the underworld, it is not detailed. Can you tell me about the Lizavime Lucifer family? Izayoi directly held Lizavime's head in his right hand, and threw it towards the underworld demon city through a transparent protective cover. The circular object drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell into the fortress of Lucifer in the demon city Lizavime. Dash boom! As if a meteorite hit the castle of the Lucifer family, a deep pit was directly blown out on the ground, and a head turned in the deep pit. Isn't that Lord Lizavime Lucifer? Why does he only have a head? It's over. Lord Lizavime is dead. The Lucifer family is going to be completely finished, hey! In just an instant, the entire Lucifer family was in a frenzy. Generally, all the demons began to panic, but most of them smiled and began to pack up and leave here. As the son of Lucifer Lizavime, he stared blankly at his father's head. The corners of his mouth twitched and he wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. What he wanted was that he could get rid of his father's abuse. The reason he couldn't laugh was that the Lucifer family was over. No matter what was going on in the Lucifer family, Izayoi sat calmly on the throne of the king, driving the golden flying boat toward the demon city. On the other hand, Gerfia knelt down beside Izayoi, beating Izayoi's leg while explaining the affairs of the Lizavime family. In the era when the first ancestor, the demon king Lucifer, ruled, there were only 6 affiliated families, and more than half of the 72 pure-blooded demons. However, after the death of the demon king Lucifer, Lizavime started after inheriting the family business, giving most of the family's troops and land to the other 3 major demon bloodline heirs. My father and I didn't understand at the time, why did Liwame act so stupidly? But we, as courtiers, don't take it seriously even if we say it honestly, as if we're not interested in anything. Even in the Demon King War, he doesn't care about competing for status. Even if they were invited into the battlefield, they would only sit in the conference room as a decoration, and would not make any comments. Hear Gerfia tell about Lizavime's Lucifer family. The corners of Pomegranate Leaf's mouth twitched slightly, and he did not expect Lizuame to be so stupid to give all his family's brilliant fighting power to others. Looking at it, in the entire underworld, only he, a special existence, can do such a thing. And Izayoi probably knew why the Demon King was not interested in war. In the original book, he was only interested in Otherworld and had no doubts about other aspects. Master, this is the red wine you asked for, it's ready for you. Medusa held the tray with both hands, and on the tray was a glass of bright red wine held up in front of Izayoi. Izayoi reached out and took a sip of the red wine. It's really good, as expected of Law Fight in 1982. Just after Arturia beheaded Lizavime, the Genesis book rewarded Izayoi with a bottle of 82-year-old Law Fight. So I can't help but sigh, how this Genesis book evaluates the strength of the enemy and gives rewards. A transcendence among demons, no matter what, it is the existence of destroying a city. After killing it, only a bottle of 82-year-old Law Fight was exchanged. Izayoi shook his head and stopped thinking about it. After all, the taste of Law Fight in 1982 was not bad compared to milk tea, at least it made Izayoi feel a little happy. Seeing Izayoi's happy expression, the corners of Medusa's mouth were also slightly raised, and she stood to Lot's right with a smile, holding a tray in her hand like a maid. Master, I have a proposal. Grafia looked at Izayoi's expression hesitantly, and spoke cautiously. Say, if you have any thoughts, just say it. Izayoi looked at Gerfia and said in a commanding tone. Yes, Master. Hearing Izayoi's order, Gerfia nodded and continued. If you want to completely end the demon war in the underworld, you will definitely need some people. I suggest that our Lucy Fergus family become the affiliated family of the 16th Night Demon King. Having said that, Gerfia turned her head to look at Medusa who was standing next to Lot. Although we now have powerful combat capabilities, each of which is close to the combat power of the Demon King. It is impossible to let them do everything, so what you need now is not a powerful force but some medium-strength demons. P.S. I beg for flowers, I beg for everything, today's 10,000 word update, and I ask readers to support me. P.S. You can go to the top of the comments, there are good things, books, benefits, you can go to discuss. Asterisk. Chapter 33, Destroy the Lucifer Family, 2, New Book for Data. Hearing Graphia's proposal, Izayoi thought for a while and thought it was very reasonable, nodded and agreed. After all, her maid can't run outside all day, and she has to warm her bed, provide milk tea or other things every day. Grafia, I found that you were born to be a maid, or even a military division. Izayoi complimented Grafia with a happy smile on his face, and continued to hammer Lot's legs with a slightly red face. My clan's forces, from the initial 3 clan wars to the current civil war, are estimated to be less than a few thousand people. I don't know how many elite combat powers there are, but I am confident that I can convince them to join your strength, Master. All the suggestions that Grafia gave were very much in line with Izayoi's thoughts, and Izayoi nodded with satisfaction and said to Grafia, I accept your proposal, and I also accept your clan's submission, not because I see your clan's strength, but because I see your face. Thank you for your grace, my lord. On behalf of my family, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you. Grafia paused for a moment and said with a blushing face. As long as this chaotic war caused by demons in the underworld is over, everything I have belongs to you. Hearing Grafia's words, the corners of Izayoi's mouth twitched slightly, a happy expression appeared on his face, and he drank the 82-year-old Lafite in his hand. It is not without reason that our family's military strength is declining day by day. Since the mother of demons, Lilith, and the demon king Lucifer died together in the war, the birth of demons can only depend on the most primitive men and women. However, it is extremely difficult for the demon race to produce offspring, and sometimes a new demon cannot appear in a family for decades or hundreds of years. I made a decision. Grafia looked at Izayoi suspiciously. He didn't understand what Izayoi decided. From today, the castle of the Lizavim family in Demon King City is mine, and I will kill all the demons in the Lizavim family. I want their Lucifer family to be my stepping stone and my palace to walk in the underworld. Master, please think twice. Grafia was stunned for a moment and then came back to her senses, and she began to beg Izayoi not to kill all the demons in the Lizavim family and use them as her subordinates. Since Luame is dead, just kill his family blood, and the group of demons under him can be used as our subordinates. Grafia looked at Izayoi with a pleading look, her small hand gently massaged on Izayoi's leg, expressing her thoughts. On this point, I don't listen to anyone's advice. I want to destroy the entire family and demons of Lucifer Lizavim. Izayoi's eyes were extremely cold, looking at Demon King City, which was about to approach. His eyes were full of killing intent. Order to kill all the demons of the Lucifer Lizavim family without leaving any. Yes. Izayoi's left hand waved down in the air, and the 3 Medusa sisters, Joan of Arc, and Arteria turned into 5 crimson streamers, like a meteor streaking across the sky, falling into the Lizavim family. Looking at the figures of the 5 girls who had already flown into the Demon King's city, Grafia could only sigh helplessly. Grafia, only then did she realize that the newly recognized young master was even worse than Lucifer Lizarim before. But the man in front of him is much stronger than Li Zuaim, whether it is IQ, strength, or appearance. Seeing Grafia looking at him with a look of longing in his eyes, Izayoi enjoyed it extremely, and a happy expression appeared on his face. It seems that I have done so many things that make me happy when I came to Demon High School, and some life will not be so boring. Izayoi lifted Grafia's chin and said happily. Boom! Like the explosion of a nuclear bomb, a towering mushroom cloud rose up in the Demon King City, and the entire Lucifer family was destroyed in a single blow at the inherent barrier, the Knights of the Round Table in Artoria. The Artorias who came to the body can summon all the knights of the Round Table in history to fight, which is equivalent to one person equal to the entire knights of the Round Table. In the face of such a powerful attack, it is impossible for any demon king to raise his interest, even the power to resist. Bombing the whole family, where are we staying tonight? Looking at the mushroom cloud rising into the sky, Gurfiya was stunned for a while, so she thought about whether a group of girls would be sleeping in the wild tonight. My golden flying boat is not only for flying, there are countless rooms in the cabin, enough for hundreds of people to live in, just dock the boat on the territory of the Lucifer family. Hearing Izayoi's malicious words, Grafia nodded helplessly. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for data, ask for collections, ask for rewards. Even if you give me a flower, give me a monthly pass, and vote for me a recommendation vote, they are the biggest motivation for me to update. I am a full-time author precisely because I am full-time, and I am enjoying my old books during the day. After the update of being a star god from the first time, I will start to update my new book, Demon High School. Before it was not on the shelves, it was 8,000 words every day. My hand speed has also improved these days. I will update it with 10,000 words. All readers can support it. P.S. You can go to the top of the comments, there are good things, books, benefits, you can go to discuss. Asterisk. Chapter 34, Do you want you to teach me to do things? New book for data. As for the other Demon King factions in Demon King City, seeing the tragic situation of the Lucifer family, they slapped eyeliners to report to their Demon King. It only condensed for a few hours, and all the other Demon Kings received the signal. They all listened to the message from their subordinates in shock. After all, Lizavim is also a famous powerhouse among the Demon Lords, and the Transcender is an existence stronger than the Demon Lord. According to the information from the eyeliner, a man named Izayoi not only kidnapped the Demon King of Extermination in the Lizavim family. This is how things started. A dispute caused by a maid caused Li Zuaim to be killed by Izayoi's men, and the entire family exploded into the sky. The Demon Kings of the other factions couldn't help but speculate about how terrifying the combat power of Lot was. According to the eyeliner, it was speculated that the destruction in a radius of nearly 1,000 meters outside the Demon King's castle might also have been done by Izayoi's subordinates. And nearly 5 Demon King level powerhouses under Izayoi have been confirmed. But they didn't know that Arteria and the others had surpassed the level of the Demon King. Ask for a monthly pass. Ordinary Demon King class, Seraph's elder sister of Shido-sana, and Grafia's current maid of Izayoi. There are not many characters of this level in the Demon High School, including the subordinates of Tianhai Liangzuo and the 4 generals of 7 Lights. According to the current strength of the young master, our top combat power is enough. What we need is a cannon fodder level character, that is, a powerful source of soldiers below the Demon King level. Since last night Arteria and the Lucifer family were completely turned into flying ashes, Izayoi has controlled the golden flying boat to land on the ground. The golden temple was then taken from the king's treasure and placed on the territory of the Lucifer family that had been razed to the ground. This not only solves the problem of a group of people living at night, but also adds a bit of color to the razed Lucifer family territory. Izayoi had the feeling of building his own palace on the grave of the enemy, but he didn't hate that feeling. In the Demon King city, the other Demon King factions only dared to watch from a distance and did not dare to approach. Seeing the golden temple made of dazzling golden gems and gold that suddenly appeared in front of them, everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. Because the temple is so majestic and grand, even the Demon King's palaces of several major families can't compare. After a busy day and 16 nights, I can finally rest in bed for a night in peace. The good times are always short, and the underworld at night began to rain lightly, and it did not end until the early morning of the second day. The cool breeze blew in through the window, making Izayoi very awake. Grafia got up and dressed herself in her usual maid outfit, and came to Izayoi's side. "May I ask how many eggs did you eat today, master?" Izayoi got off the bed wearing light clothes and came to the window, looking at the scenery outside the window for a while. Suddenly hearing Gurfia's questioning voice, Izayoi turned around and said with a happy smile on the corner of his mouth. 20 eggs as usual, to replenish the body. Okay, young master. Gurfia bowed, turned, and walked towards the kitchen. Among my maids, there is no one who can be a maid better than you. In just 1 month, you have gone from a terrifying demon king to a well-behaved and lovely maid. How did you do it? Gurfia, who had already turned around and walked out not far, heard Izayoi's inquiry and turned her head to look at Izayoi with a bright smile on her face. I will not tell you. Seeing Gurfia showing a mischievous smile, Izayoi shook his head helplessly. When Gurfia walked out, Medusa, who was hiding in the corner, came out wearing a maid outfit. With a figure like the golden ratio, wearing a maid outfit gives a dazzling feeling, wearing black lace socks on her legs. Master, let me serve you and dress. Seeing that Izayoi had walked to the cabinet and was about to take off the clothes and put them on, Medusa came to Izayoi in a few steps and picked up the clothes on the hanger to help Izayoi put on. After 2 hours, Izayoi got dressed and followed Medusa out of the room. And Gurfia had already prepared breakfast for Izayoi, waiting for him to enjoy it. When Izayoi just sat down at the dinner table, I accidentally saw that today's Joan of Arc was not dressed in black as usual, but in white holy clothes like a saint on the battlefield. Master, what are you looking at? Joan looked at Izayoi with a red face. Izayoi looked at Joan with a happy face, and he immediately understood that the current Joan was not the Witch of the Dragon, but a Joan of Arc with another personality. After 1 man and 7 women finished breakfast, Lot began to arrange the follow-up development. In addition to Zhenhong, the other 7 heroic spirits have the ability to command troops. Because each person's skills have a leadership temperament, which is specially used to rule the army and fight. Izayoi sat on the golden throne in the center of the hall, with 7 young girls standing beside him in various poses. Everyone's character can be seen from their standing posture, but Izayoi doesn't care about them. Anyway, the 7 heroic spirits under him are loyal to him, and he doesn't care about these small details. Most of the demons in the underworld now rely on the leaders of the demon kings who have ruled one side. After all, instead of a bunch of shrimp, soldiers, and crabs getting together, it is better to find a powerful existence to take refuge in. In the underworld, except for the Luciferians who did not participate in the civil war, the other families held most of the power. For example, Asmodeus, Leviathan, and Beelzebub, these 3 are in charge of warrants. Most of these characters are of the same level as me, and their strengths belong to the level of ordinary demon kings. As for the case of the underworld, as I said before, in addition to the bloodlines of the 4 major demon kings, there are other families that are similar to the bloodlines of the 4 major demon kings. It's like... At this point, Gurfia's tone couldn't help but pause for a while, then took a deep look, and Izayoi continued to say. For example, Sayzakes from Grim and Riga, Ajaka from the Astaroth family, Sarafuru from the Siddhi family. As I said before, Sarafuru and I have the same level of Demon Lord strength, and Farbaiwan also has the Demon Lord strength comparable to Sarafuru. What I will talk about later is Lizavim, who was beheaded by Arteria, and the 3 Transcenders, Sarjax and Ajaka. Although they are weaker than the Demon King, their strength is also at the forefront of the demons. Izayoi caught the expression on Gurfia's face when she spoke of Sayzakes. Izayoi looked at Gurfia with a happy smile at the corner of his mouth. If Sayzakes knew that his fiancée had become his now, I don't know what kind of expression he would have. Thinking of this, the corners of Izayoi's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a wicked smile. Izayoi listened to Gurfia for a long time, and he finally understood only one truth, that is, it is not easy for the Demon Lord faction to persist until now. Gurfia, after speaking for nearly 3 hours, also felt dry mouth. Izayoi summoned the fine wine from Sumer from the king's treasury, poured a glass and handed it to Gregory. Gurfia, with a blushing face, took the wine that Izayoi handed over. "Thank you, sir." Graphia slowly drank all the wine in the glass. Graphia elegantly put the cup back into the tray, then thought for a while, and said to Izayoi about the connection with the family this morning. "Young master, I have already notified that the forces of our family on the battlefield, the Demon King's subordinates led by my younger brother, are retreating, and they will come back soon." Izayoi sat on the throne of the king and thought for a while, then said to Gregory. "Retreat, let all the people in your family withdraw as fast as they can, or else they will all die on the battlefield, I won't care." Hearing this, Graphia stood there for a while. She seemed to know what Izayoi was going to do in the next moment and said with a face of horror. "Are you going to use them?" "Yes, I just want to use them to end the war in the underworld directly." Hearing Izayoi's answer, Graphia was surprised. She had the relationship of sharing knowledge with Izayoi, but she knew how powerful the five were. "But..." Graphia just opened her mouth to say something, but was frightened back by Izayoi's stern eyes. Izayoi sat on the throne, looked at Graphia coldly and said, "Can't you teach me what to do?" Hearing Izayoi's cold words, Graphia shook her body and lowered her head, saying, "Master, I dare not. P.S. I'm just greedy for her body, I admit that I despicable. P.S. Comment the world you want to see in the comment area, I opened a box in the comment area, and everyone can vote. P.S. Devil's High School hasn't ended so early, don't worry, I just have an idea to vote early. Asterisk. Chapter 35, The Death of Leviathan. New book for data. In the central area of the underworld, inside the Lucy Fergus family, a silver-haired boy was watching with a letter. His face became more and more gloomy. The next moment, the silver-haired boy suddenly raised his head and shouted to his subordinates. "Let the demons who are still fighting on the front line return immediately, only for today, and those who can't come back don't have to come back." A demon soldier knelt on one knee and answered tremblingly, "Yes, Lord Euclid." After saying that, the demon soldier turned and walked outside. Looking at the demon soldiers who were walking away, Euclid's expression was gloomy, as if something he liked had been snatched away, and he usually crushed the cup in his hand. "It's back to the 16th night, the new 5th Demon King Yanjai Demon King. I want to see what you are good at. You can kill all the 4 major Demon King factions in an instant." Euclid remembered that his older sister, Graphia, did not discuss with him about sneaking out before, but was seriously injured by the revolutionary rebels. Then he was accomplished by the sudden reversal of Izayoi. For some reason, he suddenly took refuge. Now he has sent a letter, asking himself to take all the members of the family to follow Izayoi. Euclid Lucy Fergus is a complete sister control. When he learned that his sister had taken refuge with another devil, and even became that person's servant. I have already made him accept it, and now the meaning revealed from the letter is that he has a very close relationship with the Demon King, which makes her even more melancholy. Euclid angrily punched the armrest of the seat he was sitting on, and the seat fell apart with a clatter, and he sat on the ground. Ouch! Ah, I'm so pissed off. The 2 soldiers standing at the door heard the movement in the house and quickly pushed the door in, only to see Euclid in a state of embarrassment. Euclid yelled at the 2 demon soldiers with a face of shame. "What are you looking at? Get out!" When the 2 demon soldiers saw Euclid, who was mad with rage, they all nodded in response, and quickly retreated. Yes. Izayoi stood on the roof of the Golden Temple in the capital of the Devil, where the Lucifer family resided, looking at the girl in front of him and asked, "Are you ready?" Arteria. Holding the holy spear Gungnir in his hand, he walked to the rooftop and raised the holy spear above his head. The crimson magic beam of light shot straight into the sky, as if connected to the sky, shining in the spear of the end. On the battlefield where the 2 sides of the underworld were fighting, countless people looked up in horror at the spear tip slowly emerging from the sky. "What is that, Lord Zufami?" In the battlefield where the 2 sides were fighting, a girl on a white horse looked up at the spear tip that suddenly appeared in the sky, her face full of doubts. The one who looked up at the unusual scene in the sky was the commander of the Leviathan army, the daughter of the Demon King, Zulfame Leviathan. What is that? Zulfame felt the powerful oppression and the power of destruction coming from her sky, and her heart kept rolling like a stormy sea. Quick retreat, this attack is aimed at us. As soon as the voice fell, he took the lead in pulling the reins in his hand to control the horse under his crotch, and ran towards the distance. And the several confidants behind him also hurriedly ran with him. And those demons who responded slowly could only stare blankly at the holy spear projected from the sky. The holy spear flashing with a black storm touched the ground at the speed of light in just an instant, and it turned into fly ash within a radius of 10,000 miles. Whether it was a low-level, an intermediate level, or a high-level demon, all the men and horses fighting on both sides turned into fly ashes in an instant. Seeing that Run could no longer run away, Zulfame directly used his Leviathan blood. The magic power surged in the body, the whole body began to swell, the clothes burst, and the whole body began to turn into a monster. The monster-shaped Zulfame roared in the sky and used magic power dozens of times stronger than the human body to attack the holy spear that landed in the sky. However, the effect was not satisfactory. The collision between the magic light wave and the ginger had no effect, like an egg hitting a stone. Instead, the Leviathan's attack dissipated the moment it touched the holy spear. What? Leviathan only had time to let out a scream, and his body turned into fly ash under the attack of the holy spear, dissipating between heaven and earth. P.S. Dear readers, every flower, every monthly pass, and every evaluation vote you vote for is the biggest motivation for me to update, I beg. P. 8,000 characters to 10,000 characters are updated before they are on the shelves, and 10,000 characters are updated after they are on the shelves *. Chapter 36, The Knights of the Round Table arrive. New book for data. Although I didn't make a shot, I liked the joyful feeling very much. The image projected by Izayoi holding the Book of Creation in his hand is the Holy Spear projected by Arteria. The Book of Creation not only has knowledge or magic of various dimensional worlds every day, but also has other simple functions. For example, it can be used as a store and can also be used as a projection. It is a universal artifact. Standing next to Izayoi, Gurfia also watched the Leviathan, who had turned into a siren form in the picture, turned into fly ash under the attack of the holy spear. Graphia calmed down and began to consider her own words. Young Master is indeed effective in doing this, and other demon kings will also get the information to discuss, but you are too domineering. Hearing that, the corner of Izayoi's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a happy expression, and he gently put his arm around Gurfia and walked towards the main hall. Hearing Izayoi's answer, Graphia could only secretly feel bitter in her heart that she was really a tyrant. It would definitely be bad if this man ruled the underworld, but this man has no idea of joining the underworld. Izayoi thought for a while, then said to Graphia, "Wait until your army comes back to collect a demon army, and then go to attack them to waste time and energy. It's better to destroy it with one blow. And after I have integrated all the visions of the underworld, you will arrange me so I won't interfere, and I don't bother to care about this kind of thing. Just treat it as a gift from me to my little maid." Indeed, in the eyes of Izayoi, a place as big as the underworld could only be regarded as a gift. Because what Izayoi wanted was the power of the god of the Devil's High School Bible. After all, Izayoi has both consciousness and willpower in his body, so that the Bible God whose consciousness has inherited the Devil's High School can walk out of the path of the Bible God. And Izayoi's consciousness has no emotion and no thinking. It is a consciousness that can be used as a clone to give him the power of the God of the Bible. Izayoi can use his own consciousness to display the power of the God of the Bible. Note, the clone does not have a poison point and will not come into contact with female characters. Ask for a monthly pass. Izayoi slowly woke up from her sleep. In order not to disturb the two girls who were sleeping beside her bed, she carefully got off the bed and went to the window to enjoy the morning breeze. Izayoi took out a bottle of 82-year-old Lafite from the Book of Creation, which he exchanged for his ability points. Izayoi felt that his founding book was gradually degenerating into a system, because many things in it were beginning to be systemized. But this is indeed a good thing for Izayoi, because it is more convenient and practical to use. The task is released, the main task devours the demon high school. Become the Bible god of the devil's high school, convert the devil's high school into a place of faith, and thereby forge the path of the God of the Bible. Task reward: unlock the shuttle door of the third dimension world. There is no penalty and no reward for mission failure. Blessings from Athena: after completing the task, you can get the zodiac. The 12 zodiac signs can summon 12 holy warriors to fight, with 100% loyalty. Seeing this task, Izayoi's reward eyes suddenly lit up with a bright golden light. It's so interesting, the blessing of Athena of the Saint Cea galaxy is really interesting, aren't you afraid that I will greedy you? Izayoi stood by the window and thought for a while before gently closing the Genesis book in his hand. In Izayoi's hand, the book of Genesis emitted a faint blue light, and it turned into an ordinary Bible. Izayoi looked at the Genesis book in his hand in amazement, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. It turns out that this book will be transformed into what I need now according to my heart. This has solved a big problem for me. The Bible is exactly what I need to know most right now. To become the God of the Bible, I must have a solid knowledge of the Bible and the past of the God of the Bible. With a happy look on Izayoi's face, he began to read the Bible. At the same time, the two women who were sleeping on the bed slowly sat up from the bed. This move disturbed Izayoi, who was reading a book, and Izayoi turned to look at Medusa and Joan of Arc, who had woken up in bed. Medusa rubbed her relaxed vision, and out of the corner of her eyes caught a glimpse of Izayoi standing by the window. I would think of something and get out of bed and get dressed. Sorry, young master, didn't expect it to be so late, I haven't served you and dressed yet. Joan of Arc, who was sleeping beside her, blushed when she heard Medusa's words and quickly got up and dressed, and started to go to the kitchen to prepare ingredients for cooking. Medusa had to serve Izayoi and dress, and breakfast was shared by other sisters. Izayoi's breakfast was made by one person every day, cooking breakfast for Izayoi. Medusa came to Izayoi's side to help Izayoi get dressed, and asked, "Sir, Arteria is going to hold a summoning ceremony today." Hearing Medusa's question, Izayoi nodded and said, "It's true. After all, we have a strong strength now, but we don't have a strong army. Altalaya is known as the Lionheart King, and there were countless strong generals who ruled the entire northern hemisphere back then. As long as the army of Camelot's prosperous period is summoned to this era, I just fill it up, the army we are most lacking now." After a group of people agreed last night, Izayoi felt that he often let his girls go out to fight. And it felt like a cannon attacking mosquitoes. He also agreed to Gurfia's proposal, and was ready to recruit a demon army as his subordinate. At the same time, Arteria proposed to give him a little time, preparing to let him summon the army of Camelot's strongest period and the Knights of the Round Table today. In this way, he has the most perfect army, starting from the weakest soldier to the Knights of the Round Table and then to the strongest leader, the king. Thinking of this, the corners of Izayoi's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a happy expression. Affection. I really look forward to seeing that little girl Mordred. Izayoi remembered the way Mordred, who was wearing a ferocious armor, held Wang Jin in his hand when he was watching Fate in his previous life. P.S. Kneeling and begging for the new book of data to collect every flower, every monthly pass, and every recommendation ticket given by readers is the biggest motivation for me to code words. P.S. You guessed right, I'm greedy for Mordred's body, I'm cheap. Asterisk. Chapter 37, The Arrival of the Dumb Hair King. New book for data. Outside the city of Demon City, in an unknown forest, Izayoi and the others watched Arteria paint the magic circle. It was a nearly 2-meter round red magic circle, and that red was nothing but Arteria's blood. The holy sword of the star was inserted into the scabbard named Aaron, standing in the center of the bright red magic circle. I saw Artoli reciting a few incantations that Lot couldn't understand. The next moment, the magic circle that could have been only 2 meters on the ground instantly expanded by 400 meters, and countless soldiers with shields, swords, and silver armor walked out of the magic circle. The rays of light kept flickering in the magic circle, and every time there were 2,000 soldiers who came out. The 2,000 people who came out first were led by a god, a man wearing silver armor and riding a tall horse. Izayoi recognized the man in front of him at a glance. It was one of the knights of the Round Table, the Sun Knight Gawain. The magic circle lit up again, and another 2,000 people came out. Then the magic circle continued to light up, and a total of 300,000 people came out neatly. The leaders were Arturia and several knights of the Round Table. The Night King Arturia, who came out last, pulled out the holy sword of the star inserted in the center of the magic, and hung it on his waist. At the moment when the holy sword of the star was pulled out, the magic circle disappeared little by little. The King of Knights and the King of Lionhearts who came out, the golden eyes of the two people looked at each other. Izayoi looked at the King of Knights who walked out of the circle with a strange look in his eyes. Looking closely, the Lionheart King and the Night King look exactly the same, the height is exactly the same, the only difference is the size there. Lionheart's was at least twice her size, and the two Artorias raised their eyes to look at each other. The next moment, a mass of pure white energy from Lionheart escaped from his body and floated towards the King of Knights. Under the eyes of Izayoi, the minds and brains of the two people are connected to share knowledge. The breaths of the two people began to entangle and slowly merge, as if they were making up for what the other lacked. About a minute later, under Izayoi's attention, the two girls drew 2 balls of photons, fused together and separated again. Standing on the left, the girl in silver armor with her hair tied into a mature bun is the King of Knights. While standing on the right wearing black armor, the hair is not arranged but it is very naturally draped behind the back, giving people a special beauty, especially the pair of golden eyes that seem to have no emotion but give people an inexplicable deterrence. I saw an incredible thing happen to the two girls in the next moment. The armor on the Night King standing on the left gradually turned black, and a red circle appeared in his golden eyes. Standing on the right, the armor of the Lionheart King wearing black armor turned silver. Izayoi looked at the faces of the two girls who could enter the blackened state and the release state at will, with a happy look on their faces. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick it at the corner of his mouth. Originally, he was very happy when Shiraka was summoned by Izayoi, but now that the King of Knights has appeared again, he is twice as happy. Izayoi imagined the life in the future for a while, and the corners of his mouth could not help but slightly raise a happy arc. At the same time, the Night King who was already blackened came to Izayoi and knelt down on one knee. Seeing the King of Knights kneeling down on one knee, the Camelot soldiers who followed him all knelt down together. P.S. I beg for flowers, I beg for rewards, I beg for evaluation tickets. Every flower you give me, every monthly pass, is the biggest motivation for me to update. Asterisk. Chapter 38, The King of Knights arrives. New book for data. Izayoi looked at the army of 300,000 summoned by Altoria, with a happy smile on the corner of his mouth. The 300 million troops and ordinary soldiers summoned by Arturia are vastly different. After being summoned, everyone's attributes are improved through the magic circle, and almost every soldier has the strength of a middle-level demon or an upper-level demon. Since Arturia shares magic power with Izayoi, Arturia has endless magic power to splurge. My King of Great Britain, Arturia, Pendragon, the King of Knights is willing to submit to my lord Izayoi. Hearing this, the corners of Izayoi's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a hint of joy, and he stretched out his right hand to lift King Yasa's chin to look at her delicate and pretty face. The King of Knights after Blacken looked at Izayoi's deep purple eyes with his golden eyes. The eyes of the two people collided in the air, flickering as if electric sparks were generated. Izayoi slowly pressed the thumb in his right hand to the center of the king's forehead to conclude the contract. It was only for a moment that the crimson magic power on Izayoi's body made it easier for the black magic power on Artoria to fuse together and absorb each other. Now King Arthur, like Lionheart, has obtained the endless magic power of Izayoi and can use the Holy Sword of Stars at will. My lord, we now have an army of nearly 300,000 people, but if all of them enter the demon castle as humans, it will be a lot of inconvenience. Gurfia came to Izayoi's side and frowned as she looked at the army of nearly 300,000 people in front of her. Although she was full of joy when she saw the army of 300,000 people summoned by Arteria, she immediately thought that this is the underworld, not the earth. If you participate in this battle between the demon kings as a human, it will definitely bring a lot of criticism. Hearing this, Izayoi thought for a moment about the matter that Gurfia said, whether it was big or small. The corners of Izayoi's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a smile. This is not difficult to do, I just need to use magic to temporarily hide the breath of people on them, and add the breath of demons. Hearing Izayoi's return home, Gurfia's eyes not only lit up with excitement. Then ask the adults to remove the human breath on them and add the devil's breath, so that we can participate in the war in the underworld with reason. Okay, anyway, this kind of thing is just a snap for me. Let's talk. His long-winded right hand stretched out to the sky, flicked his finger lightly, and a lustrous magic light stream was launched from the fingertips to completely cover the 300,000 army. In the blink of an eye, their human aura disappeared, replaced by a demonic aura equal to their strength. The weakest among the 300,000 army is also the lower-level demon strength. There are not too many middle-level and high-level demons, but the Knights of the Round Table headed are all Demon King level strength. This Demon King class is not comparable to the Demon King class in the Demon High School. After all, if the noble phantasms on them are deployed, it will be another matter. It's just that the breath exposed outside is the least, and it's all Demon King. Graphia looked at the sudden increase of 300,000 forces that was no less than that of any Demon King's army, and her eyes were filled with joy. The happy Graphia came to Lot's side and stretched out her arms to embrace Izayoi's arms with a look of excitement on her face. Seeing Gurfia looking like this, the corners of Izayoi's mouth twitched slightly, and she was enjoying herself happily. Izayoi looked at the Knights of the Round Table, and finally settled on Mordred. It was a man wearing the armor of the king. The helmet on his head was bent upward like two horns, and the giant sword slung around his waist was clearly a daughter, but it looked heroic. At this moment, Mordred took off the helmet on his head, revealing a delicate and pretty face. When Izayoi saw the face of the King of Knights Arteria, there was a mixture of a loyal knight and a queen. The King of Knights not only has the temperament of a queen, but also the spirit of chivalry. When she saw Mordred, Izayoi felt an air from her that was contrary to Arteria. It was a rebellious taste. This girl is a loyal subordinate if she handles it well, and a knight who can try to kill the monarch if she doesn't handle it well. Mordred, who bears the name of the father in the long history, is famous. Especially the curse that the king's sword in her hand was stained with for killing her own king. P.S. Dear readers, every flower you cast for me, every monthly ticket, and every recommendation ticket is the biggest motivation for me to code words. P.S. Push your girlfriend's book. Comprehensive manga, Be a God from the Dungeon Encounter. The title of the book is relatively long, you can directly search for the Dungeon Encounter. Asterisk. Chapter 39, The King of Knights Who Became a Woman. Izayoi used a little bit of the ability to simulate the innovation map, and raised the ability of the Knights of the Round Table summoned by Artoria to a level. Lot looked a little disappointed in the crowd. He didn't see the one person he wanted to see. He desperately wanted to meet Arteria's sister, Morgan. Morgan's beauty is no less than that of Arteria, the beauty of ancient Greek mythology. Arteria was able to summon her own army from Camelot without being obstructed by Aleia and Gaia. That's because the galaxy where Arteria is located and all the parallel universe planes have been swallowed up by Izayoi. From the root point of view, Artoria has fundamentally belonged to Izayoi alone. The myths that also included the three daughters of Medusa were also swallowed up by Izayoi. Izayoi's side wouldn't be affected if it disappeared from the root of the moon world that was swallowed up by Izayoi. The reason why the King of Nights appeared here is precisely because he got this information from the mind of the Lionheart King. She doesn't agree with the way she exists and she wants Izayoi to help him change the way she exists. She came to this world for this purpose, bringing her body and her own subordinates. Originally, the complete Arteria was a person, but Izayoi could extract the information in Arteria and reshape it into another Arteria. Because there are many kinds of history in Arteria, both official and rumored. It's like the Lionheart, which has the same soul as the Night King but has taken a different path. In another parallel world, she has walked out of her own way and the original Arteria has been separated from the relationship. And in the long history, these messages represent from which era they can be summoned, just like Artorias before they became kings can be summoned. You can also summon the King of Nights who have become heroic spirits sleeping in Valhalla. If Lot summoned Artorias of each era, their strengths would be different, and the things they knew would not be the same. There would also be some deviations in character. Because people grow up, Arteria will have many hesitations and choices before pulling out the sword in the stone. Lot had a dream in which there was a girl. The Night King doesn't understand people's hearts. When she drew the sword in the stone and stood on the mountain of corpses, her heart was empty. The Night King doesn't know what human emotions are because she was just a girl before becoming a king. Fate and the maiden made a joke and chose her, making her the King of Camelot of Great Britain. The loneliness and emptiness of walking on the street flooded into my heart, but it was spring, but in the feeling of a King of Nights, I walked forward in the snow with the cold wind in winter. It didn't take long for the icy blizzard to stop, and the frozen ground was melted by the slowly rising sun. It's time for it to end, and it's nobody else who destroys it. It was none other than Mordred, the one she trusted the most. Mordred took all the glory that belonged to the King of Nights in Cameron, and everything she wanted to protect. Countless sworn allegiance to her subjects, and everything she swore to protect for the country she swore to protect, was destroyed at that moment. She held up the sword in the stone in her hand, and it was wrapped with the trust and glory of countless people in her. Betrayed by the most trusted people, the people who believed in her no longer believed in her, Mordred ruined it all. All that perished led her to the lake where the sword in the stone was drawn. There is no shadow of the elves in the lake, there is only loneliness and loneliness. Wang does not understand what the human heart is. She failed to lead Great Britain to glory. All she has is the honor bestowed upon her by the people, and the respect of her arrogant subordinates. She wants to change her existence. The king is too perfect and not like a human being. She should not be the one who drew the holy sword that day. To change his own destiny, the sword in the stone of Zhang Shaozhong was inserted into the stone base that was pulled out again. But fate played a joke on her again. No matter how hard she tried, she could no longer insert the sword back into the original stone base. Arteria's mood was lowered, her head was lowered, and her face was extremely gloomy. At this moment, a man's hand reached out and grabbed her arm, which raised the sword in the stone again, and then came her voice. "Girl, go fall in love. Only love can give you everything you want. As a king, you can't enjoy what it feels like to be in love, but as a girl, you should enjoy your own love." Hearing the man's words, Arteria froze in place, and he slowly digested the meaning of the man's words. When she fully understood, her face turned crimson. She never thought about love, because it was too far away from her. When she pulled out the sword in the stone and shouldered the mission of king, some choices and hesitations would lead to the demise of the entire country. She had to carry all of this and move on. King is a lonely king and also a lonely girl. She bears everything that belongs to the king, and also bears the glory that belongs to the king. Bearing all this, she can't choose her own marriage and path. Falling in love is really too extravagant for Arteria. The girl raised her delicate pretty face with golden eyes and looked at the purple eyes. She felt that the man in front of her was very familiar, but she couldn't remember who it was for a while. "Who are you?" Hearing the girl's doubtful voice, the blond man's mouth slightly raised into a gentle smile. "Don't you remember who I am?" "Arteria." When the girl heard the familiar voice from the blond man's mouth, countless memories flooded into her mind, and Arteria's eyes slowly closed. When she opened it again, the white armor on her body had already disappeared, and she was holding a black holy sword in her hand in the dark armor. The man in front of her was none other than her master, Izayoi. A person who promises to change her history and change its existence, and the price to pay is her whole life. Countless complex guilty consciences appeared in her mind. She looked at the man in front of her. He gave her everything, and completely changed herself, making herself fall into another person. There was a hint of red in the golden eyes, and the eyes of the two people looked at each other tightly. She was the knight of this young man and the man of this young man. The girl surrendered to the boy's powerful strength and unparalleled determination. Right by the lake, the armor fell off at that moment, and she transformed into another person. With the help of the teenager, she transformed into what she dreamed of. Her history was changed at this moment. The fact that belonged to the demise of Great Britain was changed. Today, the 10,000 word update of Demon High School is asking for support. I recommend the author's old book comprehensive manga begins from falling to be a star god. Although he is a new author, he is non-toxic and non-depressing, so you can rest assured to see the bottom line. Author's name, Honest and Lovely Cat Lang Jun. Push a book for my girlfriend, comprehensive manga, I become a wife's favorite, a veteran author of Filu, non-toxic and no depression, you can rest assured to see the bottom, author's name, King CGE. P.S. This chapter is accompanied by a picture of Blacken's Arteria, begging for data. Asterisk. Chapter 40, Arteria is pregnant. New book for data. The early morning sunlight refracted through the window and shone on Izayoi's face, who was sleeping soundly in bed. He opened a pair of eyes, and looked at the ceiling made of gems with his purple eyes. The habit of sleeping is often complained by Yasha. The strength has reached such a state, and the bad habits of the past have not been corrected. In the eyes of Shiro Iyasha and others, such a common thing as sleeping is regarded as a bad problem. For example, White Leaf Fork and Canary are immersed in their own comfort and enjoyment, no matter day or night, even if their strength is sealed, it will not affect them at all. The name of the reverse Izayoi is hailed in the world of Hakoniwa as the trigger for the end of the world. One sentence sums up the strength of the 16th knight lying in the emperor's palace to sleep, and that day, the emperor didn't even dare to return to the palace. Sleeping is a spirit that Baiyu has cultivated since he was a child. Since he completely devoured Izayoi, it has become his habit. Note, Baiyu did not cross into Izayoi, but devoured Izayoi and became Izayoi. Izayoi and Arteria just returned to reality in the imaginary space, and they spent a total of 100 years in the imaginary space. Izayoi got down from the bed and came to the seat next to him to open the Book of Creation to see what changes were made to the Book of Creation today. The changes in 100 years are not big, but there is only a hint of deep taste in Izayoi's body. The Book of Genesis opened today still shows the contents of the Bible, but Izayoi has put his consciousness into the Book of Genesis. The meaning of Izayoi understands the laws and rules of the Bible in the creation poem. The information returned from the Genesis book indicates that his consciousness has inherited the position of the Bible God, and is already integrating the power of the Bible God of the Demon High School. Under Izayoi's attention, the biblical content disappeared little by little, replaced by the ninjutsu knowledge from Naruto. Izayoi roughly scanned the page and wanted to learn with his current eyesight. These ninjutsu are very simple. Multiple shadow clones. I was a little stunned when I saw this ninjutsu, but then I came back to my senses. Izayoi's eyes looked at the technique of multiple shadow clones, wrote it down in his mind, and then pinched out a few handprints. In a flash, 5 Izayoi appeared next to him. Izayoi, who had cast a number of people once, took back all his shadow clones, and then just quickly pinched a handprint, and there were 5 Izayoi around. Izayoi looked at his shadow clone and nodded with satisfaction. "It's not bad, you can play it with it." At this moment, Arteria, who was lying on the bed, woke up slowly, and the sun just shone on her side face. The beauty of the morning unfolds in front of Izayoi. Izayoi looked at Artoria's figure. The two lived in Camelot, Great Britain, for 100 years in the long history. It changed the history of the collapse of Camelot, which was once ruled by the King of Knights, and also changed the direction of many historical figures. In the past 100 years, Arteria's figure has changed greatly, and it is more bumpy than the girl's previous body, and has a mature charm. Originally Izayoi had given up on that purpose, but in the last year of Great Britain, he got what he wanted, and that was his daughter. Now that Artoria is pregnant with Izayoi's child, she is so strong that it is difficult for them to have children. This is what Izayoi once thought, so he spent 100 years living in Camelot. Artoria got dressed and came to Izayoi. Looking at the book in Izayoi's hand, although she couldn't read the contents of the book, she knew what it was. Izayoi raised his eyes and looked at Arteria, who came to his side. Her blonde hair was tucked high above her head, and she was dressed in a black dress with black lace and SI socks on her legs. Black handmade yarn of unknown material is worn on both arms. There is a black sword-shaped pattern on the right arm, that is Arteria's sacred tool Star Sword. It was the original sacred tool that Izayoi took from his own treasury and gave it to Artoria. In a flash, 100 years have passed. Who would have thought that only 1 second has passed in the world of Demon High School? Arteria came to the table and elegantly picked up the teapot and poured 2 glasses of water, and handed one to Izayoi and one to drink. Izayoi looked at Arteria's slightly bulging belly, her eyes filled with tenderness, and there was a life in it. It seems that it is time to go back to Hako Garden in advance, ready to prepare. P.S. Kneeling for flowers, kneeling for monthly tickets, kneeling for evaluation votes, kneeling for data. Can you give me some data? I feel like I'm playing a single-player game, such as giving a reward. Push a book for girlfriend, comprehensive manga, I became a wife's fax, a veteran author of Filu, non-toxic and non-depressing. You can rest assured to see the bottom, the author's name, King CGE. Asterisk. Chapter 41, Sleeping on the Same Pillow for 100 Years. New book for data. Izayoi took the birth of the child very seriously, and under the gaze of Izayoi, Arteria radiated a soft glow. That is the maternal radiance called origin. Just like the previous sentence, there is no mother who does not love her children, and Arteria cherishes her children very much. And Izayoi had already learned that it was a daughter, and she had already thought of a name and gave her a real name when she was born. Only the child who gets his real name can inherit the power from him. Note: real name is not a first name. Arteria saw Izayoi's intention to continue studying the contents of the book, so she chatted with him for a while and walked out of the room. Seeing the back of Arteria walking out of the room, Izayoi had a happy smile on his face. Life is a bit boring, then come and have a daughter to make life interesting. This was the idea in Izayoi's heart 100 years ago, and now it can finally be realized, which makes her very happy. Izayoi continued to look at the ninjutsu from Naruto, such as the fire escape from the Uchiha clan. At this moment, the content of the book began to change. A door appeared in front of Izayoi, and 3 choices appeared on the door. The consciousness in Izayoi's body has no thoughts or feelings of its own. Izayoi's pure owner's own consciousness cultivates other things, and then uses it after the cultivation is successful. And a system like mechanical sound resounded in Izayoi's mind. Unlock the world, Naruto world. Host: back to Izayoi, you can cast your own consciousness clone into the Naruto world and practice ninjutsu. Functional training, locator: all ninjutsu and forbidden arts in the Naruto world can be practiced and can also be used as a locator for Izayoi to travel to Naruto. When the main body comes, the system will recycle the clone and leave only the main body. The avatar has no thinking and no feelings, and will not contact the mainline women. It will only practice ninjutsu and strength according to the long-cherished wish of the main body. Successful cultivation of the main body will be rewarded, and the clone will be recycled by the system and disappear completely. Hearing the sound of the system in his head, Izayoi's mouth slightly curled up. The result was very satisfying to him. If the clone had a mind and consciousness, Izayoi would directly deny the crossing. He didn't have that kind of behavior for wearing a hat. Izayoi was a normal man. A blue light flickered in the room, and a pale blue figure emerged from behind Izayoi. Izayoi looked at Izayoi, who had the same battle strength as himself but no real body, but there was a silver-white circle above his head. Randomly look up to the 3 choices given on the front door. The first choice is to replace the Naruto World Uchiha Obito. The second choice is to replace Naruto World's supporting role, Hatake Kakashi. The third option replaces Nagato, the supporting role of Naruto World. Izayoi looked at the 3 choices presented in front of him, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and his face was full of interest. Each of these 3 characters is not simple, and their roles in Naruto are not bad. The meaning of Izayoi has just been fused with the Bible. He is comprehending the Bible God, and then he is sent to the world of Naruto to practice chakra. Chakra spells attack the physical attack of the 8 Dunjia, plus the spiritual attack of the Bible. Let your consciousness cultivate 3 things at the same time, and see what ground you can develop. And in Naruto, there is also the strongest kind of jutsu, blood sacrifice. It can only awaken the huge energy contained in the bloodline, and Izayoi is very interested in what kind of bloodline sacrifice can be developed from his own bloodline. Izayoi stretched out his finger and pointed on the card with Uchiha Obito written on it. Just for a moment, the card with Uchiha Obito written on it turned into a red streamer and disappeared into Izayoi's consciousness. Sha had no physical consciousness for a moment, and bloodlines began to appear on his body, followed by bones and then skin. Izayoi looked exactly like himself in front of his eyes, and there was no emotional fluctuation in his purple eyes, but he spun the 3-hooked jade writing wheel. It was at this moment that the system's voice sounded in Izayoi's mind. Congratulations to the host for the successful integration of Uchiha Obito in the reverse return to Izayoi. Start crossing the plane of Naruto, when the Uchiha Obito was born. Izayoi felt his mind and the clone in front of him, and there was a slight connection. Izayoi could watch everything he spent in another plane like watching a movie. However, the clone can't know the situation on the main body's side. The main body can use all the ninjutsu or taijutsu of the clone practice path, but the clone cannot use the main body's ability. And when the clone develops his own blood, ninjutsu, or blood round eyes to the peak, it disappears, and everything he learns will be mastered by the main body of Izayoi. That was his mission, and the only thing he could do. Izayoi carefully looked at the clone in front of him for a while, the corner of his mouth raised slightly, and then he stretched out a hand to push his clone into the dimension gate. Start crossing. Congratulations to the host's successful reversal of the 16th night clone. The Hokage plane can be opened at any time. Although Izayoi is very interested in Naruto World, now is not the time to go. After all, the High School of Demons hasn't finished processing it yet. He doesn't plan to go over Naruto now, at least after he has experienced more than a dozen worlds. The blue light flickered in the room for a moment, and then changed back to the appearance of the Genesis book and fell into Izayoi's hands. Immediately, a bottle of champagne produced by the system slowly emerged from the creation book and was held by Izayoi. Is this the reward? Izayoi shook the champagne in his hand, listening to the sound of the wine in the bottle colliding back and forth. Izayoi could analyze that this was a good bottle of wine, just enough to be used to celebrate Arteria. With a happy smile on her face, Izayoi walked along the golden spiral staircase to the center of the living room. And several girls had already sat at the table in the center of the living room, waiting for Izayoi to come down to celebrate for Arteria. Although Naruto is written here, Naruto does not have many scenes that do not affect the viewing. P.S. Is there anyone willing to give me a reward for the author? I haven't been rewarded for a long time. I recommend the author's old book to do the same show. Although he is a new author, he is non-toxic and depressing, so you can rest assured to see the bottom line. Author's name, Honest and Lovely Cat Lang Jun. Recommend a book for my girlfriend, comprehensive manga, I became a wife's favorite, a veteran author of Filu, non-toxic and non-depressing, you can rest assured to see the bottom line, author's name, King CGE*. Chapter 42, The Gift of the Knights of the Round Table new book for data. The news of Arteria's pregnancy spread like a locust across the border in the morning and spread quickly throughout Camelot's army. Mordred, Lancelot, Tristan, Gawain, Percival, Gaheris. After learning the news, he immediately went to the demon castle to buy gifts, and then came to congratulate the king. In the past 100 years, Lot has changed history and the direction of several of them. Therefore, when Gawain and the Knights of the Round Table saw Izayoi, they were not as unfamiliar as yesterday, but extremely familiar. I saw Lancelot take the lead out of the team, holding a golden gift box in front of Izayoi. He has short purple hair and purple eyes, with a righteous face, wearing silver armor, and a golden indestructible lake light hanging from his waist. The reason for the distortion of history Lancelot is not with Guinevere, as for the details will be written later. Lord Kun, this is my gift to your children. It may be a little rushed. This gift is not very good, but it is the best I can come up with. There was something embarrassed on Lancelot's face to know that Arteria was pregnant, and he hurried out to find a gift. However, he found that there was no suitable gift for him in this city. In the end, he took off a hand armor and sent blessings. Although it is only the hand armor on Lancelot's right hand, Lancelot has blessed him with the blessing of knights do not die with their bare hands. As long as the child was born wearing this gauntlet, any weapon she caught could become her own noble phantasm, which was considered a very powerful skill. Izayoi smiled and stretched out his hand, took the gift and welcomed Lancelot into the door. Since it is a gift from you, I will accept it with peace of mind. Since Arteria is my wife, you are also my subordinates. Lancelot walked into the gate of the luxurious palace, went to the dining table and found a seat to sit down. The second person holding the gift box was Gawain, who was a Sun Knight. He also followed Lancelot around the city, but did not find that he finally got a blessing from himself. This is a gift I gave to the maid. It was given to me on my right armor, and I can use the blessing of the Sword of Rotation Victory at any time. Hearing Gawain's words, Izayoi's eyes flickered, and it was hard for the Knights of the Round Table to gather a set of armor for their daughters. Afterwards, several Knights of the Round Table took off one of their armors, and just made up a set of armor. Each part of the armor was a blessing for the skills of a knight. Mordred brought his own breastplate, Argonaut sent a leg plate, and Tristan also sent a leg plate. Izayoi looked at the armor presented by the Knights of the Round Table in front of him, and his eyes shone with light. Just looking at the armor in front of him, the armor on both hands is not simple. The left hand armor is given to a knight, and it does not die with bare hands. It can hold any weapon in its hand and turn it into its own noble phantasm. Not only that, but Tristan also gave Tristan the must-hit on his left arm. If he shoots a bow with a bow in his right hand, he will definitely be hit, and the enemy cannot escape. The right hand is endowed with the noble phantasm skill of the Sun Knight, even holding a branch can release the Sword of Rotation Victory. And then by Bedwell. Blessing can use his own noble phantasm skills to attack. Grip the Sword, Silver Arm, Switch on Ergitlam, has the same name as the god-made weapon used by the Celtic god of war, and its true form is Excalibur, the holy sword that could not be returned. Always activating noble phantasm. In a flash, the Silver Arm, Dead End Ergitlam, using his real name Liberation to launch an annihilating attack on the army. Why the knights can send blessings, then this is due to the blessings Izayoi gave them when they came. Izayoi took out the divine sentence corresponding to their history from the king's treasury and gave it to them. And those who got all the noble phantasms on their bodies that were original and were close to divine tools, they returned the original noble phantasms for safekeeping. Now that they heard that their arteria was pregnant, after thinking about it, they could only think that their previous equipment could still be used, and almost every part of this armor was close, A++ level noble phantasm. And this pile of A++ noble phantasms make up a set of armor, and the strength can only go up a level. Izayoi, who has all the divine tools, the king's treasure, has more things to give his daughter. But he must accept the wishes of the Knights of the Round Table. This blessing is a gift to his unborn daughter. It was also because Izayoi was happy that he accepted it, and when his daughter was born, he would raise all the noble phantasms by one level before giving them to his daughter. Izayoi has changed the history of arteria and the entire century of Great Britain in the long river of history, so there are many changes. For example, the second-generation Knights of the Round Table were not born. Izayoi also met the person he wanted to meet, Morgan, within 100 years. When Izayoi crossed the long river of history, arteria had not notified Great Britain at that time. Along the way, it was not Merlin who assisted arteria to rule Great Britain, but Izayoi. There are rumors that Mordred is Izayoi's child, but he doesn't know who his mother is. When Izayoi went out, he brought back a child named Mordred. There are rumors that Mordred is the child born by Izayoi and Morgan, but there is neither evidence nor anything to test. This question has always puzzled the inhabitants of Great Britain, because Mordred was not born in Great Britain at all. And Mordred and Izayoi are very similar in several places. For example, they like to find things that make them happy. P.S. Thanks to the readers and fans for their rewards and begging for data. Coding is not easy. Every flower you give me, every monthly pass, and every evaluation ticket is the biggest motivation for me to code. Don't let the author feel that he is playing a stand-alone game. Motive power. Asterisk. Chapter 43, Sarafurusidi kneeling and begging for everything. Time passed quickly, and a group of people happily ate breakfast at the table and began to discuss today's parliament. Now that we have enough troops, we can launch a full-scale attack on the Demon Lord's faction. Gurfia spoke about the current situation. And the Knights of the Round Table from Camelot all listened to what Gurfia said. After all, they came from the other world and didn't understand the situation here. After 5 hours of Gurfia's narration, the Knights of the Round Table completely understood the division of the situation in the underworld. Looking at the expressions of understanding on the faces of the Knights of the Round Table, Gurfia nodded and continued. Our enemy is the Demon King faction. With everyone's help, I feel that this time I can take down the Demon King faction in one fell swoop. The Lionheart King, who had not spoken since the beginning, finally spoke up for the first time. Start reorganizing the army and head to the capital Lucifer. Yes. The Knights of the Round Table took orders one after another, got up and walked outside to start their respective official duties. When everyone left Gurfia and came to Izayoi, they looked at Izayoi with an aggrieved expression. What's wrong with you? Izayoi couldn't understand the reason for the expression on Gurfia's face and asked with a puzzled look. Hearing this, Gurfia said with a tone of dissatisfaction on her face. I'm very surprised. Why did that woman grab my position as soon as she came, and you even have children? Shouldn't I be your most loyal servant? Your own maid? Please tell me why? Why? Hearing Gurfia's aggressive tone, the corners of Izayoi's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a happy expression. You are all mine, how I choose is mine, what are you jealous of? Hearing this, Gurfia's small face that was already puffed up with anger instantly turned red. You and I. Looking at the man in front of him, Gurfia is really helpless against him, you and I don't know what to say for a long time. She knows Izayoi's character better than anyone else, and what he believes is really unchangeable, and it's useless when God comes. In the end, Gurfia sighed helplessly and stopped bothering about this matter. Eyeballs circled in their sockets a few times, and then a happy smile appeared on her face. Gerfia lowered her head and said a few words in Izayoi's ear. Izayoi was stunned when he heard Gerfia's words, but then changed into a happy expression. Izayoi looked at Gerfia with a smile on his lips and looked up and down for a while, and couldn't help licking his tongue. Gerfia's face turned red, and she lowered her head shyly and did not dare to look at Izayoi. Izayoi didn't know, because his appearance shocked both forces. It was a conference room, and there were many leaders of the demon faction sitting in the conference room, and they were discussing important matters in the underworld. And the central character of the conversation is Izayoi. Almost all the prominent figures in the demon faction collapsed, and everyone around a table was looking at a document in their hands. That newly rising demon king is called Nihoi Izayoi. What kind of character is he? Rumor has it that he is the one who hit the red of greatness. The demons sitting beside the conference table, such as the 4 great demon kings, knew about the existence of reverse Izayoi from their eyeliners in advance. The Great Red is not a secret, and there are not a few people who have seen it, so when they see the Great Red, they actually follow a human being. And they also saw the battle between Artoria and the Transcendent Lizavim outside Castlevania that day. Not to mention that it only took 5 girls a moment to raise the entire Lucifer family to the ground, which was an event that caused a sensation in the entire Demon King city. Even if the devil's eyes are blind, he can hear it. That kind of strength is comparable to that of a demon king, and the latest information has heard that they have recruited 300,000 troops from nowhere. Judging from the breath, almost all of them have the strength of middle-level and upper-level demons, and everyone is armed to the teeth. It is impossible for these demon lord factions to ignore such a force. According to rumors, the newly rising demon lord of the night had appeared in the underworld once a month ago, and then snatched Gerfia away. Looking around, the leader of the demons and the important person, the first King Baal, who was sitting around, Zekram Baal told all the information he knew. Lucifer Lizavim, although the guy is weaker than the demon king, he is called the surpasser among the demons, and being killed so easily shows that the strength of this man's subordinates is above the surpasser. It's definitely not to be underestimated. I still have the latest information on my side. I don't know what kind of god destruction tool was used by Nihoi Izayoi, who launched an attack thousands of miles away to kill Zeofame. Hearing this news, the Demon Kings and other leading figures who were sitting at the Demon King conference table were all shocked. How is this possible? Is the news reliable? What if it was spread by others? The news is reliable, it was sent back by a confidant of mine, and he saw it with his own eyes. Hearing the answer, all the demon leaders began to bow their heads and ponder. Then you say, after he has dealt with the Demon King faction, will he attack our Reform faction? As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes turned to the 4 men sitting next to the round table meeting on the other side. From the left are Ajaka Astalot, Sarjax Gremory, Sarah Flucidi, Farbwin Graciera Po. These 4 are the strongest reformists. The combat power has a lot of influence in this meeting. Every word they say has the potential to influence the decision of this meeting. Among the 4 people, the most eye-catching is a young girl. She has black and soft hair, tied into 2 lovely ponytails and wearing a gorgeous and expensive dress. A voice as crisp as an aureole came out of her mouth. I think we can try to unite with him. This girl is none other than Sarafuru Sidi, the successor of the Sidi family. Oh! How do I say this? Zekram Baal couldn't understand for a moment the meaning of what the girl who was raising her hands and smiling energetically was saying. If Nihoi Izayoi's goal is the Demon King's faction, then let's not join forces with him to kill the Demon King's faction first, and by the way, we can also find out how much combat power Nihoi Izayoi has under his hand, and wait until the Demon King's faction is defeated after the elimination, we will attack him again. Hearing this, Zekram Baal was stunned for a moment. And then he pondered how feasible the plan said by Saraflua was. Immediately, there was an answer in his heart, and he raised his head and looked at the other Demon King leaders who were also in deep thought and asked, "What do you think of this plan?" "It's a plan that kills 2 birds with 1 stone, very good. Reconsideration. Reconsideration. With a gentle smile on her face, Sarafuru glanced around, seeing that everyone around agreed to her plan, and stood up happily. I'm Sarafuru Sidi, I wish, I will personally serve as an ambassador to reverse Izayoi's side. P.S. Ask for a reward, ask for data, ask for a monthly ticket, ask for your support for me, and become the biggest motivation for codewords *. Chapter 44, The Demon King of the Night. New book for data. Several fallen angels with black wings in the sky flew over and landed in a room with a huge screen. The fallen angel Linley came to the governor's office of the Watcher of the Son of God. Linley was holding a document in her hand, which contained information about Izayoi. Linley handed the document in her hand to Governor Azazel. Azazel opened the file and began to look at the contents of the file. After a while, he read the contents with a look of shock on his face. The situation in the underworld is really the same day by day. First a demon king came out, and then a reformist came out, and now there is a new demon king reverse returned to 16. Not only that, I heard that there are 5 warriors with strength comparable to the demon king, and there are nearly 300,000 middle-level and upper-level demon soldiers. Where did these characters come from? Hearing Azazel's questioning inquiries, Linley shook her head, and a dazed look flashed in her eyes as she said, I don't know very well. What I know is not much different from what is written on this piece of paper. According to rumors, he appeared in the underworld a month ago and disappeared again this time. And each of the high-level combat powers under his command are close to the Demon King, and the weapons in their hands like the god-killing tool can launch attacks across thousands of miles, and Leviathan was killed by his subordinate's attack. Back to Izayoi, Demon King of the Night. Azazel muttered to himself, and then he looked at the document that had Izayoi's character written on it. Like things like looking for things that please you and beautiful women. Is this a hedonism? Thinking like this, Azazel put the document in his hand on the table, stood up and came to the glass to look at the non-stop light rain outside the window. It was a clear sky just now, but now it's cloudy and the sky has changed so quickly. I don't know if I wake up again tomorrow. Will the underworld really change? Back to Izayoi? The Night Demon King from an unknown realm defeated the Great Red. Immediately, he glanced back and saw a strange look flashed in Linley's eyes. Linley, I'm going to give you a new task. Hearing this, Linley, who has jet black hair and black eyes and an incomparably delicate face, revealed a puzzled look in her eyes. Excuse me, what kind of task do you want to give me? Azazel, his eyes narrowed slightly. He believed in his intuition very much, and the decision he made now could not be wrong at all. No matter what method you use, as long as you can get close to the retrograde Izayoi. Hearing this, Linley froze in place. She thought for a moment about the meaning of Azazel's words, and then reflected it. I know, I will definitely complete my mission. Linley bowed respectfully and turned around to carry out her mission. Azazel thought for a moment, opened his mouth and reminded. It's best to approach us in a friendly way, with no malice. If you get caught, just say who you are. Linley, who was about to walk out of the door, paused when she heard the words, nodded without looking back and continued to walk forward. Out of the door, he stretched out the black wings that were as black as ink behind him. Linley, who was flying in the sky, reversed the photo of Izayoi on the document, which was deeply imprinted in her mind. Do you like beautiful women? This is a good start. The corners of Linley's mouth curved slightly, revealing a confident smile. She was very confident that her beauty did not belong to any beauty. So in her opinion, the task this time is very simple, but what she doesn't know is that she has gone and never returned this time. If she carefully read the contents of Izayoi on the document, he would not be so confident. Because on the second and third pages, there are pictures of the girls around Izayoi, and almost every one of them is the beauty of the country. Please ask for flowers. A demon was flying in the sky with a letter in his hand, and quickly headed towards the Luciferian headquarters called the capital of the demon. After a few demonic handles, the road has finally arrived, and the battle headquarters is in the center of the Castlevania. The demon handed the letter in his hand to his boss, who in turn handed it to the commander-in-chief at the top. The commander-in-chief of the headquarters opened the letter, looked at the words written on it, and read it out. The more he read, the worse his expression became. The Fametriac Leviathan army was killed by a young girl under the new Night Demon King who used an artifact at a distance of tens of thousands of miles. The Fame. Her Royal Highness the Queen died in battle. The Fame, the entire army was destroyed, and the Queen died in battle. The news quickly spread among the Demon King faction. The Fame, but one of the main forces in the Demon King faction, was shocked by the sudden death of the entire Demon King faction. Moreover, according to the news from letters and confidants, the enemy used magical weapons to kill him thousands of miles away, and he was killed by the enemy without even seeing it. This kind of long-range projection weapon is simply too terrifying. An entire army plus a super strong combat force died under the attack like this, which made the Demon King sect panic. Reverse Izayoi, the name quickly spread among the Demon King faction, and many people were asking who Reverse Izayoi was. Immediately, the information related to the retrograde Izayoi spread among the Demon King faction like locusts passing through the border. After all, there are also many eyeliners in the Demon King faction in Castlevania, and soon all the information about Reverse Izayoi was sent to the headquarters. Looking at the information about the reverse return Izayoi was sent in front of him. The supreme commander of the demon sect, the son of the Demon King Beelzebub, Vidrid Basalun Beelzebub looked at the information in his hand with a pig liver look. Why is such an important thing only sent here now? The character who appeared in the underworld a month ago was so powerful that he directly took away Gurfia, and only now I know the information. He smashed the cup in his hand and smashed it to the ground, and the body of the demon kneeling on the ground on the opposite side trembled slightly. Sir, we have just received the news. Our eyeliner didn't take this matter too seriously before, so the speed at which the information came back was a little slow. Slow. What happened a month ago has only been brought to me now. Are you crawling over from Devil's Castle? Vidrid's face twisted for a while, staring at the opposite, his head was lowered, and the whole person was about to lie down on the ground. The superior demon opened his mouth and roared. This. The superior demon who delivered the letter opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he didn't say it, and he felt that he was going too far. It was a few days' journey, but he was abruptly walked for a month, eating, drinking, prostituting, gambling, and everything. How could he be so embarrassed to say such a thing? Vidrid had a feeling that he wanted to vomit blood. What was going on with his subordinates? It was a simple matter of sending a letter, and the journey of a few days dragged him into a month. P.S. Guys, my comment area is a bit quiet, can you comment? I beg all the data new books need support. Asterisk. Chapter 45, Annihilate the Queen. When Vidrid opened the letter, he saw that it was written that Zulfame and the army were all killed by a girl under Izayoi's subordinates, who was backed by the demon lord of the night across thousands of miles. He didn't believe it was true at first, but after passing the information from his 5 close confidants, he told himself that this was the truth. In an instant, he seemed to have suffered a 10,000 hit. Back to Izayoi, the demon king of the night. When did the characters appear so powerful? Vidrid's face was extremely gloomy, but the next moment he seemed to think of something, and he picked up the document in his hand and checked it again. Grafia, it's you who annihilates the Demon King. I just said that such a powerful existence, how can it attack our Demon King faction inexplicably? It turns out that it's all yours. Vidrid carefully read the contents of the document in his hand again, and the whole incident started because of Gurfia. Originally the son of Lucifer, a family affiliated to the Lizavim family, but ended up taking refuge with the new Demon King of the Night Reverse Izayoi. He has also heard of Lizavim, and the relationship between the two is not very close, so the contact is not very deep, and what he has learned is only superficial information. I didn't expect that guy to be killed like this. Lucifer Demon King and Lilith's last bloodline, only this is cut off, which is really sad. Looking at the document in his hand, Vidrid said through gritted teeth. Immediately, he thought that Gurfia's younger brother seemed to be still within the scope of his rule. I'm here to arrest Gurfia's younger brother, as well as their entire faction. And the demon who got the order answered with a face drawn out. Report, as early as yesterday, Gurfia's younger brother had already withdrawn from the headquarters where they were supposed to be with their entire faction. Hearing this information, Vidrid suddenly became angry. He was already angry, and he directly punched the table in front of him, and the table cracked and fell down. So what is the origin of this retrospective Izayoi? As soon as his voice fell, there was a rumbling sound of stepping on the ground from outside the headquarters, as if a large army was pressing down. Boom! Doubtful, Vidrid walked out of the door and looked into the distance before coming to the balcony. At first, he only heard the sound, and the next moment the sound changed into a real vibration, which came from under his feet. The entire demon capital trembled slightly, as if tens of millions of troops were coming from afar. That light! At the end of his field of vision, Vidrid used his own magic power, and a crimson light pierced through the city wall and made a huge hole. Due to the distance, he could only see a huge gap in the city wall, and he couldn't see it anymore. Vidrid was startled, and he felt the strength of the Demon King from that light. Who in the end dares to attack our demon capital? If you become a defender again, won't you all die? His voice just fell from the side, and a demon soldier stumbled over and shouted. Report. It's not good, Your Highness Vidrid. The city. There was a person who came from a distance outside the city, and attacked from a distance of 2 kilometers, destroying half of our city wall. Now it is estimated that the enemy has entered the city. Hearing the soldier's report, Vidrid's face paled for a while, and he looked at the soldier who came to report and asked. Do you know the identity of the person who attacked us? The big one, the little one doesn't know either. The demon soldier hurriedly supported his helmet, which had been slanted to one side due to his strenuous running. Yes, the other party is more than one person, at least hundreds of thousands. Hiss. Vidrid took a deep breath, his already pale complexion paled even more, and his body was a little shaky. The deputy next to him quickly stepped forward to assist. Sir, are you all right? P.S. Today's update is a bit late, because I sent it after I finished the code once. Begging for data, begging for flowers, begging for evaluation tickets, begging for monthly passes. Asterisk. Chapter 46, The Heavenly Obstruction. The clouds rolled in the sky, and a huge meteorite was pressed down in the sky. What is that? Vidrid looked at the demon capital in horror, the huge meteorite revealed by the constantly rolling clouds above the sky. And the mouth of the demon soldier who stumbled to report, pointed at the hermit in the sky and shouted. Let's run, if we don't run, we will turn into fly ash when the meteorite hits it. It was a huge meteorite with a diameter of 300 meters that ripped apart the atmosphere and fell vertically towards the demon capital. With the help of his own magic, Vidrid has already seen clearly in the sky, what is the 100-meter giant. It's a meteorite, a huge and inexhaustible meteorite, advocating that the accompanying power is enough to destroy the entire demon capital with one blow. Who is this attack? This means. In an instant, a name appeared in Vidrid's mind, and he went back to Izayoi. Is that you? Go back to Izayoi. As soon as he finished speaking, a man's voice came from the sky as if answering him. Tianxing Zhenxing. Izayoi's figure floated in the sky, forming a seal in his right hand, performing the ninjutsu he learned from the Book of Creation. Tennis Zhenxing is a kind of S-level physical attack with a large range of Uchiha Madara from Naruto's reincarnation and resurrection in the state of reincarnation. Madara himself and the double-faced Susanoo formed different seals, and summoned 2 huge meteorites with a diameter of about 300 meters to fall vertically. Ruins. and Izayoi's consciousness is put into the Naruto world, and it can directly use the identity of Uchiha Obito in the Naruto world to perform this ninjutsu. Reasonable. The existence of Izayoi itself is unreasonable, so the ninjutsu he displays is also unreasonable. He doesn't need any bloodline sacrifice, and he doesn't need any writing wheel eyes. As long as he learns, he can use it. This is his ability. Quick, run. We will all be crushed to death, hurry up and run. The meteorite carries an unstoppable force and falls vertically from the sky. The force of the fall shatters the house and shatters the ground. The air waves rolled around and swept all directions, and all the buildings and the fleeing demon soldiers vanished in the tumbling air waves. In an instant, the once prosperous and lively demon city turned into a ruined scene. Boom! Vidrid, who had left the place the moment the boulder landed, and ran to a safe area. Those unfortunate demons and soldiers were all turned into fly ash under this blow and disappeared from this world forever. Vidrid looked in horror at the disfigured city that was destroyed in front of him. The beautiful street that was bustling to its peak at the last moment has become a ruined wall at the next moment, and its original appearance can no longer be seen. What a terrible attack! It seems the rumor is true. Vidrid, who should have been pale, then revealed a rosy smile. Because he survived this impossibly destructive catastrophe. Countless demons who survived this apocalyptic destructive attack showed smiles. Looking at the city that can no longer be inhabited, a trace of reluctance flashed in their eyes. However, it is more fortunate that I can survive, and being able to live is the beginning of hope. Vidrid piled up the demon corpse that was pressing down on him to avoid the falling rocks from the meteorite attack, and slowly stood up from the ground. Looking at the wreckage of buildings that could no longer be seen around, his eyes were dull, as if he had lost his soul. For the first time, she was afraid. He was afraid of the strength of the enemy and asked him to do such an attack. He couldn't do it at all. Watching his faithful subordinates are crushed under the gravel, the corpses that have been mutilated. Looking at the countless demons who were thankful that they had survived this doomsday catastrophe, while crying, they helped their injured companions and moved away into the distance. Standing on the spot, Vidrid's body began to tremble. It was not fear, but an early warning from his body. Vidrid raised his head suddenly, his pupils shrank sharply into needles. It was another round boulder 300 meters in size, falling from the sky. Why come again? Is it not enough to come again? Vidrid's complexion was pale, and he looked at the Tien obstruction star falling down again from the sky. This time, Vidrid did not hesitate at all, turned around and used the magic power in his body to grow wings behind him, and quickly moved away from the place. And those demons who are thankful that they survived the first meteorite fall like the destruction of the world. There was only despair on his face when he saw the meteorite falling down from the sky again. Help, I don't want to die yet. Go quickly, the farther you go, the better, don't stop yourself, and escape the city completely. Countless surviving demons screamed, roared, and ran wildly. They were completely in disarray, and they were frightened by the boulders that landed again in the sky. Although Vidrid flew fast, it was still not as fast as a boulder fell from the sky. Boom! The meteorite collided strongly with the ground again. This time, it was faster and more powerful. The huge block of soil and rock on the ground flipped up directly, and the powerful impact air wave completely smashed the surviving demons around. In the blink of an eye, the air wave caught up with Vidrid, who was flying in the sky. Vidrid let out a scream and flew out, smashing several houses next to him and being buried by the boulders of the houses. Boom, boom, boom. Izayoi stepped on the last meteorite and looked around. He was looking for it. He is looking for the presence of Vidrid, the supreme ruler of this demonic capital. Immediately under the induction of the pomegranate leaves, he sensed the existence of that person buried under a house. Izayoi stretched out his right hand from the king's treasury, took out a golden jade fan and waved it gently in his hand. Nearly 2 kilometers ahead, all the rubble and the broken arms directly turned into fly ash and disappeared. And the figure of Vidrid, who was covered by the gravel, was also exposed. Looking at the man lying on the ground who had passed out, Izayoi glanced at his mouth. With such a weak constitution, I doubt whether you are a man. If Vidrid heard Izayoi's words, he would definitely spit out a mouthful of old blood and die on the spot. What does it mean that a man is not hit by such a violent attack? He is lucky not to die, although he is seriously injured and unconscious, it is much more fortunate than death. He waved the jade fan in his hand again, and flew Vidrid's body fan out and hit the stone wall next to him, causing him to wake up in pain. What? The moment Vidrid's body touched the wall, the pain caused him to wake up. His mouth bulged as if something was stuck in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. Vidrid's body on the ground trembled a few times, and he looked up smoothly at Izayoi, who was standing above the meteorite. The hairs all over his body began to stand up, and his heart was beating violently, warning him that the threat was approaching. This is his intuition. His intuition has always been accurate, so he believes that the man in front of him has enough power to kill him. Vidrid wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and adjusted his body. He did not stand up from the ground, but climbed to the top of the boulder and lowered his head in front of Izayoi in a kneeling posture. Bang, bang, bang. Vidrid first kowtowed 3 times, then raised his head to look at Izayoi and said, I also ask the Demon King of the Night to raise your hand. Don't kill me. I, Vidrid Basalun Beelzebub, may be willing to surrender to you. Sorry, readers, I made a mistake about the strengths of Transcenders and Demon Kings. Transcendence is stronger than Demon King level strength. I made a mistake. P.S. The author. The author is also willing to surrender to the reader, so I beg the reader to give me some data. Ask for tickets, ask for flowers, ask for rewards. Asterisk. Chapter 47, Kill the Demon King. I want a monthly pass. Izayoi looked indifferently at Vidrid, who was kneeling on the ground. I don't need your surrender, but you do have what I need. Hearing Izayoi's words, Vidrid's pale face turned a little rosy, and he regained some energy and raised his head to ask. I can give you anything you want. Hearing this, Izayoi's mouth turned up slightly, showing a happy expression. I want your life. I need your head because I promised Griefia to destroy your Demon Lord faction. When Vidrid heard Izayoi's words, his face turned pale again. He didn't expect that. He didn't even want his face. He knelt on the ground and begged him for forgiveness, but he refused to take his own life. Vidrid's body was kneeling on the ground, his mouth trembled slightly and he laughed, and slowly stood up from the ground. He. I once surrendered to you, but you didn't accept my kindness. Now you don't have that chance. Although you killed the transcendence among the demons, that is an existence even more powerful than me. However, our 4 major demon kings also have their own means. Let me show you today. As soon as the words fell, Vidrid's body began to change, the clothes on his body broke and his mouth roared, and the skin on his body began to bulge, as if something was about to grow from under the skin. This trick again, can the devil change? It's a strange creature. With a playful smile on the corner of Izayoi's mouth, he watched as the body below was changing, twisting, and the sound of bones rubbing against each other, like a monster's huge mouth, making a roaring sound that pierced the eardrums. Oh! What appeared in front of Izayoi was a giant monster 200 times larger than a humanoid. Not only did the size increase, but the magic power in the body also increased several times, which made Tianyi's eyes slightly narrowed and felt very interesting. Veldred's head became like a mosquito, and his mouth became like a fly with a long mouth part. Not only that, but his back has bird-like wings, and under his abdomen there are flies that look like flies, but they can't be called flies. They have long legs like centipedes. If you count them, there are more than 10 in total. A strange fly monster appeared in front of Izayoi. Interesting. It's really a monster when it is said to be a monster, and he directly sacrificed his own soul, an irrational monster. Izayoi stood above the meteorite, staring and roaring in front of him, destroying all the buildings around 200 meters with a single blow. A monster with a maddening attribute. Izayoi looked at the monstrous vidrid eyes in front of him. There was no reason in it, only madness and killing. Boom, 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 boom. The monster-like vidrid stretched out a dozen long legs and ran towards Izayoi at extreme speed. Seeing the monster rushing towards him, Izayoi jumped up into the sky with a little toes. The fly-shaped monster came to the place where Izayoi had just stood, and stretched out two long legs to smash the meteorite. Boom! Dash hiss! The head of the fly monster shot upwards from its long breath, and a black mist ray similar to black was ejected. Izayoi was in the sky, and with a happy smile on his lips, he turned around to avoid this attack. Black rays shot into the sky behind Izayoi, and the clouds quickly turned into black and pure white clouds, as if they had begun to rot after being crossed by black sulfur. The black rain condensed in the sky and began to drip down. Countless raindrops fell on Izayoi's clothes, and there were burnt holes in ordinary clothes, but there were no scars on the skin. "Do you want to poison me like this? The thought is so ridiculous." Izayoi shook his body lightly, the damaged clothes gradually became intact, and a decadent wind emerged from around Izayoi, wrapping his entire body. "Useless as long as it is poison, it is useless to me. I am poison immune, no matter what kind of poison it is." The fly-shaped monster seemed to understand Izayoi's words, and roared toward the sky. Another ray mixed with black objects shot at Izayoi. This time Izayoi did not evade, and directly let the black ray hit the wind of decadence. In just an instant, the black rays were torn apart by the wind of decadence, and disappeared into particles that dissipated in the void. The wind of decadence means the power that can destroy the whole world of Little Garden. Originally it should not be mastered, but an unreasonable person with unreasonable skills will master the wind that should not be mastered, and that person is Izayoi. Izayoi floated above the sky, the golden ripples behind him slowly unfolded, and hundreds of divine tools were revealed from the golden ripples. Hundreds of divine tools swept forward like a rainstorm, and at the center of the divine tools sweep, a huge fly monster waited feebly. Boom, 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 boom. A huge plume of smoke was sucked into the sky, and in less than a moment, the front was over 100 meters away, and the ground seemed to be bombarded by shells. In the center range of the divine weapons strafing, a huge corpse of a monster that could not be seen was lying on the ground, covered with weapons or wounds. Izayoi floated in the sky and shook his head, smashing his mouth when he looked at the monster whose object was no longer recognizable below. "If you can make me feel a little better, you can be content, but that's all." Izayoi threw the decadent wind that was entangled on his right hand, and threw it out for a split second. The hundreds of meters ahead seemed to have experienced the corrosion of thousands of years. All dissipated in the sky. P.S. You don't have to give rewards, you don't have to vote for flowers, and you don't have to send evaluation votes, but you can always send me some monthly passes. I want a monthly pass. Kneeling for a monthly pass. Asterisk. Chapter 48, Joan of Arc dedicating everything new book kneeling for data. Izayoi's right hand swayed the Holy Grail he took out from the treasury. He turned his head to look at Camelot in battle. The soldiers and demons took a sip of the divine power generated by the Holy Grail in their hands. After a little taste, the happy look on his face disappeared. "I didn't drink it if I knew it earlier. I was looking forward to it before drinking it, but I lost interest after drinking it." Lot threw the Holy Grail in his hand towards Joan of Arc, who was standing on the roof not far away to watch the battle. The dragon witch Joan of Arc looked suspiciously at the thing that fell into her hands. She recognized at a glance that the thing in her hand was the Holy Grail that countless heroic spirits would snatch at all costs. When she understood what was in her hands trembled a little. He raised a pair of puzzled eyes and looked at Izayoi floating in the sky. "Izayoi-kun, is this?" Hearing this, Izayoi said with a dull expression. This holy grail will be given to you. The contents in it are of no use to me, but they may be of some use to you. Hearing Izayoi's words, Jean froze for a moment, holding the holy grail in her hands in disbelief. Izayoi looked at Joan with a happy smile as if thinking of something fun again and said, "The holy grail in your hand is a divine tool. You can use it to change history and change everything. You can also use it to become a god directly, but you can only fulfill your wish once. Choose, girl." After hearing this, Joan of Arc, who was very excited, slowly regained her composure and began to ponder. Izayoi looked forward to it very much. He wanted to know what choice he would make and what the outcome of the choice would be. This pleasant feeling made Izayoi feel very wonderful. He floated in the sky and admired Joan of Arc, who was contemplating. In his eyes, there was the look of a wolf looking at a sheep. Joan of Arc began to think after calming down. The first thing she thought of was to change her history. The painful memories of the past left an indelible psychological shadow on him. No matter where he went, he was despised by people, and people would call him a witch. She was supposed to be a saint, but she was scolded as a witch, which made her gradually embark on the path of blacken. But she doesn't need it anymore, because she is the body that came here now, and history doesn't matter. The important thing is that the man floating in the sky gave him everything he wanted. What else do he want? If that man gave him the Holy Grail to test his loyalty to him, then he just chose to change his history on impulse. Wouldn't he have to leave this man too? Do not want. Thinking of this, Joan of Arc's heart began to resist. She didn't want to leave the 16th night, because there was the warmth she dreamed of here in the 16th night. Just like a ship that has been drifting at sea for a long time, it has finally found a dock where it can dock. And the 16th night here is the harbor where she can dock. She doesn't know how long it will take to drift after leaving the 16th night to find the harbor where she is docked, 10 years, 100 years or a lifetime. I don't want to choose now that I have everything I want. I don't need to choose anymore. Joan of Arc, looking down at the Holy Grail in her hand. She now has one last wish left. The next moment she held up the Holy Grail in her hand and began to recite the wish in her heart. The two sides fighting fiercely on the battlefield were shocked by the huge image that appeared in the sky. It was a blue moon hanging above the city, exuding terrifying magic. I, Joan of Arc, praying for the Holy Grail in my real name, I will offer my everything, my life, my strength, my destiny, and Izayoi will be forever connected and never separated, and the boundaries of death cannot be stopped. We are both destined to be together. Holy Grail, fulfill my wish. The blue divine power swaying in the Holy Grail was really swallowed. Blue and golden rays of light emanated from Joan of Arc's body, and a pair of azure blue wings really slowly emerged behind them, like an angel. Not just one pair of wings, but two pairs, and the second pair appeared with golden wings. The golden wings fanned a figure flying out of Joan of Arc's back, slowly condensing into the appearance of Joan of Arc. That was another Joan of Arc. The golden brilliance and blue brilliance on the two Gendas bodies echoed each other, and the wings behind them fused with their bodies also turned into their strength, and they were kept behind their backs. Holy Angel, Joan of Arc. One is Joan of Arc, the Witch of the Dragon, and the other is Joan of Arc. The two young girls looked at Izayoi floating in the sky in front of them. Their fate, everything about them was connected with this man and never separated from each other. The corners of their mouths rose slightly, revealing a happy smile. The happy expression on Shibayai's face became even happier. He did not expect that Joan of Arc would make such a choice, to release the other side of his heart completely, and let her form another Joan of Arc to come as her body. But what Izayoi was thinking about in his mind was the opposite of the two girls thinking about the nodule. The two Joan of Arc were simply twice as happy. Izayoi also fell from the sky and came to the front of the two Joan of Arc, with joy in his eyes and said, "I have seen your sincerity and loyalty, so I will respond to you. Become a harbor where you can take shelter from the wind, and become a castle that shelters you forever." Strong power has many advantages, such as getting everything you want, and protecting everything you want to protect. Now Izayoi has another reason to become stronger. In the eyes of many people, he is already strong enough, but he knows that he is not strong enough and he still needs to grow. Izayoi stretched out 2 hands to lift the 2 Joan of Arc's chins, and looked carefully. No matter how they looked, no matter where they were exactly the same, even the milk tea tasted exactly the same. So Izayoi can only give one answer: both of them are Joan of Arc, but they are different because their souls are different. In the moment just now, Izayoi also felt that the 2 girls wanted to be connected with his own destiny. He could choose to refuse or acquiesce to this happening. Because the strength has reached his step, fate and everything are controlled by himself, and others can't control it at all. But he didn't reject the way he acquiesced in 2 teenage girls connected to his destiny. Izayoi stretched out both hands and grabbed the 2 Joan of Arc's hands. The 3 stood in a triangle shape, with the thin white silver thread surrounding the 3 of them. But they only disappeared into their bodies for a moment. P.S. Rewards may not be given, flowers may not be sent, and cheap tickets may not be voted. But I want a monthly pass. I want a monthly pass, big guys. Asterisk. Chapter 49, Killing Asmodeus. Mordred rode a warhorse to kill all the enemies along the way, and came to a man. According to the information given by Gerfia, he recognized who the man in front of him was. Damadus Ziracle Asmodeus, son of the demon lord Asmodeus. That's what she's going to kill. Ah, finally found you, Asmodeus. Asmodeus looked in horror at the girl who was riding on a tall steed, wearing a silver knight's armor and holding a king's sword. Why? Why is an existence like you willing to submit to a demon king? With a pale face, Asmodeus looked at the girl who jumped off the warhorse with the king's sword in hand, and approached him step by step. In the battle just now, he witnessed his own troops, and in front of these people, he was as vulnerable as slaughtering chickens and slaughtering dogs. It only took half an hour, and most of his troops were destroyed and killed and wounded. The opponent did not lose a single soldier or even a single soldier, not even an injury. The gap in combat power was almost impossible to contend with. I'll take your head, Damadus Ziracle Asmodeus. The magic power was released, thunder, and the crimson magic power photons spread on his body, wrapping Mordred's body into a burning little sun, and the shreds of thunder throbbed on his body. Mordred, waving the king's sword in his hand, slashed towards Asmodeus in front of him. I don't want to die, As the son of the demon king. Asmodeus took out the ring from his waist and slashed Mordred. Chong. Puff. In just an instant, Asmodeus's arm was cut off by Mordred. A glamorous snowflake bloomed in the air. Asmodeus clutched his broken right arm in pain, staggering back. Do you know who I am? I'm the Demon King. Dash brush. Mordred, listening to the nonsense of the man in front of me, I waved the king's sword in my hand, and the king's sword cut off Asmodeus's head in a graceful arc in the air. It's really annoying, and I don't know why my father gave me such an order. After beheading Asmodeus, Mordred stretched out his right hand to lift the fallen head, and his left hand lifted the king's sword in his hand and placed it on his shoulder. But fighting is my favorite form of entertainment. Mordred lifted the head in his hand, stepped on his warhorse and wanted to run towards the battlefield with an excited smile. Countless Asmodeus clan troops who were desperately resisting lost their will to fight when they saw their master beheaded directly by the enemy. Looking at the soldiers without the slightest fighting spirit, Mordred also felt that there was no feeling in the hand, and it was boring to slaughter. At this moment, Grafia rode a warhorse with Gawain and other knights of the Round Table over. Mordred has integrated all these people, and I will take them back. Hearing Gerfia's order, Mordred nodded and followed suit, because this was also the order Izayoi gave her. Obey all orders from Grafia, this is the order Izayoi gave to Mordred. The Asmodeus army, who also heard the order of Gerfia, dropped their weapons and surrendered on their knees. It is a battle with no chance of winning at all. When their master is killed by the enemy, they know that it is useless to resist. The war to destroy the Demon Lord faction is also coming to an end. Mordred, how are you doing here? Izayoi descended from the sky with 2 Joan of Arc. Hearing this, everyone raised their heads and fixed their eyes on the 2 Joan of Arc, especially the wings behind them. A pair of blue wings stretched out from the back of Joan of Arc wearing a black knight armor on the left, and golden wings stretched out from the back of the person on the right wearing a white knight armor. Father, this place has been cleaned up according to your instructions. With Mordred's answer, Izayoi nodded with a faint smile on his face. Since Artoria is Mordred's mother, Izayoi is of course her father. Mordred was not born to Arturia, but was given to Arturia by Morgan. Izayoi was about to say something when he suddenly noticed a figure moving on the edge of the battlefield. It was a girl, not to be precise, a female demon. I didn't expect her to come, it's interesting. Gerfia also felt the familiar aura, and before she could finish speaking, Izayoi disappeared in front of her eyes, and appeared in front of the girl. Seeing such a situation, Gerfia also hurriedly chased behind Izayoi and flew towards the edge of the battlefield. She was afraid that Izayoi did not know the other party and killed the other party directly. P.S. Kneeling for flowers, kneeling for monthly tickets, kneeling for evaluation tickets, the support of readers for me is the biggest motivation for my update. Asterisk. Chapter 50, Gerfia, are only loyal to one person. New book for data. That is a demon. No, to be precise, she is a girl. The delicate facial features are matched with a pair of black wings on the back, giving people an extra sense of beauty. Especially the jet black hair. Izayoi was very careful, that's right, Izayoi likes hair. This was his little secret, which he never told any girl. The carnivorous dinosaur looked at the prey in front of him, thinking about how to swallow it and find it interesting. Without hiding the breath on his body, he just walked around in front of the girl. You are. The girl looked at the blonde boy who walked in with an uncertain tone. She felt that the other party was very familiar, as if she had seen it before, but she couldn't remember it for a while. The corners of the blonde boy's mouth were slightly upturned, and his purple eyes flashed with a strange light. The girl carefully looked at the young man in front of her. He was clearly a boy, but he had a beauty that did not belong to a goddess. The next moment, a photo flashed in her mind and the man in the photo was exactly the same as the man in front of her. The girl said in a surprised tone. You are the demon king of the night, go back to Izayoi. A flash of shock flashed through the girl's black pupils as she looked at the man who came to her. But more of it was firmness, because he could see that the man in front of him had a worse character than any demon king he had seen before, and she firmed up the thought in her heart that she must take Gerfia away. I didn't expect my reputation to spread so quickly, even Miss Salavlosidi of the Reformists knew me. Izayoi was shocked that the other party knew his identity, but then he thought that it would be easy to know his own information as the other party. Your name, as long as you are a demon, you have heard of it, and it only took a few days to destroy the Demon King faction. If this news spreads out today, your fame will resound throughout the underworld. Speaking of which, Sarafuru paused for a while, because she felt a very familiar aura approaching. The Demon King of the Night named Reverse Izayoi, please allow me to have a few words with your servants. Hey! Izayoi glanced at Salavla suspiciously, and then he understood everything. Yes, after all, you are also old acquaintances. Izayoi looked at Sarafuru with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. It was at this moment that Gerfia incited her wings to fly over. How is Salavla you? How come you are here? On the way to fly over, Gerfia also felt the familiar aura, it was her friend Saraflu. When she came to Izayoi, looking at the strange atmosphere at the scene, the two stood a few meters apart as if they had just finished talking. Then thank you Izayoi-kun. Sarafuru nodded at Izayoi and came to Gerfia to pull her aside to talk about something. Saraflu, who came to Gerfia's side, just reached out her hand, but was dodged by Gerfia. Seraph, what are you doing? Grifia, who threw away Serafuru's outstretched hand, looked at her questioning inexplicably. A look of sadness flashed across Serafuru's face, whose hands were thrown away, but it disappeared the next moment. I have something to tell you, and I also asked Izayoi's consent. Hearing this, Gerfia turned to look at Izayoi, who was standing by the side without saying a word, but looked at the two chatting with a smile on his face. Grafia seemed to be asking if it was really what Serafuru said, and when she saw Izayoi nodded her head, she didn't believe Serafuru's words. Serafuru's eyes flashed with a look of sadness. With a gloomy expression on his face, Serafuru pulled Gerfield aside and said, I also talked with the Demon King of the Night for a while, and found that his character is very bad, and he is not suitable for you at all. And as the rumors say, this guy likes to find pleasure and beauties. You. Salavlu was interrupted by Gerfia before she could finish her words. Enough, what is your purpose? Hurry up and say, I don't want to hear your negative comments about Izayoi. Looking at Serafuru in front of her, if Grafia hadn't thought of her former friend's friendship, she would have pulled out her weapon and killed her. Seeing Gerfia with a frosty face, Serafuru's eyes became more complicated. From just now, she had sensed the incomparable trust that her friend in front of her had in the Demon Lord of the Night. In the end, Serafuru sighed and explained the purpose of her coming here. I came here this time to invite you to join the Reform faction, since the Demon King faction has been killed by the Night Demon King. Looking at the excited look on Seraful's face, Gerfia's face was not filled with joy, but rather gloomy. Why? Why do you want to drag me to join the Reformists? Hearing this, Seraph calmed down his excitement and looked at Gerfia seriously and said, the Reformists are not as bad as you think, but they are not as good as you think, but with me, I can guarantee that after you join, the plan to completely unify the underworld can be implemented very quickly. Serafuru, who has known Grafia for a long time, also knows that Grafia wants to end the war in the underworld, so that the underworld will no longer live in the chaos of war. Grafia once again interrupted Serafuru's speech, this time with a completely angry look on her face. Why should I join the Reformists? Is the master I'm surrendering to me bad? But his character, I saw at first glance that he was worse than a scum like Li Ziryui's mother. How could I watch you surrender to that kind of person? Then why didn't you come to me and ask me to join the Reformists when Li Ziryum was not dead? Serafuru was completely stunned by Grafia's words. At that time, I was still hesitating whether to pull you into the Reformist Party. After all, I don't know what the Reformist Party's attitude is to you. But now I know, the attitude of the Reform Party is not so bad. As long as you are willing to join us, we must be very happy. Serafuru watched Gerfia's expression become more and more gloomy, as if she had endured to the limit. Go back, I will never join the Reformists. I will only be loyal to my only master, the Demon King of the Night, to go back to Izayoi. Hearing this, Serafuru looked at Gerfia with a determined look, and she knew that it was useless to persuade her. Why do you believe so strongly that that man can give you everything you want? Don't you believe my friend's words? Grafia looked at Seraph with an angry look, and said, Friend. We are indeed friends. We were friends decades ago, but not anymore. I am only loyal to my master now. Anyone who wants to change my mind is my enemy, even you. The magic power on Gerfia's body is surging. And it seems that he is ready to shoot the next moment. Seeing this scene, Salavla completely gave up. She knew that it would be useless if she continued to say it, and she could only use force. P.S. Flowers ask for monthly passes, rewards and collections. For the support from readers, I will repay you with updates. Thank you. **